I declare open this additional estimates 2021-22 hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. Today the committee will examine the Department of Defence and portfolio agencies as set out on the circulated program. We will conclude this evening with Austrade, Export Finance Australia and Tourism Australia. The committee is due to report to the Senate on the 29th of March 2022 and has fixed Friday the 25th of February as the date for senators to submit written questions on notice in order to receive answers by the due date of the 25th of March 2022. Information on procedural rules governing the estimates hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to departments and agencies and is available from the Secretariat. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the hearings are conducted in a safe environment. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent. I now welcome the Leader of the Government in the Senate, Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, representing the Minister for Defence, the Secretary of the Department, Mr Moriarty, Chief of the Defence Force, General Angus Campbell, and officers from the Department of Defence. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Senators. None from me, aside from apologies, of course, from Senator Payne, who is now overseas for her inability to be here, but Secretary Moriarty or CDF may.
Yes, I understand Secretary has.
Thank you, Chair. Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence. Chair, I'd just like to acknowledge again the tragic passing of Professor Brendan Sargent last weekend. He was a very valuable member of our department for many years, one of Australia's great strategic thinkers, a great servant, appeared before this committee on many occasions over many years, and we acknowledge his legacy and his contribution to defence and pass on our deep condolences to his family.
Thank you, Secretary, and for the record, and I'm sure you know, Minister Payne did that, and I echoed her comments yesterday, and so allow me to echo your comments as well on behalf of all members of the committee. Moving to you, Chief, do you have an opening statement?
Chair, other than seconding the Secretary's comments with regard to the passing of Mr Brendan Sargent, no, I do not have an opening statement.
Thank you for that. For the benefit of committee members, I understand that Commander Elliott is only with us until lunchtime, so anybody that wants to ask questions should ensure that they are asked before such time. And I'm also advised that the Deputy Secretary of Estate and Infrastructure will be absent from 1 to 3:30, so no questions will be able to be asked during that time, so they should be asked before or afterwards. I understand that there is a funeral to be attended by that officer. Who's going to bounce the ball first? Senator Kitching, you have the call.
Thank you. I've had some questions about the Future Frigates project. Can I ask you, what are the estimated or planned dates for initial material release and initial operational capability? Ms Lutz.
Cheryl Lutz, First Assistant Secretary, Ships. There are currently no set planned dates for initial material release. The first ship is planned to be delivered, accepted at the end of 2031.
Thank you. The ANAO's 2020-2021 Major Projects Report says initial material release and initial operational capability milestones are expected to be defined by government in 2021 when approval for Batch 1 build is sought. When will the IMR and IOC milestones be established?
The major projects report also stated that in the Secretary's statement that the cut steel date had been delayed till June 24. So when we go into batch 1 contract, so as a consequence, batch 1 contract is not going in place until later. It will not go in place end of 21 as was originally planned.
Is batch 1 build approved?
No.
So there's no estimation on the final material release and the final operational capability? There's no dates as yet?
There are preliminary dates which have been passed through in previous quants, which
So would
in
it-
answer to your questions previously.
So when are those... Sorry?
The ship, as stated
Yes.
out in public, final ship 9, due to be delivered 2044. Delivered, that's not operational to Navy.
Okay, so operational would be...
Operational would be however long it takes after delivery to get operation.
And what's the estimate?
Usually between 1 to 2 years.
So 2046 at the... What's the current estimated cost of the Future Frigates project in outturned dollars?
The current cost is 45.5 billion. That's the budget.
I have some questions about the Ship Acquisition Surface Combatants Engineering Team's report on the frigates program. This is a report revealed by Mr Packham in The Australian earlier this month. The Ship Acquisition Surface Combatants branch is this CASG branch responsible for the Hunter-class frigates program. That's correct?
That's correct.
So the covering minute says the report provides the engineering team's appraisal of the state of the Hunter-class frigate, technical and process issues in support of system definition review exit. Are you able to explain the system definition review process?
Yes, the system definition review follows on from your system requirements review when your high-level requirements are set. The purpose of the review at the end of the review is to determine that you are able to set your functional baseline, so your mission system requirements, which are your performance requirements that you're required to meet, and that you have sufficiently progressed in terms of design to progress to the next stage, which is preliminary design followed by detailed design. That period was commenced in March of 21 and completed for the mission system in November of 21. The system definition review is also overseen by 2 independent chairs, so decisions to progress to the next stage are made by those independent chairs.
And who are the independent chairs?
Sorry?
Who are the independent chairs?
Well, they are appointed. One is appointed from industry and one was appointed from Defence.
And what are their names?
One was Commodore Rob Elliott and I don't know the person from BAE Systems. He was... We'll get that for you.
Thank you. Is someone able to answer that soon?
Commodore Lockie would be able to answer that.
Is Mr Dalton?
We'll get that question.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. The engineering team report sets out several issues with the frigates program. So let's start with ship design. The report raises concerns that the design is complex, changing and uncertain. Will I take from the report that the T26 design is not a mature design? So I'll start there. And is that still evolving at the same time as the Hunter-class design is being modified to accommodate Australian requirements? Can I start with that and then I'll move on to other issues that the report raises?
Yep. So the T26 design, I think we have stated previously that the progress of T26 has been delayed and impacted by COVID, especially when the shipyard was shut down and engineers were working remotely. So access to a lot of their tools and visualisation aspects was difficult. The design has progressed. The first ship is now consolidated. We are tracking the design and we have also started our design separation, commenced October last year, to start transferring the units or the blocks down to Australia so that we progress our design.
Okay, so BAE is struggling to manage the design changes.
BAE have a process where they are managing the design changes, and that is a process that has, that report doesn't actually identify as the risks. It doesn't identify any of the actions or solutions underway or those that have been resolved. That issue has been resolved, and all changes are being tracked very closely.
So there's no problem at all with managing the design changes.
The changes, there's a defined process, and there's a defined process for Type 26 to manage their changes, and for those changes to be incorporated into the Hunter class where required.
There's a high degree of design risk for this project.
There is a high degree of design risk. It's a very complex program.
So other than the BAE is struggling to manage the design changes, which you dispute,
Yes.
the others are pretty accurate paraphrasing of the report.
The others are identifying risks and what ifs. They are not actual events. They are areas that we need to concentrate our resources on with BAE to ensure that those risks are managed to ensure we meet the agreed mission system requirements. So, as you understand, we need to ensure that we're concentrating in the areas that we need to pay attention to, rather than other areas where we're already there's no level of risk, or there's a reduced risk. And there are a whole lot of what ifs. They're very conservative, and that's what we expect our engineers to do, to identify those risks so that we're aware what we need to ensure we're on top of going forward into preliminary design.
On page A14, the engineering report says
Don't have the report.
there are multiple factors complicating the design process used by BAE to achieve a baseline design that provides the capabilities contracted for in the WSRD and will enable successful manufacture in Adelaide. It says also that the T26 reference ship design is still being updated. The degree of change required for the Hunter-class frigates is greater than originally expected, producing a scale of complexity and larger volume of design effort that BAE SMA are struggling to cope with. So why is the degree of design change for the Hunter-class frigates greater than originally expected?
There was a set number of combat system requirements. Obviously, when you, as you know, we've implemented Aegis, Australian Interface, MH60 Romeo, CFAR radio, CFAR radar, and Australian weapons. That you would make a certain level of assumptions when you go into your design as to how you are going to incorporate those changes into an existing design. That some of those assumptions have not been valid, and we've been validating them as we move through the process, the requirements process and the design process. And in some cases, the increase in the Type 26 weight did not help the situation. So we had to manage the Type 26 changes plus incorporate our changes.
So the weight was a problem.
The weight was a problem, yes.
And what's happening with that?
Well, that is now under control, as I've mentioned, with the Type 26. They are going to have all of their design backlog that they need done by middle of this year. And we have already started our design separation. So we have already transferred the first zone, and the next two zones are due to come over in April this year.
Okay. So can I just ask you, in June 2021, you said that as a result of the COVID impact, Type 26 design maturity has not progressed to the level that we were expecting it to be at this stage. That is impacting how we work through our combat system changes that are the mandated government changes to the Type 26. And then you go on to say that the Aegis combat system, the CFAR radar, the MH60 Romeo helicopters, the Australian weapons and the Australian communication systems. Are these the requirements that are causing the design complexity in getting the T26 to the Hunter-class design?
Those requirements have always been there. Like was mentioned there in June last year, the delays mean we need to, with the Type 26, when you have the maturity of that baseline, you can't administer or you can't make changes for your requirements that you need to incorporate until you have a mature baseline. It's got to be stable so that you can then start making your changes. Now, we have been doing that in parallel and making sure we manage that so that there's any limited reducing our rework, but we need to keep on top of that. The Type 26, as I've said, has now matured and we are able to do that zone by zone. And that's what we'll be starting in March this year for the first zone in terms of the preliminary detailed design.
Okay, because March was the date you gave before. Oh no, sorry, you've got there's the yes the. Sorry, it's finished. That's another date. Are there any other requirements that are adding to the issues with design maturity? There anything else?
No, I don't believe
Propulsion
so.
system, weight, combat systems.
Okay, so
Power.
as you work through, obviously we need to take into account what capability we've got on the Type 26, what changes we're putting into for Hunter, what the power requirements are for that, what the cooling requirements are, and the weight and space as to where you fit those into for the Hunter. And that is a process that we are working through. And so at the completion of system design review, we have got all of the equipment included. We're meeting currently the margins are satisfactory to move forward to the next phase of design.
In that report, I mean, it's certainly, I think you can say that the engineering team has formed the view that BAE was struggling to cope with the design changes. Do you agree that that's a reasonable interpretation?
That was the engineering team's assessment, and they have the right, and we asked them to do that assessment.
Yes, so that is accurate,
That is their assessment.
and they're the engineering team.
The engineering team's
So they'd
assessment.
have a pretty good idea. One might
But again, it is identifying the risks and the what-ifs and a pessimistic conservative view to make sure we're looking at the worst case so that we manage and make sure we meet our requirements moving forward in the design.
On page B4, the engineering team report says the Hunter-class frigate's design has not yet reached a stable baseline. The reference ship design is not proven and changing continuously, as shown by the lack of control of the RSD weight and program performance aspects. When do you expect the Hunter-class design to reach a stable baseline?
Well, we've yet to go through preliminary and detailed design. So we have just set our functional baseline, our mission system requirements. The reference ship is now a stable baseline, and we are monitoring whatever the remaining design backlog to ensure that we transfer zone by zone our design, all of the documentation for each zone.
Okay, so what is the engineering team referring to when it says there's a lack of control of the reference ship design weight? Because there's a problem with the weight, isn't there?
Well, the reference ship design weight, it has not changed as far as I'm aware for
So no
a
problem.
period.
So
I
there's
don't
no
know,
problem.
Commodore Lockie.
Senator, Commodore Scott Lockie, Director
Hello.
General Hunter-class
Good
frigate.
morning.
Good morning. The design of the reference ship, the Type 26 reference ship, has stabilised in terms of its weight. As Ms Lutz mentioned, the design of the of the Type 26 will be complete by mid-2022. The early design zones that we are separating and now starting detailed design on have stabilised. And for the Hunter-class frigate, we have reached a functional baseline where all functions that the ship is required to undertake have been confirmed as being capable of being undertaken by our design, and we are now going to commence the detailed design process in March of this year.
So what's happened, so this is about 3 months ago. So what's happened in the last 3 months?
That report stated it was identifying the risks. It did not. It clearly stated it had not identified any actions or solutions that had been undertaken for the brevity of the report.
So
So there are actions already underway that we were tracking with Type 26 from late last year to ensure that the design backlog is down to the level required by middle of this year on Type 26, and that we can transfer each of our blocks that we need transferred or zones at the time planned. So the first ones were transferred October and January this year for Design Zone 5, Design
what was
Zone 1.
October? What was October and what was January?
October and January were the first two engineering design packages were transferred, and that means Zone 5 data is all here. There are 12 zones. Get that right? There are 12 zones in the Hunter. We've transferred one. We are about to transfer the next two in April,
Okay.
and we design by zone.
So this report is...
Sorry, BAE design by
Sorry,
zone.
BAE design. Yeah.
Yes.
So this report is sort of listing potential problems.
Yes.
So that was 3 months ago, and now it's sort of sorted?
No, as I stated, it listed potential problems, but it did not list actions and solutions that were already underway. So
I think it's
ignored
incorrect
those
to
reports.
characterise it as potential problems. That report states the current view of engineering staff as to the state of the vessel design. Okay, please don't try and snow job us. Okay.
That report clearly stated...
I look back at what you've told this committee in June last year, that there were no weight problems.
Senator, I've never said there were no weight
Okay,
problems.
I'll read back what you said.
It was propulsion.
All of the modelling has been done. There is no impact on the propulsion chain. This report says that is not correct. We are still meeting the same performance requirements in terms of range and speed. That report says that is not correct. That tells me you lied to this committee.
Senator Patrick.
No, I'm happy to ground what I've said here. But
Senator Patrick, order, Senator Patrick. I know TV cameras are in here, but
it's not about TV cameras. This is a very serious issue, Chair. Very serious issue.
Senator Molan and Senator Patrick.
I've got more.
Well, I hope you don't have more of those sort of descriptions for
I'm
the
happy to ground it,
witnesses.
Chair. I'm happy to ground it in evidence.
You can use terminology to say that there was unhelpful evidence. It may have even been misleading evidence. But to say that somebody lied is a direct imputation, which I think, on reflection, you yourself, I'm sure that you yourself would withdraw.
On the basis of the evidence that has been provided to this committee in the past, Defence coming along and presenting a ship and saying there are very few problems.
Would you please withdraw the term lie?
No, I'm not going to withdraw that, Chair, and I'm happy to substantiate
Well, in that case, I give the
it.
call to Senator Kitching.
Thank you. So on that point, I mean, it says that, look, let's deal with weight first. So on the issue of weight, am I correct in understanding that the Hunter class will be heavier and has a larger hull shape than the T26 design because of the decisions taken to include additional capabilities?
As declared previously, the Hunter class is around 500 tonnes heavier. That's been stated previously in estimates. And the hull has been broadened so that we can recover some weight margin, in-service weight growth margin.
So you can, just explain that to me. So the weight is going to be, the additional weight is going to be negated slightly by other, is going to be lessened by other factors?
No. The hull has been broadened so that we are able to recover some of the in-service weight growth margin. In other words, you've got a weight margin, which I've stated previously, is 270 tonnes, 3.3%, and that enables you to include future capability changes
Okay, so the engineering team says the extra weight and changes to the hull shape will have operational impacts on the frigates, including slower speeds, noisier propulsion systems, possible impacts on hydrodynamics. Is that a fair paraphrase?
I think there are problems that we obviously need to make sure, or risks that we need to manage going forward. The speed and range will meet the requirements as per the mission system specification that has been agreed.
So in this next phase of designing, they'll be addressed then?
During preliminary design and detailed design, to ensure that we meet the agreed mission system requirements.
On page A3, it says the Hunter-class frigate is substantially heavier than the T26 and has a modified hull form. The additional displacement and drought has materially increased the amount of installed power required to propel the vessel, and this means a corresponding decrease in range. So it's not going to be able to go as far. Is that correct?
That, again, is a risk that has been identified that needs to be managed and worked through.
When's that going to be managed?
Well, we need to ensure that we meet the mission system requirements that have been agreed for different speeds and different ranges at different speeds.
So they've remained the same. They've remained the same.
What's remained the same?
The mission statement.
The mission system requirements.
Mission system requirements have remained the same.
They have just
You're
been-
going. This report identified problems, and then you're going to fix those problems. Is that what you're saying? Because that's not what you said to us really in June 2021.
In June 2021, there was a question about the same performance requirements in terms of range and speed. So we are still required to meet the mission system requirements in terms of range and speed.
There's a difference between...
And there was a question about a lot more noise.
There's a
And
difference
what I
between
said-
meeting the same performance in the future and what this question said, or you said, we are still meeting the same performance requirements in terms of range and speed. There's a report here that says that is not the case.
At the time, that was in June. We have just set the agreed mission system requirements now of what is required to be achieved in November.
But let's go back to your evidence there.
Allow the witness to finish her answer, please.
Thanks, Senator Betts.
So at the time, when we were only 2 months into the system definition review, there had been modelling done, and there had been modelling done indicating that there was no impact on speed and range. So what I was quoting...
This report
Can I-
actually says...
Okay.
Allow the
This
witness to
report actually-
finish.
Senator
Can I-
Patrick.
Senator Patrick,
since
allow
then-
the witness to finish.
The report was done in November. This was in early June. So we were 2 months into the system definition review, and the initial modelling and work that had been done had demonstrated that. Since then, there have been 9 deep dives conducted over the system definition review to look at different areas of the modelling and what will be achieved and what is possible and what we need to achieve to meet the capability requirements. That mission system specification has just been set end of November last year.
But what's the basic conclusion? Can you meet it now?
We will meet the mission system requirements as agreed at the end of last year.
November, yeah.
In November last year. We need to progress the design to ensure they are met.
But going to the evidence
And we
you
need to-
provided the
Sorry,
committee on that
Sorry,
day...
the evidence is valid at the time in June, as I said.
there were weight margin reports that you had received prior
Sorry,
to that.
I had already
It's okay.
declared previously in Senate estimates.
You presented
here,
to this
weight
committee...
margin-
Allow the
Okay,
witness
okay,
to
situation
finish.
where-
Senator Patrick.
Senator Betts.
I don't
if
like
you
being
cannot allow
snow-jobbed,
the
okay?
witness to finish, I will give the call to somebody else.
I
Now,
have-
allow Ms Lutz to continue.
I have previously declared the change in weight and also the change in in-service weight growth margin. The change in weight was stated as the light ship weight was 8,200 tonnes. I think you asked me that question, Senator, and that is in previous handsets. I have not, and also that we were around 10,000 tonnes at full displacement. That was declared and stated to you previously. That has not been hidden, that the weight has
But both
increased.
Senator Wong and myself both then went to, you've got a heavier ship, that places greater load on the propulsion system, it causes greater acoustic signatures.
Yes.
And basically, you said that everything is okay,
So-
and
no,
it was
Senator,
not.
Senator, at that time, the initial modelling had shown that we were going to meet the same speed and range at the top level. Detailed modelling has now been done. We've done the 9 deep dives. That was June. That was 2 months into system definition review. We've now progressed 6 months later, done all of the modelling and the detailed analysis, and now understand what the mission system requirements are, and we have set those mission system requirements.
I'm not talking about the future, I'm talking about what the present
But
assessment
I've just
was.
explained, Senator, that the modelling at the time, 2 months into system definition review, showed that. Now we have moved on.
So the regular
Senator
margin
Patrick,
review
I think you're living
meetings-
very dangerously. I think you're annoying two women, Ms Lutch and Senator
Right, okay.
Kitching,
I'll find-
and Senator Kitching, who actually has the call
Okay.
and has indicated to me she would like the call back. and
Now, could I ask?
I know which side I'd prefer to be on.
Could I ask Ms Lutz, when were the 9 deep dives done? What are the dates of those?
They started in, I don't know, do you have those dates? They started in March and went through to...
March 21.
Yeah.
2021, and they were completed by October of 2021.
Okay. So they were done, and then this report was written? Okay. Can I just ask, so the weight increase has had an effect or will have an effect on the amount of installed power that's required?
There is overall electric power, and you might have, there's overall electric power, and then there's conditioned power. So you need the conditioned power to run a lot of the equipment, and the electric power to run the ship and the other hotel services and that sort of thing.
So currently, my understanding is that you can't have the propulsion and the radar systems working at the same time because the propulsion
Senator,
system is requiring more power.
That is not correct. This vessel is an electromagnetic drive propulsion system, which means electric motors propel the ship. The diesel generators provide the electric production that allow the motors to propel the ship. The diesel generators also provide the power that provides combat system, hotel services such as heating, cooling and electrical power for your accommodation spaces. The nature of the ship design means that there will always be a management between propulsive power and combat system power.
So when you say there'll always be, what will be required is a management between
There'll be a command decision.
combat systems and propulsion. But what if you need both? What if you need to move, and what if you need to have combat systems at the same time and you don't have sufficient power? That's what this report says.
We also have a gas turbine, which is a direct drive to the propulsion train that's used to achieve higher speeds. Those higher speeds would be achieved in different circumstances, and I'm not a warfare officer, so I would not want to be answering any further questions from a warfare, a ship fighting
Is there a
perspective.
warfare officer here? Mr Dalton.
Deputy Secretary, National Naval Shipbuilding. I'd just like to emphasise that it's never an either-or. So the power management system is a sliding scale, and what we're talking about is where that sliding scale happens in the centre. So there will always be enough power to direct to propulsion and combat systems. It's a matter of a sliding scale. Do you prioritise one to go 2 knots faster and maybe have slightly
What
less
if you need
power
both? What if you're in a conflict situation and you need propulsion to move the ship
You turn
and
on-
you need the combat systems
you turn on
to
the
attack
gas-
the enemy?
You turn on the gas turbine and you go faster, Senator.
Just to clarify, there's redundancy in the system, is that correct?
Well, is a gas turbine redundancy, or well, it's not really, because you'll need it into the propulsion system.
go-
So it's not a redundancy, it's actually the power that's needed to move the ship. while you're using the combat system.
And as you know, that changes the operational profile of the ship, including the noise signature of the vessel. So,
Well, and
Because it'll be
that's
noisy
absolutely
while
correct,
it's-
Senator.
yeah.
If you need to go fast, you are going to make more noise underwater. As a combat system person, we all
I
understand that.
think we have
Admiral
somebody
McNoonan.
coming to the table that might be able to assist.
Good morning, Senator. Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy.
Good morning.
With respect to your question in terms of redundancy, the configuration of the Hunter-class frigate and most of our warships enable us to have a number of different modes for different scenarios. And in the case of our Anzac frigates, for example, we would normally operate with the gas turbine in a heightened state of readiness, but if we were transiting in a normal mode, we would use the diesel engines. So what is being described here is that the gas turbine is an alternate propulsion source as opposed to a redundant source that would be used in a higher state of readiness for high speed, high manoeuvrability, but it is not as economical as operating in one of the other modes.
So just, pretend I know nothing about how ships operate, which wouldn't be hard to do. So you're going to use, if you're in, let's say, a conflict situation, you're going to need to move and you're going to need combat systems. But what you're saying is the gas turbine system is going to come in to move the ship in those scenarios.
In addition to the power generation that would be used for the combat system.
So you're saying there is sufficient power. That's not what this report says, though. This report says there's not sufficient power to propel and to use combat systems.
Well, I would need to look at the scenario in which the report has been written in terms of what combat capability would be online at the time, because I am confident that in terms of the statement of requirements for the ship, that it meets the requirements that Navy has laid down in terms of the combat capability and the ship to meet it with the available power sources that can be configured to achieve that.
So there's been no change there's been no, let's say, no downgrading to speed and range since June last year? Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding, Senator, yes.
So the mission system requirements have not been downgraded?
That's my understanding,
Ms.
Senator,
Lutz? I thank you, Admiral Noonan. I take
The
Ms.
mission,
Lutz.
the mission system requirements obviously refer back to the reference ship design. So what the reference ship design achieves, plus the deltas for the changes that we have included for the combat system.
So
Sorry?
let's look at the combat system. So you've made some changes. Did you say you've made changes to the combat system requirement?
The combat system, no. The mission system requirements, the base for those are the reference ship design, but they do consider the changes that have been made for the Australian changes for the combat system when setting the Hunter-class mission system requirements.
So you've added requirements and you're saying that hasn't changed the mission system requirements?
We have just agreed the mission system requirements in November last year.
And took into account the changes that you required, the defence required?
Yeah, we took into account the Australian changes plus what the reference ship design is expected to achieve.
So in June last year, you had a different understanding of what the system, the mission system requirements would be?
In June last year, we hadn't set the mission system requirements. We have very high level requirements and we didn't have the details of, as we've mentioned, the Type 26 has matured and those requirements and what they can achieve, we have more details on.
Has it matured? So, I mean, this is sort of 4 years in and requirements are still...
But that's the whole idea of the system definition review, as was originally planned, in November to be completed November 20. We've declared that that was a year late, and it was completed in November 21.
So when did you have the design? So there was never a mature design until November last year. Is that correct?
A mature design.
Well, a design
we're about to go in to conduct our
So that'll be
preliminary
5
and
years.
detailed design now.
So Senator Kitching, as we heard earlier, in terms of the delays around the maturity of the design of the Type 26 and the...
Well, in fact, what we heard last June, Senator,
Senator-
was that, in fact, it was a result of the COVID impact. But now we're hearing that there, in fact, were other changes made.
No, Senator Kitching,
Well,
you've heard
I mean,
in
I'm
terms
happy-
of the Type 26...
I'm happy to table the Hansard.
Senator Kitching, what you've heard this morning is in terms of the Type 26, the standard design there being finalised by mid-2022, and that zones for that have been stabilised in part already, and that those transfers, as I understand it, are occurring, that are now enabling Defence to work through, in terms of the Hunter class, how they now go through the finalisation of the design elements for Hunter, building off of that Type 26 platform.
So can I ask, just to be very clear, have requirements for the ship's range and speed been downgraded since June last year?
We had high-level requirements last year.
It's a yes or no.
They are set in accordance with reference to what the reference
So I'm going to
ship
take
design
that as a
would achieve.
yes. Yes, there has been a downgrading.
They are set in accordance with
Yes.
what the reference ship design would
Just be
achieve.
upfront with the committee, Ms Lutz. She asked a very simple question, and you just...
I'm happy to say it again. I'm happy to ask the question again.
Senator, can
Yes.
I just, as Tony Dalton, Deputy Secretary National, can I just help explain some of these very, very complex issues? So in 2016, the government approved first pass for the Future Frigate program. That said, we want to build on a reference ship and we want to have these Australian changes in it. In 2018, government provided second pass approval where we selected the Type 26 as the reference ship design, and as Ms Lutz has said, that was contracted with BAE Systems, and that Type 26 design was going to be modified to create the Hunter class frigate, and it would include the CFAR radar, the Aegis combat system, Australian communication system, Australian weapon system, and the Australian helicopter, and some, if we need to make legislative...
And the comm system.
I think I said the comm system, but any other changes that we might need to make to the ship to comply with Australian legislative requirements, Work Health and Safety, Environmental Protection Act, those kinds of things. They have not changed. So those principal things have not changed. What we did, though, in terms of coming to a contract to deliver it, was we have said that we will use the specifications for the Type 26. So the requirements that the Type 26 have to meet is what the Hunter has to meet, except where we have to modify those requirements because of those changes, those high-level changes we've just talked about. So in essence, the mission system requirement is a derived requirement.
And when were those changes, those high-level changes, known? I mean, were they known 4 years ago?
2016.
So 4 years ago.
And in 2018...
And it's taken 4 years.
No, in 2018, that's what we've contracted. So the design work didn't start until 2019 because the contract was in December. So that activity has been ongoing since then. And what the complexity here is, we're using derived mission standards. So that's whatever the Type 26 achieves is what BAE are contracted to achieve for Hunter. Now, some of that we won't know until the first Type 26 is in the water, and we will have a specification or a target or a contracted deliverable that is derived from what's achieved by Type 26, and where we have to, we will make some adjustments to those derived requirements to compensate for those changes that we have made to our ship. We always knew right from the very beginning that our ship would be about 500 tonnes heavier than a Type 26. We knew that right from the beginning. And right now our ship is about 500 tonnes heavier than a Type 26. That is still in the design margins. And what we're doing is we're moving through a very structured system engineering design process where we've just come out of systems definition review. Systems definition review sets the functional baseline for the Hunter class. So as Commodore Lockie was explaining, at that point we know that every box that we want to put inside the Hunter class frigate fits in. We know that the power margins, the cooling margins are all available to go into the next design phase, or we wouldn't have passed systems definition review.
So can I ask, were the performance requirements set before you selected the ship?
There were what we did in that evaluation process, so the future frigate evaluation process.
But this is before BAE. So
the competitive evaluation
2016?
process. So on that process from 2016 to 2018, we had 3 international ship designers, and we went through a competitive evaluation process that looked at it. And we compared each of those 3 international designers' offerings against 23 high-level capability requirements, and they have not changed.
So the performance requirements were
Those
set.
23 high-level
They were set
capability-
before you went to BAE.
Indeed.
Could I?
I'm just finding it very, very difficult, and I'm sure all of us are, to follow the detail of it. I wonder if the Chief, what concerns me, Chief, is the big picture. Are you still confident in how this is going and what it will produce in the end? Because in the end, that's the bottom line. We're going to wrap ourselves around the axle, and these good people are going to do their work, and we're going to try and get a gotcha at some stage. But can you just give us an idea of, when you're responsible ultimately for this, can you just express your level of confidence in the machine?
Thanks very much, Senator. Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy. Yes, I am confident in the capability that this ship will deliver. I am the chair of a capability management board that sits along with Mr Dalton and with the Vice Chief and with members of industry who regularly review not just the high-level requirements but the progress against the schedule and any considerations that we might need to look at as the design and the work around this frigate evolves. So issues around weight margins, issues around power, issues around effects of design are all reviewed through this steering group, and I remain very confident that all elements of the enterprise are working extremely well together to deliver a well-designed and what will be a well-built ship that meets the requirements of our Navy into the future.
Thanks, Admiral. Thank you. Sorry.
Could I ask some... So are the speed and range worse? Are the acoustics worse? I think Senator Patrick had another word for that, the noise signature. But are these... So currently, are they... were you expecting those issues around speed and range, power, noise signature?
I think, Senator, we go back to that issue that we're working from a reference ship design, and our contract with BAE says that you must achieve with the Hunter class frigate the same as the Type 26, modified where we have to for the changes that we've made to our design. So the top speed of the Hunter class frigate contractually will be the top speed of the Type 26. Now, we don't know right now what that is. We know what BAE are predicting, and when they put the first ship in the water, we will have an understanding of exactly what that is. And BAE are contractually obliged that the Hunter class frigate do it. And by the way, the contract has remedies in it to ensure they achieve it. So
you mean penalty clauses?
No, I don't think we talk about penalties, Senator. We like to talk about incentives and remedies, but there are significant incentives and remedies in the contract to ensure that BAE focus on delivering those outcomes for us. But it is a derived requirement from the Type 26. So when we see what the Type 26 top speed is, we will be able to hold BAE accountable to deliver the Hunter class frigate to achieve the same top speed.
So you know what the top speed of the Type 26 is?
We have an understanding of what the Royal Navy expect that to be with BAE for the Type 26.
But you don't know whether this ship will be able to go at that speed, and you won't know that until when?
Well, we won't know that until the first Type 26 is in the
When's
water.
that?
Well, it gets launched, I think, at the end of this year.
End of
Won't
this
do
year,
sea
okay.
trials until 2027.
2027. Okay. So can I put some things to you? If you use the radar, does that take a lot of energy so the vessel is going to go slower?
Senator, the CFAR radar is the jewel in the crown of Australian ingenuity. And it's designed here in Canberra by CEA, and the chief engineer in CEA, Ian Crozer, is a national treasure.
So does that mean that? Does it take a lot of?
Sorry, Senator Kitching.
Does it take a lot
Mr.
of
Dalton
energy?
moves on from the endorsement of the product.
Yes.
His radar is extraordinarily flexible and can work over a very wide band of power requirements.
So
and
it will work.
it depends on the operational circumstances as to how much power you direct to the radar.
I think,
No,
Senator, if I can help, we currently have the CFAR radar fitted to the Anzac class frigate. When we turn that radar on, the ship does not go slower.
okay, so it can, because as Mr. Dalton says, it can work over a wide range of energy.
it can use
energy
its power requirements vary depending on what mode you want to operate the radar in. So you don't
So
necessarily.
what if you? So I'm going to say that if we're on this and we're going from Melbourne to Sydney, that would be a lovely thing to do. But so I'm going to take that everything's going to work beautifully. But if it was in a conflict scenario, so I'm going to worst case scenario, does using the radar require a lot of energy in that circumstance? And that means the vessel will go more slowly.
Senator, I might try and help again, Vice Admiral Noonan. Again, it will depend very much on the scenario that the ship is operating in.
So conflict scenario.
In a conflict scenario where we might be fighting submarines, we may not even have the radar on, for example. In a high air threat environment, we will have the radar on, and there'll be other systems that we have turned off. It would be almost unthinkable, given the number of systems and redundancy in the ship, to have every single power source turned on simultaneously, in that would be counterintuitive to the fighting posture of the ship. So I think the suggestion that the ship would be slower as a result of turning on the radar is very, very difficult to quantify in an absolute term. But if you were to stress test every electrical and mechanical system on the ship simultaneously, there is potentially effect on speed. There is a potentially effect on electrical distribution to other systems at the same time. But given the multitude of configurations that you would be managing in a conflict situation, I would think it'd be most unlikely that using the radar in an operational conflict situation would have an adverse effect on the speed and manoeuvrability of the ship.
Yeah, and that would only apply when the ship's in electric drive.
And we've got a gas turbine that's going to come in. Okay, so if you add more propulsion, will that add more noise?
Well, again, Senator, it comes down to a tactical situation.
So conflict?
So if you're looking for submarines, you tend to do that at a slower speed where your underwater radiated noise is quiet. If you are trying to go forward quickly to engage with adversary surface combatants or in an adversary airspace scenario, you're not as worried about how much noise you put into the water, and you turn on the gas turbine and you go faster.
Okay, so, and tell me if I'm wrong, if the ship is moving more quickly, you'll burn more fuel, and that in effect will affect range?
Yes, it will, Senator.
Is that a problem?
It depends, Senator.
Is that something that's going to be fixed in this next design phase, or is it something that can't be addressed?
Well, Sorry, Senator. It will depend very much on how long you operate the gas turbine at high speed, as to what effect that will have on the fuel and capacity of the ship. Hence, we have 2 new auxiliary oil refuelers in our fleet, and we could refuel one of our frigates every day if necessary, if they were operating as part of a task group. So, hence, when I say it depends very much where you are, what you're doing, who you're operating with, and how long you're doing it for.
But Senator, I mean, I'm not an engineer, but it's a fairly obvious statement that with any engine or turbine, you operate it at maximum capacity, it uses more fuel.
But I'm not talking about a car, Senator. I'm
No.
talking about a ship,
Sure.
a very expensive ship
the
in
same-
a conflict scenario. And so
to
I'm
your question, though,
testing.
if you run at maximum capacity on these
I'm
things,
happy
they
to
will
give
use
you a
more
copy
fuel.
of this engineering report, and you'll see that there are issues that are raised in it, and that's what I'm exploring.
And indeed, and
And
officials
so
have been
can-
very responsive to your questions.
I think Defence is always responsive. So could I add that, so I was going to ask you about if you added fuel tanks, that would add weight, but you don't need to do that
That's correct,
because
Senator.
you've got the refuelling.
Exactly, and it would be most unusual, even in a conflict situation, to be running the gas turbine at full power for an extended period.
And Senator, just to reinforce that discussion from before, the range and endurance requirements are derived requirements. So what the Type 26 achieves, BAE are on the hook to deliver for Hunter for us.
Yeah, but you've had other things that are been on the books for delivery, like, for example, the battle management system. You've had the submarine escape and rescue system. You've had the MRH 90s. All of these systems have been contracted for delivery, but you get to the end and they fall over, the taxpayer loses a whole bunch of money, and we don't have the capability that we want. So, you know, whilst you may have a legal document that says you must meet those requirements, I think everyone understands that you can't mitigate the risk simply through a contract.
Oh, well, look, and we understand that as well, Senator. Right now, Defence has over 170 major projects in flight.
I just
right
don't
now.
like the idea that you are hinging all of this on a contract, when in actual fact, I can run through more if you like of instances where Defence has entered into a contract and ultimately, you know, we're going to talk about sea sprites, a whole range of different things, where the contract hasn't saved us.
Oh, look, and Senator, my point around the contract is to illustrate to Senator Kitching's point that the specifications that we have are derived specifications.
Sure.
So, you know, we don't have a number for some of these things in the contract because it's a derived specification. We fully understand how we need to manage these projects successfully, and we need to do that as a strategic partner with our contractor. So it's, you know, we are working collaboratively with BAE through these issues and risks as they arise through a structured engineering process. And this, as you know, Senator, you've worked in project management before. You know how these complex projects need to be managed through a structured process, and we have a very collaborative
I was just going to
relationship
Senator
with BAE.
Kitching's remark, expressing a concern about this report and moving forward, and suggesting that the right answer is not focusing on the contract, because that hasn't saved us in the past. The right focus is to look at the solutions to these issues.
And Senator, that absolutely music to my ear. That's exactly what we're doing. And one of the issues with this particular document and its unfortunate arrival in the public space is that it's been taken out of context. In as much as the document itself says that this is focusing a point in time on these issues, and I want my engineers to be pessimistic. I want them to test with the designers all of these
I don't think they're
assumptions.
pessimistic. I think they're accurate.
I think
they're describing accurately what the situation
I think they're being
is.
pessimistic.
You want them, when they're looking at risks, to look at all of the risks.
But I also think I would draw your attention to the actual words in the front of it, which says this is a snapshot of the issues at a point in time. The actions and solutions that are underway through appropriate engineering forums are not mentioned in this document for the sake of brevity. So you've got one little slice of the story, And there's all these other slices of the stories that admittedly in that document they don't cover. So the actions and solutions that are part of the engineering design process that we're moving our way through very meticulously are actually in place. And this is what the government expects us to do, and this is what we do every day at work. We work through these processes, we manage these risks. We have been very upfront to say right from the very beginning that the Hunter-class frigate program is a high-risk program. We are doing challenging things and we will run into issues, and we will work together with our contractor to resolve those issues. And I would add that we're doing it in the middle of a once-in-a-100-year pandemic that shut down the design office in Scottsdale in Scotland.
That's a time issue, okay?
Well, yeah, but it adds to the complexity of the process, Senator. And I think you've got to balance that complexity against what we're actually trying to achieve.
I'm on A7 I'm in A7 in paragraph C, which is titled Speed, Range and Endurance. It says, the increase in weight, electrical power consumption from all users and resistance has had a negative impact on the speed and range of HCF, with a decrease in range reported at all relevant speeds in the periodic quarterly margins review. Then it goes on to talk about increased fuel consumption and what that does when you have, this is exacerbated by the considerable peak electrical load demand of the CFAR radar, etc. So in terms of the questions that I asked before, what do you say, and yes, engineers, being pessimistic, but what do you say about that paragraph? And I'm happy to give you a copy. If
I've seen it, Senator.
But, and, for your reference now, but if you don't have it in front of you. But so what do you say to that?
Well, I mean, I say to that, at this point in the design, they are absolute risks that we need to concentrate on. But these very same engineers who raised this assessment report, which is an internal management report, who raised it, contributed to systems definition review. And we have exited systems definition review. So if we were, and part of that was, are the power margins sufficient? So for this particular point in the design process, the engineers have assessed that the power margins are sufficient for us to progress to the next design phase. And that is exactly what we have done. So we have moved through the system definition review. There were 11 major actions that we needed to close before we finally exited. 9 of them are closed. The final 2 will be closed this week or next week. And that will allow us to issue the exit certificate to BAE for systems definition review. Those very engineers who drafted that assessment contributed to systems definition review. And we are now moving into the next design phase, which is following that structured process that I've talked about, that will lead to preliminary design review in 2023.
So you would say this is an important report?
I would say that this is part of a raft of internal management reports that we review to manage our risk as we move through the design phase.
So you're managing risk. So it's important.
Absolutely, and we've never shied away from that, Senator. This is a high-risk program, and we are managing those risks through a structured design process.
So would you agree with the Minister when he says the exit review is just a low-level report?
Well, it's not a report. It's an internal engineering.
I'm quoting low-level report where his words.
It's an internal engineering assessment. It's one of a raft.
You just said it's important.
It fits into a range of documents that contribute to. In fact, it's not even one of the formal documents that contributed to the exit of systems definition review. So in that sense, it is a lower-level internal review.
Do you agree with the Minister when he said that these claims are exaggerated?
Well, Senator Kitching, I think you've heard in terms of the context of what this review is, and the fact that the review itself is caveated up front in terms of what it contains and what it assesses, in terms of it assesses all of the risks. It doesn't assess the mitigations and the work underway in relation to the mitigations. So in terms of some of the public presentation of this review and its work, yes, that public presentation has been exaggerated because it doesn't assess the mitigations.
So the Minister's also said there's no plan B for these ships.
Senator,
What alternative platforms has Defence explored to bridge any capability gap?
We haven't, Senator.
So no, there really is no plan B.
We haven't been asked to look at a plan B yet, Senator.
Do you think you should look at a plan? Would you normally look at a plan B?
Senator, I think the Minister was asked that in the context of decisions that have been made in relation to submarines and whether it was potential that a similar decision would be undertaken. The Minister's been clear that we are committed to the delivery of the Hunter class.
We no longer have a 10-year warning of conflict. We don't have that anymore. So what are we going to do while we're waiting for these boats?
Well, Senator, our government has progressed through the process in relation to shipbuilding procurement decisions, done so having inherited an environment where there was an absence of such decisions. These are complicated projects, as Senator Ayres and I had an exchange earlier in the week. These are always complicated projects in terms of their delivery. You can date right back to the Collins class, and it was a very complicated project with many challenges,
and attack class,
many delays.
So complicated we're getting something else.
Well, no, Senator Kitching, that was a question of capability.
Could I ask what thresholds would need to be I'll ask Mr Dalton perhaps. What thresholds would need to be reached for this to become a project of concern?
We are doing some work around thresholds to standardise how we bring projects on and off the projects of concern list. I think from my perspective, if we were to experience further delay, we would absolutely be looking at declaring this as discussing with government about adding this project to the projects of concerns list.
I think, Senator, this is a project of significant scale, significant complexity, and will throughout its delivery
that won't stop it being on the project of concerns
list. Will throughout its delivery program be a project of
there are many
significant
projects of
scrutiny
complexity
and
on the
interest.
projects of concern list.
Sure.
Mr. Dalton,
point I'm making there, Senator Kitching,
Mr.
is
Dalton,
this project's going to receive plenty of scrutiny at every step of the way from all levels of government and indeed from all levels of public.
Mr. Dalton,
I think proactively you could see that we put Hunter onto the projects of interest list very early in the process, largely because we knew that that this was a high risk program and there were a number of risks that we would have to manage, and it does get a lot of scrutiny.
Mr. Dalton, the Defence has given evidence to the JCPAA that the criteria for going on and off projects of concern has been concluded. In fact, they've provided that criteria to the JCPAA. Senator Kitching's asked the question, on what basis do you say that that's not finalised, that you're still working through that?
Senator, if I've misled or misspoken there, I'll withdraw that. My understanding, and I'm not dealing with managing that part of the organisation.
Well, the Secretary
Mr.
provided
Fraser,
that to the JCPAA.
Mr. Fraser is more intimately involved in that, and I'm sure if you would like the detail on that, we can get Mr. Fraser to give you the absolute correct answer.
I was just concerned that Senator Kitching asked a question and then you threw this piece of information, which I don't believe is correct, on the basis of evidence that's been provided to the JCPAA.
Well, Mr. Dalton's addressed that, Senator
Thank
Patrick.
But we do always like to hear from Mr Fraser.
I'm sure he would love to come.
We've got lots of time today, Senator.
Could I go? I'm going to be very generous and give some time to Senator Patrick.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, actually, you go and then I'll see you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Just for committee members, at 10:20 we will be moving to Senator Roberts.
Thank you. So my frustration is, in terms of this SHIP program, and this report is quite revealing. It is a point-in-time report, but it paints a picture of technical problems with the ship. And I agree that we need to have a dialogue, and it's the role of this committee to work and talk through these things about these issues. In the past, when raising these issues about weight margins, about speed and about range, these issues were dismissed, and that doesn't allow us to get to the conversation I'd like to have now, which is to say, this report says there are weight, margin issues. We know that, and that has some flow-on effects into the future. That was dismissed as not an issue last time around. This report makes it very clear that in the future, that leaves us with real technical challenges. This report talks about weight and margin. And going to what the Chief of Navy said before, if I look at para A10 of this report, on page A10, the overall power demand of the HES still exceeds its generating capacity, particularly in a State 1 condition while operating under electric propulsion, and it is exacerbated in tropical and Antarctic environmental conditions. This means that the available power will need to be carefully managed in this state, necessitating development and a product change to modify the existing power and propulsion management system algorithms, considering this increased power demand. The modifications will see ship staff able to prioritise the power allocation of the CFAR radar or the propulsion system, depending on operational ship requirements. As you reduce all of the margins, and you have situations where, without the GT running, there are choices that need to be made. It does make it more operationally complex for the crew. I come from the Collins, from having served on HMAS Collins, where we spent most of our time fighting the defects instead of fighting the enemy. And it complicates the operation of the ship when you've got less margin. That's a fair assessment, isn't it, Commodore? Or you're both ex-Navy, so.
Well, I'm certainly a former naval officer,
Sure.
Senator. But the way the control system that will come with the ship will allow the ship's crew to manage it. And that paragraph that you have just read out talks about in one of those modes, in electric drive mode.
Sure.
So it's not limiting the top speed of the ship.
I'm just saying that the less the margins on all of this, the more complex it is in terms of the ship, the crew juggling the capability. In extremis, we'd love the crew to be able to have everything switched on. Having a failure on some damage on the ship and have the whole thing still operating. That's what everyone would love. In reality, it's never like that. I want to go to the issue of weight, and which then talks about speed. If you have a heavier vessel, and this is what Senator Wong was alluding to, you have a heavier vessel. It takes more to push it through the water. You can reach a point where it reduces the speed, increases the fuel consumption, increases the acoustic signature. The report raises those issues. Now, to get past the system design review process, you presumably have a remedy for these. Either the remedy is to reduce the speed requirement, or to reduce the range requirement, or alternatively there's some way in which you have technically overcome the limitation. What have you done between when this report was written and now that the issues is solved? And I'll just go very quickly, very specific question.
Yes.
Have we reduced either the speed or the range, or modified the acoustic signature to be of a lesser performance than was originally planned?
Senator, can I just say that we've learnt lessons from Type 26 design and construction. It's been identified that the thrust block needed to be increased in size to accommodate forces in Canada at high speed and or manoeuvring. And that change is going to be included into the Type 26 and the Hunter class frigate.
Okay, so there's going to be a change in thrust block? Yep, okay, so that reduces the stress. The thrust block won't necessarily give you more power. So I understand why we might want to change that. What have we done in terms of making sure that, I presume we haven't done anything to reduce the weight of the ship?
Well, We are continually trying to reduce the weight, obviously, because of the small.
But to get past the points, I'm trying to
Yeah.
be really specific about this. To get from the point we are with this report to the point where you've passed your SDR, we're satisfied to move on. What was the remedy associated with this? Has there been a weight decrease identified in your analysis to get past?
We have, throughout this, we have a set weight, but we have what we call opportunities, design margins, and that we're
Sure.
looking at trying to reduce.
I'm not
or-
talking about looking at, I'm talking about what got you across the line at the SDR.
Yeah.
Something must have changed to get you across the line at the SDR. Could have been a weight requirement, you found some weight savings, could have been you found extra power. What got you across the line from this report, from the problems identified in this report?
Senator Commodore Lockie, achieving an exit from the SDR made the assessment that the weight margin was acceptable to proceed into the next stage of design. If the weight margin was not acceptable, we would not have achieved an exit from the SDR. What the engineering team report does for us says that this is a risk that exists. This is a risk that we cannot take our eye off. This is a risk that we are going to have to be aware of as we move into the next stage of the design. And if we've got an option to reduce weight by a purchased system, reduce weight by an improved welding technique, reduce weight by reduction in the battery weight for an uninterrupted power supply, for example, we must take those opportunities because weight is one of the risk areas.
Sure, but I'm talking about actuals. I've been a project manager and I've also been in the Navy, okay? So as a project manager, you've identified a risk and before you proceed any further, you will have a risk mitigation. And that won't be, let's think about how to solve the problem. You shouldn't advance until you've got a number of solutions on the table. You know, you'll have a primary solution, perhaps a fallback solution, and that's what I'm trying to get to here.
And Senator, I just outlined a number of the potential
and you did
solutions
there.
that we can take
And so
in
that-
addressing the weight margins.
And they are the things that have been identified at SDR to do that?
They are a number of things that have been identified, and the engineering team on the Commonwealth side will be working with the BAE engineering team to hone in on that element of risk as we proceed into detailed design, to not take our eye off it, to not accept slag in a welding process, to not accept a product that is acquired from a provider that exceeds the weight limit that has been placed through the technical engineering specification for that product.
And in terms of if you don't get the weight down, what's the remedy in terms of speed? So, again, no one's changed the speed requirement for the vessels. Let's say I know these are classified, but let's say that the speed was 28 knots going into the contract. Has the top speed been reduced in terms of the contract? Has the range been?
As Mr Dalton has
decreased?
answered previously, Senator, the speed requirement is that the Hunter-class frigate must meet the same top speed as the Type 26 reference ship design.
But that doesn't make any sense. Normally you start with an operational requirement that, so the whole thing's driven from an operational requirement, which someone would have sat down and said, we need a ship that can do this speed, that can do, fire this many missiles.
Senator, that in an ideal world, that's the way we would do it if we were starting with a clean sheet of paper. We are not starting with a clean sheet of paper. So we looked at 3 reference ship designs, and part of that process we set 23 high-level requirements, and we assessed each of those 3 designs against those 23 high-level requirements. So we are in effect accepting what the reference ship requirement was.
And that may include a decrease.
And that may, Senator.
And has the assessment thus far been that there will be a decrease? Or you're waiting to see what happens with the first Type 26?
We're waiting to see what happens with the first Type 26.
Because everyone keeps saying we're going to have this regionally superior capability, but in actual fact, it's out of your hands really. And because of the way in which the contract's written, I accept that's a way to mitigate cost, is to not set a hard requirement, and maybe the difference between 29 knots and 28 knots is not operationally significant. I don't really know that. So I accept the approach you're taking, but again, have the honest conversation with us so we understand what's going on. I think my time's expired, Chair, so...
It has. I call Senator Roberts, who has kindly indicated to me he has a bracket of questions on submarines and one on data security. So if possibly submarines can come first.
That would be me, Chair.
Yep, that's what I was suggesting to Senator Roberts, that somebody was already at the table, and whoever is involved in data security, if they're upstairs, if they can make their way downstairs, please. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. We're pleased that the government has at last listened to and cancelled the submarine contract. What was the cost to Australia as a result of cancellation of the French submarine contract?
Now, Senator Roberts, the expenditure to date on the attack class submarine program was $2.4 billion. We're in a process of negotiating with the two prime contracts, Naval Group and Lockheed Martin Australia, the transition out of those contracts. That they're sensitive negotiations. You'll understand that we don't want to talk about how that might play out in terms of dollar figures.
Sometimes I might argue, but not then. What progress has been made in determining the future of naval defence procurement of submarines and other hardware options?
In what
How can we
sense?
make sure this doesn't happen again?
Senator Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Power Submarine Task Force, and I've been empowered to deliver nuclear powered submarine capability for the Australian Government for Australia. So since the 16th of September 2021, the task force, working with other government departments and working with our US and UK partners, have made excellent progress in order to get to an important milestone in beginning of 2023 so that we can identify the optimal pathway for Australia to acquire these nuclear powered submarines. And I would just like to sort of emphasise that the pathway is more than just the actual platform. The platform is something that we can readily identify.
Excuse me, platform being the boat itself?
Correct, the actual submarine itself there, Senator. But first and foremost, we need to satisfy a number of prerequisites, and I can't emphasise this enough. The safety and the security aspects associated with anything nuclear, but particularly nuclear-powered submarines, need to be recognised with every aspect of the program. And you, Senator, the Australian public would absolutely expect that the department and the government would keep safety and security at the top of our requirements. So we're working with our US and UK partners. There is a very significant series of delegations that are in Australia right now, a combined US and UK teams. There are 3 specific delegations that are in Australia, 2 right now. They've been in Canberra talking to defence officials, obviously talking to the task force, talking to other government departments. They have gone down to Melbourne, they've gone down to Adelaide and had significant discussions with ASC, ANI, they've looked at the shipyards, they're talking to workers down there. There is another delegation from the US and UK that have just arrived, and late next week there'll be an even more senior delegation where I will take them down to Adelaide and I will host what's called a joint steering group. That is a key decision body, a recommending body that assesses the risks and the progress of what we're working on. This will be the 3rd such steering group. I went to Washington in December of last year where we had the first joint steering group. We did a virtual one in January of this year. I said I'll host the 3rd one in late February. We are making very good progress. There are a number of key areas that we are working on right now. I'll put the platform aside, but these absolutely support the platform itself. We are working on strategy and legal aspects. And we're working on education, training, opportunities, the workforce. So you'll know we've identified a scholarship program, 300 scholarships over the next 5 years. We're sending people, as I speak, Australian Navy officers to University of New South Wales to do nuclear engineering degrees, nuclear science degrees. We're sending people overseas to do degrees at MIT. We've got a scholarship program within the Department of Defence. We've got a scholarship program with STEM for
All right,
cadets.
what aren't you doing?
So I welcome your comments about safety. As far as I know, the nuclear-powered submarines have been around for decades. So, and coming from the Americans and the British.
That's correct. So US and UK have been operating nuclear-powered submarines for about 60 years.
Yep.
We intend to leverage off their impeccable safety record. But I do want to emphasise that safety and security, when you're dealing with nuclear-powered submarines, must be afforded absolute priority, Senator.
We're pleased to hear that. Senator Hanson and I support the nuclear decision. It seems very sensible to us. So that's not a concern, but it is something new to Australia, so that's obviously a risk. Has Australia done it again? This is in general to defence again. Has Australia done it again by entering into the $45 billion contract for the Hunter-class frigates, already described as expensive duds by some, that will be slower than called for and underpowered in terms of running its radar systems at the same time as operational propulsion systems?
Senator Roberts, I'll invite Mr Dalton, seeing as he's still at the table, to respond, at least at a high level, to that commentary, noting that quite a bit of detail has been covered already this morning on that project.
Senator, I think we've spent the last hour and a half discussing in quite some detail some of those issues that we're managing around the Hunter-class frigate. I would say that the projected total acquisition cost of the program is $45 billion. That is not the contract value, and that is not the current approved value. So we're taking a much smaller bites as we go along.
Depending upon success.
Yeah, that's part of it. But I think the discussion that we've had today demonstrates that we're on a process, a design process that is structured to manage risks, and the Chief of Navy has already testified this morning that he is confident that the Hunter-class frigate will fulfil the needs that the Navy has for a modern, state-of-the-art frigate optimised for anti-submarine warfare.
Okay, so I'll keep my question short in respect for everyone here. Is it true that there are risks to the crew in the event of flooding or fires?
Again, Senator, we don't think that's a likely outcome in the final design. We're working through some risks that have come up in the design process and looking at what's happening.
So there are some risks, but you're hoping to manage them.
There's always risk, Senator. These are warships. They go in harm's way. And what we're looking at is how do we mitigate best those risks and what happens when the ship is damaged. So we are making sure that when the ship is damaged, that the risks are absolutely mitigated as much as we possibly can. But we should not be fooled. These ships are designed to go into combat, and combat can create damage.
I accept that, but if there are inherent flaws before they even reach combat that make them even more vulnerable, that's my concern.
And Senator, what we've canvassed this morning at some length is in terms of those media reports being informed off of some documentation which was work done by Defence, seeking to identify extensively the potential risks faced in relation to the Type 26 and and the Hunter class that will be built across the Type 26. Importantly, as officials have outlined, that report didn't go into the detail of the type of mitigations and other work that is equally being done to manage and address those risks, which importantly is being done on the Type 26 platform and, of course, on the Hunter class platform.
So, thank you, Minister. It seems then that these problems were foreseen before the contracts were entered into in that review?
No.
Well, Senator Roberts, as a few people have addressed already this morning, these are always highly complicated procurement activities, design and build activities that all come with risk. Nobody should think that there is a risk-free proposition in relation to building a highly sophisticated warship.
We've just come off several, and the submarines we've been talking about this morning, several damaging processes in defence. So will the frigates go the same way as the subs? What's the level of confidence?
No, Senator, they won't. We do have a level of confidence there, and the systems in terms of design finalisation and moving into the build stages are systems that are built having learnt lessons from previous procurement decisions. The fact that Defence is clearly undertaking the type of risk assessment work that is being discussed this morning is a plus. We should all be pleased for the fact that they are identifying those risks and working through them at these early stages while we are still in design stages where such mitigations can be pursued. These are some of the, it's similar in the sense that this is a project where right now the work that is being undertaken in Australia is prototyping work. That's a lesson learned from the past in terms of ensuring that we test those build systems before we get to a point where you have actually created a bigger problem in the build undertaking that could have been rectified if you'd learnt those lessons before through activities such as prototyping.
So these, my last question on this topic, are these fresh designs or are they rebuilding or modifying an established design?
Perhaps I'll let Mr Dalton explain that again.
So the frigate, the Hunter-class frigate is based on the United Kingdom's Type 26 reference ship design. That is different from what we were doing in the Attack-class submarine program, where the Attack-class submarine was a new design submarine. It evolves from previous ones, but it was a new design for Australia. And I would say, Senator, that the Attack-class submarine program, the government has made a very brave decision in light of changing strategic circumstances. And that revolves around how we could employ conventionally powered submarines in high-risk environments, high-threat environments in the 2040s and 2050s. The decision to move away from the Attack-class submarine program was not based on the performance of the Attack-class submarine project. It's based on the changing strategic circumstances that Australia finds itself in. So I don't think you can compare those, to say that the programs are broken because we've moved on from the Attack-class submarine program.
The changing strategic circumstances we find ourselves in and the changing availability of capability to Australia.
Exactly.
Yeah, last question. I'll come back. Do you want me to do it now?
You have the changing security requirements getting worse, but a delivery date
tells me about
getting
another
further
5
right.
minutes,
Doesn't
so we
make
might
sense.
just sit over time for a short while.
Last question on submarines. Has a live torpedo ever been fired from a Collins-class sub? Have all the torpedoes been unarmed dummies?
We can show you pictures, Senator.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Getting on to storage of defence data, including critical secure data. In February 2021, the Australian federal government renewed its contract with the firm Global Switch, despite serious security concerns. The company has hosted Australia's sensitive and high security data for some time. Elegant Jubilee, a Chinese consortium, bought 49% of the parent British company Aldersgate Investments, causing an ownership change for Global Switch in 2016. Then Treasurer Scott Morrison said in 2017 that the defence data would be shifted back to a government-owned hub for security reasons. After he became Prime Minister, he later decided to extend their contracts with Global Switch. Does the firm Global Switch still host Australia's sensitive and high-security defence data?
Senator Jeff Goedeke, First Assistant Secretary, ICT Service Delivery and Reform. The Global Switch facility, which is completely controlled by the Commonwealth, does hold some of the less sensitive data. There are, as indicated in the release by Secretary Moriarty in February last year, there are plans in place to migrate that data from Global Switch by 2025. This is in accordance with the whole of government hosting strategy.
So why was it decided to continue this arrangement, hosted ultimately with Chinese ownership?
It's not Chinese ownership, but as I said, the Commonwealth has complete control of the facility, both from a physical perspective and from a protection from a logical sense from an ICT perspective and security perspective. The amount of equipment and data and the complexity and interdependencies necessitate a longer term to remove these things. There's a great deal of reliance on defence business continuity that requires a staged approach to remove this stuff. Basically, The complexity and size of the footprint, the payload inside the data centre, means it was impossible to move that over a very short period of time.
So when was the decision last made to leave it there and eventually take it off by 2025?
So, just bear with me, Senator.
And Senator Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department, all of the highly sensitive information is long gone. So
what sort of information is there?
Well, this.
So what happened was the government approved back in 2018 for Defence to be funded to move what was sensitive data from the data centre out. That occurred by June 2020, so that was all removed. Because of the size of the footprint of the remaining data, which is less sensitive data, again, still protected from a government perspective and government controlled, there is a process in place now where we have an evolution to move that data out, and that ties in with the additional lease, which expires in 2025.
So what is that less sensitive data?
It's for a range of things. It could be administrative related, it could be some sort of logistic, but we wouldn't normally discuss exactly what type of data we hold in what locations.
So there's no risk whatsoever of the Chinese accessing it because they're pretty good hackers?
There is no risk.
Why can you be sure of that?
Well, it's based on the facility itself has physical controls in place. That's everything from it being a fully manned facility. It has all of the CCTV capabilities. It has alarms. It's fully accredited, and in fact the facility is accredited to look after more sensitive data. That hasn't changed, so there's a higher level of security than would normally be afforded that level of data, which is an important factor as well. In addition to that, we have ICT security, so cyber security controls, where we monitor that. We have the Defence Security Operations Centre monitors cyber activity, and that includes that within the footprint as well. Secure gateways also assure the information. So from a defence perspective, there aren't risks related to that, Senator.
Has it been tested at all? Because some Chinese are very good hackers. I'm sure you know that.
Absolutely. So Defence has no indications at all that there's been any compromise at all related to data held in that facility.
So it's not a case then of the fox looking after the hen house?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, but and just to make sure that, I mean, that is why the government has directed Defence to move all of the data by a particular point in time. Because, Senator, we believe that the mitigation strategy that we have in place is very robust for that level. As Mr. Gadecki said, it's much more significant wraparound than what normal data of that level would be. But we are moving out. We are going to remove absolutely any risk by removing ourselves from that data centre, and the government has agreed the timeline.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. We are now adjourned for 15 minutes. Somebody can help me. I'll be 20:53. Yep. And we shall return at 10:53. Thank you. All right, the committee is resumed, and Senator Van has the call, to be followed by myself on a few quick questions on estate matters. Senator Van.
Thank you kindly, Chair, and welcome all to the table. Secretary Moriarty, first to you, and I think I know the answer to this, given normal performance in estimates, but does the Department of Defence agree that estimates is an important accountability measure for government and government departments?
Indeed it does, Senator.
And that questions should be answered fully and honestly?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. At the last estimates, I put a number of questions to, I think it was called then States and Infrastructure, or Infrastructure. I think it's now Security and Infrastructure. Is that right, Ms Perkins? Can I just go back to some of the questions both that I put in the estimates hearing, but then also on notice. Because it's my firm opinion that the answers to those questions were anything but full or complete. And I'll just go through some of them quickly, more as highlights of what I'm talking about. I put 11 questions on notice, many of them all dealing with an estate at 310 St Kilda Road, where we established in last estimates that it's been vacant for 30 odd years, not been used, has been let to fall into disrepair, and over that 30 years, and was put on the list of properties to be disposed of, I think 8 or 9 years ago now. Is that correct, Ms Perkins?
Thank you, Senator. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. Yes, Senator, the property 310 St Kilda Road was first placed on our surplus list in 2015.
Thank you. In questions 6, 7, 8 and 9, I put a series of questions about how this building's been let to fall into disrepair, leaving it now with a repair bill of some $15 million, which, if it hadn't been left into disrepair, would have been disposed of already, or most likely via a sale to another level of government. First, it was negotiated with the State Government of Victoria. Those negotiations were frustrated. It was then negotiated with the City of Melbourne. Again, those negotiations were frustrated, mostly by your division allowing this building to fall into disrepair. I put some fairly clear questions to you on notice, but the answers have, do anything but, and in fact, 7, 8, 9 just see the answer to answer question 6 were hardly that, when I asked about the 2011 report from your own department gave strong recommendation to fixing the damage. Why was this ignored? All you talk about on that is that it continues to preserve the security integrity of the building. Yet it's clear from your own reports that the integrity of the building has failed and is failing. How do you not respond to my questions more fully than just that?
Senator, I have in front of me the answer to that question. The security integrity of the building hasn't failed, but we have certainly had a good look at the property after the third failed sale attempt, and we have commenced a range of works to make the building safe for broader repairs to be undertaken. That work has commenced in the last few weeks. I'm happy to step you through that.
No, I'm more interested in this because there has been a clear failure certainly over recent years. Are you familiar with both your 2011 report and also the Defence Heritage Toolkit?
Yes, Senator, I am.
And are you aware that part of that, and I will table this, that regular inspections and maintenance are essential and save time and money down the track?
Senator,
I'm quoting from that report, from
Certainly.
that toolkit.
I think the more important point to establish first is the way in which we deal with surplus properties and those properties we have deemed to no longer be of use to the estate. And I'm happy to talk through where we've gotten to with this particular property. The estate is vast. I think it's important for the committee to understand that. The estate, over almost 3 million hectares with 70 bases, with 637 properties.
I'm not interested in all of those.
And 30,000 structures
Road,
gives us a very substantial job every year to maintain the operating function of the estate, primarily to support ADF capability. We take our heritage responsibilities very seriously. But once we declare a property surplus, it has been common practice over many decades to cease investing in it, other than the minimum standards necessary to maintain safety and integrity. And in the case of 310 St Kilda Road, that has occurred. So work has occurred over the years around safety. There were roof repairs done at some point in the future.
I'm aware of what has been done. What I'm talking about is what hasn't been done.
My point is that once we declare a property surplus, and we move towards disposal of that property, it has been practice to cease investing in that property because we're investing in the properties
But
we're
that
using.
does not excuse you from your heritage obligations, am I correct?
I think that is correct, and that is why I have worked with my team to provide advice to the Minister and to have started a process now to do a detailed assessment of how we remediate that property and care for it into the future.
Ms Perkins, as you've been aware, I've been, prior to coming into this place, and certainly since, been talking about this property, its heritage value for all Australians, but for Victorians and Melburnians in particular. All of my concerns have been ignored over this time. Why over the last few weeks have you been now looking at this? You do realise you have obligations to report any heritage damage to the Environment Minister. Has that been done?
I don't believe there is any heritage damage to the property, Senator.
I would totally disagree with you and happily walk you through and show you where. You have obligations under the law to protect this building.
Certainly, we take our obligations under the law very seriously.
Well, why is it in such disrepair such that it's now left with a $15 million repair bill?
I can't speak to the decisions that were made before the time I was in this role, Senator. I took on this role in August, but we are now looking at how we...
Okay, would you take on notice a detailed explanation of why this building has been left in disrepair?
We would be happy to take it on notice, but...
Let me finish, please, Ms Perkins. I'll let you finish after this, but please let me finish. I also asked for detailed amounts of what money has been spent on it in my questions on notice. You totally ignored those. Will you now undertake to provide me with the information I asked for last estimates, and I'm now asking for in this estimate?
We can certainly attempt to, and we'll take that on notice. The way that we take...
You have run accounts...
Sorry, Senator
May I
Van,
finish?
please let Ms Perkins
Yeah.
finish as you asked her to do before.
What I would have to ascertain with my team when we look at the way that we undertake maintenance across Melbourne generally and the Victoria Barrack site separately is whether we would have that fidelity of detail over the years. But we will certainly have a look at that for you.
I'm sure the department's CFO can provide that details. Would that be correct, Secretary?
We'll ask the CFO to work with the right group to see what amount of information is available, Senator.
Thank you. Moving on to, you were alluding to movement of late, which I note is only since my last line of questioning in estimates. And I note, and I can table, I have here somewhere, a media release that I received at 20 to 8 last night, now announcing that all of a sudden there's a brand new review by some architects into the heritage value of this building and any possible future uses of it. It seems to me a sceptical tactic to try and dodge the estimates process and the accountability to the Senate.
I would dispute that characterisation, Senator. I think the timing of when we last discussed this is actually a bit coincidental. As you know, as you've already referred to, we have attempted 3 sales of the property off market to the Victorian Government and the Melbourne City Council. Most recently, the Right Honourable Sally Capp, the Lord Mayor of Melbourne, wrote to us on the 29th of October declining the 3rd sale.
Ms Perkins.
That prompted a series of work for us to consider where you go. Once you've attempted to sell a property 3 times, it requires a rethink. We commenced that work in October. I wrote to the Minister for Defence Industry in December proposing a range of options to deal with the site, noting we had 3 failed sales, and how we might deal with the property, its heritage value and its broader place in the Victoria Barrack site there on St Kilda Road. And proposing, we had already commenced thinking about getting the sort of advice we need to move forward. The Minister supported that direction. A couple of actions out of that are important. We agreed to remove it from the surplus list. We did that in early January. And we are now working to think about how we return it to the footprint of Victoria Barracks. A couple of things helped us in that direction.
I've read the media release. I don't need those details. But the first point to make is that those sales were frustrated by your division. You did not cooperate, you did not consult, you did not work with those agencies. I worked very closely with the Lord Mayor. I was the one who brought it to the table to talk about this in the first place. And Melbourne City Council were completely frustrated with the negotiations with your division. Completely frustrated. Now, that is just unacceptable. So to now, to now start this process, 8 years after the fact that's been put on thing, can your division not walk and chew gum at the same time? Why couldn't these thoughts been put into this important building prior to now? You're aware that the organisation ANVAM, the Australian National Arts Veterans Museum, has been putting proposals to you and the Minister for years now, and they've been completely ignored and sidelined.
Okay, well, Senator Van, there's quite a bit in the statements and questions that you just asked, so I'll ask Ms Perkins both to respond to your suggestions that there was a frustration from the department in relation to discussions of the sale process, and then in terms of the decision to move from disposal of the site to consideration of alternate purposes and uses for the site.
Thank you, Minister. Senator, I will respond first to your claims of frustration. I think it's important for the committee to understand that the way in which we take surplus properties through the disposal process and to sale complies with the Commonwealth Property Disposal Policy. And I think in this instance, any sense of frustration might be a misunderstanding of our obligations in disposing of defence property with perhaps some of the goals of veterans organisations or other arms of government, in this case a council. I think the frustration was had many elements. I'm unwilling to speak to what some of those might be from Melbourne City Council's point of view, but certainly in her most recent correspondence to us, the Lord Mayor indicated a desire that any purchase by the council be at no net cost. Now, it is inconsistent with the Commonwealth Property Disposal Policy to dispose of property at no net cost. We dispose of property primarily to generate use across the community and to reinvest into defence capability. So that may have been frustrating for the council, but when Defence disposes of property, it is to make a profit to reinvest in capability.
Yet their only call was to not pick up a liability that your division had left by not spending any money on the property for 30 years. No, let me finish, please. And I asked these questions directly on notice, and you've ignored them. Next question, and my last one.
I would like to respond to that, Senator.
Okay, as
the sale price of the
to
property reflected the current state of the building at the time of the negotiation. So were we to go to the open market with the potential sale value of the property, it would have been a much larger price tag.
Yeah, of course it is, because some Chinese developer would love to build apartments overlooking Victoria Barracks. Next question, what is the cost of this report that the media release has touted in the media this morning?
I might refer to my colleague Dan Fankhauser for the specific procurement of that architectural report.
Just a quick figure answer would be fine. I'm running out of time.
Yes, Senator. Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure. We've engaged the firm that you referenced to undertake the architectural study, which will be conducted over the next couple of months. We expect it'll be...
Just the dollar amount, please, Mr Fankhauser.
We expect the costs, which will be shortly reported on Oz tender, will be in the vicinity of tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay. You would be both aware that ANVAM have previously produced architectural drawings exactly of the description which you're now going to spend extra taxpayer dollars on. I table these for the committee. Why haven't you engaged with them and used the what's already in place rather than spend extra taxpayer dollars?
Senator, I have read those documents, I've seen those documents. The work we've asked Lovell Chen to do is broader than that. We are looking at this site in the footprint of Victoria Barracks. We have a planned redevelopment of the barracks that will kick off pending all other normal government approval processes in the 2024 period. So it is important under our heritage obligations, as well as more broadly, to plan the work that we do to 310 St Kilda Road in the envelope of the broader heritage envelope of the site, which that report from ANVAM hasn't done. And we've also really focused on what we call adaptive reuse. So we absolutely want to look at how we use that site through the redevelopment as an ongoing part of the defence estate and that important precinct in Melbourne, and how we can make it available to defence-related community organisations and veterans groups. So that's a much broader sort of set of criteria than the piece of work you refer to there.
I think Victorians, all Victorians, and I know many of my colleagues have written to the various ministers on this. This building is of heritage value. It's in the main arts precinct of Melbourne. It should be given back to the people of Australia and the people of Victoria to enjoy as a museum, not to be tied up in putting offices in. That would destroy the heritage value. You know, this is an important part of Melbourne. And I think to do anything other than with it than to make it available to the people of Victoria is a real insult to them and to the veterans community. Thank you, Chair.
That's a very convenient time. Thank you, Senator Van. I've just finished a bit of paperwork. Anglesea Barracks, who can assist me with that? And can you give us a brief explanation of the good funding announcement that was made recently, and can I take that funding announcement in relation to Anglesea Barracks as an indication that Defence has finally thrown away the idea of selling the barracks, something which was being scoped from as early as when the good Dr. Brendan Nelson was Minister for Defence, and I've been fighting a regard action against that for many years, and now that we see a reinvestment in Anglesea Barracks of a considerable amount of money, can I have the assurance that the sale of Anglesea Barracks is now not only off the political agenda, because I don't think any Defence Minister has ever supported it, but certain elements in the bureaucracy of Defence continually did scoping, studies and valuations, preparing for a sale, despite the fact that every Minister of Defence from Dr. Nelson onwards was against it. So can I have that assurance that it's off the sale list for a start?
Senator Abetz, thank you for the question. I'm going to see if I have been out-fumbled by my colleague Dan Fankhauser to get to the details of the new investment.
Senator, I can assure you that it isn't on the divestment list at the moment.
What do you mean at the moment? That's the sort of language that I do not want to hear. Let's try again.
If I could repeat that then, Senator. Anglesea Barracks is not being divested.
Full stop.
Full stop.
Full stop. Thank you.
We are investing
in
the property, and for your information, more broadly across Tasmania, this financial year we're spending $17.5 million in new infrastructure investment across a range of sites.
And on Anglesea Barracks itself, do you have the split up for that?
I don't have that figure. I can get it for you though, Senator.
Look, if you could, so this bracket of questions can finish on a happy note from at least this senator. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Abetz, and your long advocacy is noted on this matter.
It's nice to get one little achievement under one's belt.
Mine was
a little bit more than that, I think, Senator.
Senator Keneally, welcome, and you have the call.
Thank you very much,
I
Chair.
should briefly... No, you have the call. Yep.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Department and the Minister for being here today. We've seen several extraordinary interventions over the last week from currently serving and former senior intelligence and security officials about the importance of the work of national security professionals remaining apolitical, and about the broadly bipartisan approach to national security in this country. It's important, of course, because we heard from DFAT officials yesterday we do face a more aggressive China that does seek to benefit from division, whether that be in policy divergence or division in our own communities. Secretary, the former Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Francis Adamson, gave evidence to this committee, and I quote, "When we are able to project a sense of bipartisanship and unity about what matters most in our values, that's a powerful message." Do you agree with Ms. Adamson on that?
Senator Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence, I believe that Australia's national resilience is an important contributor to our overall defence posture. And national resilience depends on national unity to a certain extent.
Thank you. And Ms. Adamson also went on to say, to be very frank, what I think Beijing is looking for is division, and where they're able to show division. Do you agree that stoking division in Australia could serve the interest of Beijing?
Senator Keneally, I think, is starting to ask Secretary Moriarty for an opinion in that regard, in terms of inviting him to give commentary on analysis that the former Secretary of DFAT has given. Secretary Moriarty is here as the Secretary of Defence and able to address questions in relation to defence.
Well, then I'll rephrase the question. As someone who's responsible for the defence of our nation, what challenges does it pose if a foreign adversary or a foreign country like China seeks to sow division in our community and relies upon the weaponization of national security in our domestic politics to do so? What threat does that pose to our nation's safety?
Senator, if I could answer more broadly, in terms of defence strategy, of course, adversaries will seek to sow division. That is, that's over many centuries. That's been the case in a variety of circumstances, and Australian national resilience is an important part, as the government's talked about, building Australian national resilience, building our capability to withstand pressure, to withstand coercion. I think and a number of initiatives that Defence and other agencies are involved in supporting do help build that national resilience.
You used the phrase national resilience. I think in your first answer you spoke about national resilience relying on a number of factors, or you indicated it relied on a number of factors. One of those you said is a sense of unity in our community. Are there other factors you see in that resilience?
Well, resilience is bolstered when our society more broadly is able to resist coercion. Resilience is bolstered when our society has a strong sense of nationalism and is committed to Australia, to our values, to our way of life. So there's when Australians, or in any country, when they have faith in their national institutions, when they have faith in the rule of law, a number of those factors all play into bolstering national resilience.
And what
Senator,
about
as much as of what we are discussing here today, resilience is bolstered in terms of capability, investment, the types of things that our government has and is delivering and is doing at a far elevated rate than was the case under the previous government. That is also about bolstering resilience, Senator.
And Minister, talking about the previous government, you talked about at a more elevated rate than the previous government, but the previous government didn't actually elevate defence expenditure, did it?
No, Senator Betts, it did not. We saw indeed real reductions in defence expenditure under the previous government, and that defence investment under the previous government plummeted to the lowest level as a share of GDP in Australia since 1938. Senator Abetz, our government has delivered significant, indeed 60% growth since 2013 in our defence investment, delivering and exceeding the commitment we made in 2013 to ensure that Australia was investing at least 2% of our GDP in defence.
And these matters are appropriate for public discussion and for the electorate to determine whether a decrease in defence expenditure is in the national interest or whether an increase in defence expenditure is in the national interest.
Senator Abetz, the contrasting track records between the Labor Party in government in decreasing defence expenditure, which does indeed, through decreasing that, undermine national resilience in terms of ability to withstand coercion pressure, and the coalition government in significantly increasing that defence investment and expenditure, is a contrast, and a contrast that is entirely valid for Australians to consider in terms of who is best capable to manage the national security of Australia.
Senator Keneally.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the collegial way in which you chair the committee. I was curious if you were seeking the call?
Senator Keneally, I can easily go back to 15-minute slots, Labor, Liberal, and divide the time evenly, if that is what you want. But I understand from Senator Wong and other colleagues of yours that they're relatively happy with the way I chair the show. But if you want me to go to 15-minute blocks and divide the time on that basis, I'm more than happy to oblige you. So make that decision for yourself.
As I said,
but you'll be a lot worse off.
I appreciate the collegial way in which you chair the committee. I was seeking your clarification. Thank you, Chair. Yesterday we heard Mr. Hayhurst from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade advise this committee that it's fair to say the Chinese system seeks to exploit social and other divisions in countries to pursue its interests. That's very apparent. As someone who is responsible for the defence of our nation, how seriously do you take that concern raised by Mr. Hayhurst that a country like China will seek to exploit division in our country?
Just as Mr. Moriarty will no doubt add to this, but I think there's the issue of exploiting, and there is also, in terms of the actions of certain autocracies and regimes, the issue through misinformation and disinformation campaigns of creating that sort of division as well, which is then leveraged for exploitation, and is why some of the defences we've sought to pursue across government have been about better awareness of and addressing of that type of misinformation and disinformation.
Indeed, I may come to that. Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moriarty.
Senator, again, countries will employ a range of tactics and strategies. Some of that is in creating division, coercing economically, coercing in terms of pressure on individuals or communities. Some of how countries pursue those interests are through aggressive military postures. For example, the militarisation of features in the South China Sea is a way of asserting Chinese national views about its territorial claims and its ambitions. Some of what China has been doing around the Taiwan Strait in terms of incursions into Taiwan's EEZ are, again, designed to send a signal, designed to pressure a range of measures. In defence, we concentrate more on those, of course.
Sure. I'm actually glad really glad you raised those. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I am glad you've raised those. Did you want? Was there more you needed to say there?
No, I just to add that obviously in defence we concentrate on those where the exercise of state power, and particularly the military dimensions of state power, need to be thought about, analysed, plans discussed with government and responded to. Defence contributes to Australia's broader national security strategy by working hand in hand with our colleagues in the Department of Home Affairs, in the Australian Federal Police, in the Australian Border Force, in our intelligence and security agencies. We have an appropriate place and an appropriate role to play in that. and our other agencies, our brother and sister agencies, have their areas of expertise and primary responsibility, and we acknowledge their expertise in those areas and would normally accept the professional judgments that they come to in terms of how we would support Australia's broad strategy.
I'm going to come back to the two issues you raised, the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. But your last comment there about working with partner agencies and what was your last phrase there about seeking, and supporting their efforts and.
The government has said that Australia's national security strategy is whole of government. So a number of departments and agencies, the private sector, community groups are all involved, all part of Australia's national security approach. Defence has an appropriate role to play in that we lead on, and we also support others in the work that they do as is directed by government, and we would normally accept the authority and the expertise of those other agencies, and would normally defer to the government or choose not to comment on the areas of expertise of other agencies.
So in that vein, I can only assume that you took note of the ASIO Director General, Mr. Burgess, in his annual threat assessment last week when he said it is critical we do not let fear of foreign interference undermine stakeholder engagement or stoke community division, that were this to happen, it would perversely have the same corrosive impact on our democracy as foreign interference itself. I take it you do accept and acknowledge
I read the Director General of Security's statement very closely.
And acknowledge the importance of what he has said.
The Director General of Security has a great deal of capacity to come to these judgments, and I accept that he is the appropriate person to make those judgments and to advise government on those issues.
So coming back to those issues you noted before, we have had and continue to have in Australia a bipartisan approach to those issues. And indeed, yesterday, Paul Kelly wrote in The Australian that pivotal to Australia's success in its pushback against China has been support from the public and bipartisanship from Labor, that bipartisanship is a national asset. Given your statement earlier about that unity being part of our resilience, I take it you don't have a particular quarrel with Mr. Kelly's statement.
Senator Keneally, I don't.
Well, then I will ask the Minister. Minister, your colleague, Minister Payne, yesterday indeed acknowledged the bipartisan approach that the parties of government have taken on our national security and strategic challenges, particularly in relation to China. And I thanked her for that and acknowledged that. I also want to acknowledge your strong statements about the importance of keeping national security beyond partisan political debate. In 2008, and I agree, I acknowledge that was some time ago, but I would hope to think your principles remain the same. Nobody should seek to politicise national security, that maintaining confidence in national security is of the utmost importance and should not be politicised. So I'm taking from your previous statement, unless you have a change of view, that you don't have any quarrel with what Mr. Kelly has written about bipartisanship when it comes to national security, and particularly an approach to China is a national asset.
Senator Keneally, the government welcomes, and I welcome, bipartisanship when it occurs. Bipartisanship is an outcome of the opposition clearly, unconditionally supporting the policies of the government of the day. Now, I have concern when
let's
for example,
that
Senator
for a minute,
Keneally, I have. Bipartisanship is an outcome there, Senator Keneally.
It's an outcome, for example, when the Intelligence and Security Committee works in the national interest rather than in its partisan interest in reviewing national security legislation, for example. It's not a conforming to the opinion of the government, it's actually two parties working together, coming to an agreed position in the national interest. That's what the Intelligence and Security Committee does. And I would say on issues around the South China Sea, we see that, and on economic coercion, we see that bipartisanship where we've had public debate and discussion, and both parties of government are resolved in the national interest. That's my understanding of bipartisanship.
So Senator Keneally, that is an example of an outcome of bipartisanship in terms of working together. There are circumstances, Senator Keneally, I gave the contrast in terms of policy postures around defence investment before that demonstrate different approaches of the different sides of politics in terms of the investment and prioritisation of defence expenditure and investment in the nation's national security relative to decisions that a Labor government has previously made. There's the challenges in terms of what Mr Albanese had to say at the press club in terms of the posture towards standing up for Australian industry. And that indeed is an area, we talk about national resilience, it's an area of national resilience. How much resolve will we show in the face of coercion? Will we show sufficient resolve to say that no coercion is acceptable rather than some coercion may be acceptable?
Minister, can I just ask on that? And look, everybody welcomes bipartisanship when you're in agreement, but are you aware, for example, of the Leader of the Opposition would-be Prime Minister saying on the 28th of January, at least so reported in the Australian, that responding to new Chinese ambassador, Olive Branch, Mr Albanese said Australia should change its posture. Are you aware of that statement, and would you see that as a display of the bipartisanship to which Senator Keneally is seeking to make reference?
Well, Senator Abetz, I think those comments relate to some of those remarks, the National Press Club from Mr Albanese that I was referring to, and it would be hard, I think, in fact impossible, Senator Abetz, to interpret a comment of a need to change posture as a statement of bipartisanship. It is indeed very clearly a statement of difference. Now, the government's view in relation to response to China and response to coercive attempts to pressure Australian business, Australian industry, and therefore the Australian government to change its posture is that we must resist that, and we must denounce those coercive actions in all ways and expect them to be reversed in all ways.
And I have a stack of other quotes if needed.
Minister, I refer you to comments made this morning. I refer you to comments made this morning by former ASIO Director, Defence Secretary and Ambassador to the US, Mr Dennis Richardson, who said, and I quote, "What is unusual in this case is that the government is seeking to create the perception of a difference between it and the opposition on a critical national security issue that is China, seeking to create the perception of a difference where none in practice exists. That is not in the national interest. That only serves the interest of one country, and that is China." Minister, is Mr Richardson correct?
Well, Senator, I have enormous regard for Mr Richardson, but I don't agree with his starting premise there. I think in terms of points of difference with government policy and position that have been created, those points of difference have been created either by, for example, Mr Albanese's statements that we've been discussing, or, for example, with the lived experience and proof in areas such as defence investment and the significant difference between the history of defence investment by the Labor Party relative to the defence investment at record levels by the Coalition.
Mr Richardson went on to say, and I quote, "Seeking to create the perception of difference where none in practice exists for a straight-out party political purposes is something we have not seen an Australian government do for decades, and it does not serve the national interest by any objective standard. It serves the interest, whatever interest it serves in a party sense in Australia, it in effect only serves the interests of one country, and that is China, because our body politic, the national interest is served by our body politic having a unified position on an issue as critical as China. Minister, why is your government attempting to manufacture differences with the opposition in the context of an election when it only plays into one country's interest, and that is China?
Well, Senator Keneally, I don't accept that. Our government has simply responded to comments and statements made by your leader, Senator Keneally.
Grubby,
our
reckless
government
and shameless.
Has simply highlighted, as we would in any election
You
campaign,
utterly debase yourself
contrasting
with this
track
stuff.
records of the parties.
Utterly debase yourself.
Contrasting.
Senator Ayres, I will ask
Absolutely
you.
shameful.
Senator Ayres.
Absolutely
All right,
shameful.
the committee is adjourned. The committee is adjourned. I will resume in 5 minutes. I'm not going to put up with it.
Well, I'm not going to put up
Can I correct myself? I think I said the committee is adjourned. It should have been suspended. So, Hansard, can you correct that for me? And we will.
Thank you, Chair.
It was wishful thinking that we could have adjourned.
Are you sure,
but
Chair?
Not so, not so. Senator Keneally, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, I also refer you to yet another extraordinary intervention by the ASIO Director General last night on ABC 7:30 program, in which he was asked about the risks of politicians weaponising national security in the lead up to an election. And he said, and I quote, "One, the foreign interference is against all members of Parliament, so it doesn't go after one particular party or another. So it's kind of equal opportunity in that regards. In terms of what politicians do, I won't comment on what politicians do, but let me take you back to what I really do care about. ASIO is apolitical, my staff are apolitical." And the interviewer said, "It can't make your job any easier when politicians do politicise it." And the Director General said, "So I'll leave politics to the politicians, but I'm very clear with everyone that I need to be, that it's not helpful for us." Why is the Morrison-Joyce government making the job of our intelligence agencies, like ASIO, more difficult by politicising national security?
Well, Senator Keneally, I just don't accept the premise that you are putting there. The fact is that Australia is a democracy, and a robust democracy. And we do have an election in a few months' time. And the track records of your party on national security and on defence investment, and of our parties on national security and on defence investment, are fair game in a democracy and fair game in an election coming up. We don't seek to politicise it unnecessarily, but we won't shy away from drawing contrast where there is contrast, from highlighting difference where there is difference. And
If
from
I
making
may
sure-
say, the Defence
allow the
Minister was
Minister-
ruled out of
allow
order
the
by the
Minister-
Speaker,
allow the
and the
Minister-
Prime Minister had to
allow the
withdraw his
Minister-
comments.
Talking
How is
about
that not
ruling out of
unnecessarily?
order. The Minister has the call.
So Senator Keneally, when it comes to highlighting those differences in defence investment, of which the Labor Party has a shameful track record, Senator Keneally. I've never heard an apology for the decline in defence investment that occurred. The fact that the Labor Party was more than happy during its time in office to not just cut spending, but also to axe projects. It either delayed, cancelled more than 160 different projects.
Do we really
across
want to get
defence
into a
in that
20-year
time.
capability gap on submarines, Minister?
Well, Senator,
that you have opened up? That you have opened up?
Of which, Senator Keneally, during, of course, the time in government that your party was occupying the Treasury benches here, there was plenty of talk, but absolutely no progression in relation to submarine capability.
I don't think you want to start this argument.
So Senator Keneally will address those facts quite happily, and will address the facts quite happily in relation to a Labor government that didn't start and complete any naval vessels versus the fact that we have actually
up a 20-year
proof points on
capability
delivery
gap.
of our continuous shipbuilding strategy.
points. You have an
As
agreement for an
decisions
agreement.
have been made, contracts entered into, ships actually built and coming off the production line. So, Senator Keneally, the contrasts are there. It is in the national interest in a democracy, which is what indeed we are all defending here, in the national interest in a democracy, for us to ensure that Australians understand the differences. We don't seek to politicise, but of course the differences are there to be highlighted and there for Australians to make their determinations on.
Chair, I just want to ask a clarifying question. I do not understand what the Minister is saying. Are you saying that what Mr Morrison and Mr Dutton have said shamefully in the other place is somehow an elaborate argument that's got something to do with defence capital and sustainment and personnel expenditure over the last 20 years? Is that what you're trying to suggest?
Well, Senator Ayres...
Because that is I'm trying to find the right word.
Laughable?
Not an honest characterisation of what they've said.
Senator Ayres, we're sitting here at defence estimates, so unsurprisingly, when asked questions about the differences...
You may want to make those arguments.
No, Senator Ayres.
That's not what they
allow the
Ayres.
Minister to finish.
So sitting here at defence estimates...
What is it about standing orders you don't understand? I've had enough of this behaviour from you. Minister, you have the call.
So Senator Ayres, unsurprisingly, when at defence estimates I'm asked about differences in the policy positions of the Labor Party or the Liberal and National parties on national security matters, I will highlight defence investment as one of those significant differences. It's one of the largest, if not the largest. But of course, Senator Ayres, as we have already touched on as well...
So you're not prepared to go down the same grubby road that they have?
Senator Ayres, as I have also highlighted, there are differences in what the Labor Party leader has had to say in relation to Labor's posture with China and with responding to coercion from China, economic coercion that is hurting Australian industries, and this sense that some of that is acceptable is unacceptable to our side of politics. We do not accept the premise upon which Mr Albanese was operating there, suggesting that some of that coercion is unacceptable. It's all unacceptable, and that is the type of consistency of policy position we need from both sides of politics in Australia if we are indeed to have maximum resilience.
Well, then I note first of all, that is ridiculous, and you know it. Secondly, I also note the Director of the National Security College, Mr Rory Medcalf, has said the government can't have it both ways, assuring our allies that we are in it for the long haul through the many changes of government it will take for our odyssey of building nuclear submarines, while insisting that only one side of politics can be trusted on security. Minister, it is clear the Defence Minister, who has been ruled out of order by the Speaker of the House for his comments around the opposition in China, the Prime Minister, who withdrew his comments in the chamber about China and the opposition, it is clear that your colleagues are in fact pushing such a narrative. How can this be consistent with the need to reassure our allies that there is bipartisanship on issues such as the submarine program?
Well, Senator Keneally, if you want to provide absolute confidence to those looking elsewhere around the world, I would urge the opposition to, with some haste, make clear all of its commitments in support of the different decisions the government has taken, the future budget profiles in relation to all of these areas, to make sure that there is not a wafer between your policy position and the type of policy positions that we are advancing. As a government, we've shown consistent leadership in these areas, Senator Keneally, not just in terms of defence investment here, but in terms of the pursuit of the security of critical infrastructure legislation, the pursuit of foreign interference laws, reform of foreign investment laws.
Which have all been done
These are all
on
matters,
a bipartisan basis.
And Senator Keneally, they're all matters that our government has shown the initiative of bringing to the Parliament.
Because you're the government of the day, and it has gone through the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, has received bipartisan support, and a range of those, if we want to get into it, critical infrastructure was actually sent back by the committee to tell the government they hadn't done the work.
And Senator Keneally, all of them, though, are examples of leadership from our government in national security, demonstrating that we are taking the whole breadth of concerns that we face in the sensitive strategic environment that we're in seriously and addressing them from the elevated defence spending, which again I take back to the foresight shown in the lead up to the 2013 election to indicate that we would increase that spending in defence expenditure.
You know that
was
Mr.
well
Metcalfe
before many of the
is
strategic
not
challenges
what
we're
he is
talking about
referring
now
to.
became evident, and we had that foresight as Liberal and National parties, Senator Abetz as a senior leader in the government at that time, to make those commitments and to deliver upon them.
You know that Mr. Metcalfe is referring to support, for example, for the AUKUS agreement. That's what he is referring to. There is bipartisan support for the AUKUS agreement.
Well,
Despite that, we have the Defence Minister and the Prime Minister weaponising, politicising national security to an egregious extent that is being called out by Alan Gyngell, that is being called out by the ASIO Director General Mike Burgess, that is being called out by the Director of the National Security College, Mr. Rory Medcalf. Minister, why are your colleagues disregarding your comment in 2008, nobody should seek to politicise national security, that maintaining confidence in national security is of the utmost importance and it should not be politicised? Do you no longer agree with that?
Senator Keneally, I stand by those remarks. I don't believe that the demonstration of differences and contrast between our parties in the democratic process is an act of politicisation.
With no evidence whatsoever.
The demonstration of differences in what your leader says versus the government's position, the differences in track records between the Labor Party and the Liberal and National parties, these are legitimate fare for our democracy, the democracy that we are seeking to all defend.
Minister,
So you don't
can I
believe-
ask you... Sorry, I'll quickly ask a question here. Now, Mr Albanese, and it's interesting that Senator Keneally referred to AUKUS and bipartisanship on that, which is welcome, but when the Leader of the Opposition was asked about Mr Keating, a former Labor Prime Minister, who criticised AUKUS and said China was not a threat, all that Mr Albanese was able to say was, Paul Keating always has strong things to say, and it's always important to listen to what he has to say. He is a wise counsel. Not condemned, not backing in the government, but having a two-way bet. Is that supportive of a bipartisan position?
I think the Minister
Well, at the very
knows.
least, Senator Abetz, it sounds like weak leadership in terms of the inability by Mr Albanese to state categorically that he disagreed with Mr Keating. Now, his failure to do so creates the potential for the types of questions that you've asked. And so it is either a case of having an each-way bet or a case of weakness in not wanting to confront and demonstrate a
here
point
we
of
go.
difference there.
Here we go. Let's not go through the quotes of, say, Malcolm Turnbull. They might be
Or Scott
interesting.
Morrison.
Actually, while we're talking about former members of Parliament, Minister, in his valedictory speech to the Senate, your predecessor and the current High Commissioner to the UK, Mr Brandis, said, and I quote, "I have heard some powerful voices argue the coalition should open a political front against the Labor Party on the issue of domestic national security. I could not disagree more strongly. One of the main reasons why the government has earned the confidence of the public on national security policy is there has never been a credible suggestion that political motives have intruded. Were they to do so, confidence, not just in the government's handling of national security, but in the agencies themselves would be damaged and their capacity to do their work compromised. Nothing could be more irresponsible than to hazard the safety of the public by creating a confected dispute for political advantage." Senator George Brandis, do you agree with Mr Brandis?
Well, Senator Keneally, I do. And before you then leap to your next question, I don't believe that anything is confected in terms of the actions of the government. What the government has sought to do
You have
at each
got
and
to
every
be
step, Senator
kidding
Keneally,
me.
is legislate the type of reforms I was talking
So
about
you
before.
believe
Increase the
phrases like
investment in defence
Manchurian
that I was talking
candidate
about
is not
before.
politicising national security?
Senator Keneally.
You-
Keneally.
Is it your
Keneally,
contention
I
that
allow
using
some
the term
interjections.
Manchurian candidate is not politicising national security?
Senator Keneally, having debates that highlight the differences in what people have said, the occasions of speeches that some have given, the differences in track record of parties, the leadership that the government has shown,
You
these are
you have
all
lost
legitimate,
your
fair,
way.
Senator
You have
Keneally,
lost your way.
to demonstrate,
No sense of what's in the national interest.
the choice that Australians face in an election.
Well, you
So
use that
Senator
term
Fawcett,
now.
Senator Fawcett
Will you
has
use that term
Senator
now,
Fawcett
Senator
has a
Birmingham?
question.
Will the
Senator Fawcett
minister
has a question.
use the phrase Manchurian
Senator Fawcett
candidate
has
now?
a question.
If he's so
Senator
comfortable with
Fawcett-
it, I'd like to hear him use it.
It's a wonderful display of bipartisanship that's being shown here, trying to elevate this and argue the matter. But Senator Fawcett has a question, quick question.
So, Minister, there's been a lot of discussion about political imperatives, and people like the former Secretary, Mr Richardson, has been brought up as an independent arbiter, if you like. When it comes to the importance of outcomes, do you recall Mr Richardson, as Secretary, talking about the budget cuts of the period of the last Labor government, where he said the goalposts weren't just moved, they were cut down and used for firewood, to describe the absolute dysfunction that resulted in the Defence Department through the stripping out of nearly $16 billion from the infrastructure that Defence needed to actually operate its capability. Is it appropriate that the Australian public look at not just our comments, but also take into account the comments of people who care deeply about the resilience of our national capability?
Well, if we're going to have a debate about defence spending, let's do it. But that's not what those jokers downstairs were doing, is it?
No.
They used the
Senator-
phrases that Senator Keneally just used.
And can I...
Where she outlined what they said, that had nothing to do with defence spending. There's
can
a good... there is a very good debate to have
Can I just...
about defence spending in terms of capital and procurement, defence spending in terms of personnel, defence spending in terms of sustainment. It's a very important debate, and it's a very important debate for this committee. But that is not what happened over there, and you should not try and pretend that is what happened.
Thank you for your commentary. I'm sure it'll be good for your social media. But from a standing orders point of view, I understand that when a comment is made in either place and then withdrawn by the member or senator, it is inappropriate to make reference to it further.
Senator Abetz...
Senator Keneally laughs at that, and do you know who brought that to my attention? Your Deputy President of the Senate. So don't laugh. They're the standing orders that were applied by the Labor Deputy President in the Senate, and I just thought you might like to know that. In your spirit of bipartisanship.
Of your position.
Senator Abetz, if I can respond, Senator Fawcett was actually a serious question, and Senator Fawcett, indeed, as I've said before, the track records on spending of Labor governments and Liberal and National governments are fair game. Senator Ayres, I'm afraid it is true, Senator Ayres, that your government, the Labor Party, when last in government, cut the defence budget by over 10% in real terms in 2012-2013, that defence investment fell, as I've said earlier, to the lowest level in Australian history as a proportion of the size of our economy since 1938. That, Mr President, Chair, Senator Fawcett, is what drove the Liberal and National parties going into that election to say, looking at the strategic environment we faced, with foresight that has well and truly been proven to be wise foresight, to make the commitment that we would lift defence spending to above 2% of GDP. We have grown it by an average annual growth rate of 6%. Navy spending is up 76% in nominal terms, Army spending up 49% and Air Force spending up 132% since we were elected. Real growth, strong growth that we have provided, and along the way, of course, the other areas of national security resilience that we have developed, as I outlined before, not all of them relevant to this department at the table. Defence spending very clearly is.
Plenty of cost blowouts and
Chair,
capability.
may I seek the call back?
Yes, of
please?
course.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, do you believe using terms like Manchurian candidate is legitimate political debate?
That was a comment that was withdrawn.
Minister, would you use the term Manchurian candidate in political debate?
Senator, I'll consider the context of the words I use when I'm using them. but you're asking for generalised statements of opinion about what I might say at some point in time. I'm not going to entertain that here. These are the defence estimates for the nation, and sadly the Labor Party don't seem terribly interested in actually pursuing questions relevant to the actual defence investment the government is making.
Taking heed of advice from people like the ASIO Director General, and so who says the weaponisation of political, national security and political debate makes his job harder, makes it harder to keep our country safe.
And Senator,
so I ask you again, do you consider using terms like Manchurian candidate is legitimate in our political debate?
And Senator
You
Keneally,
must have a view.
Senator Keneally, I've already rejected your assertion in regards to the public debate that is there. There is an election in a few months' time, contrasting of statements and positions between leaders, contrasting of track records between parties. These are not unusual things to occur, and they are an important part of a democratic process and the democracy that we seek to defend.
The former Secretary of this department and Ambassador to the United States has said they are extremely unusual in an election context, that it undermines our national safety. I find it extraordinary that you so blithely reject his view.
Senator Keneally, I have seen elections fought with national security as a very key part of the debate between parties during those election campaigns. You can go back many decades and see that that has been the case at different junctures. Now, it should be based upon differences in position, differences in policy, differences in track record. And we have seen certainly differences in track record between Labor governments and Liberal national governments. We have differences in position as to what's been stated by Mr Albanese versus the government. As for differences in policy, well, that's hard to tell because the Labor Party doesn't seem to want to release any policies.
This morning on Sky News, Mr Richardson was asked how might China leverage what it has seen in Canberra this week. And Mr Richardson said, China, actively seeks to create differences in Australia on matters such as economic pressure and on the other issues that are important to it, and any debate that is artificially fostered for domestic political purposes plays into that. So I'm simply puzzled why the government that has such a good record on national security should conduct itself in this way, which does not serve the national interest. I know why they are doing it, but it is grubby beyond belief. Those are the observations of the former Secretary of this department and the Ambassador to the United States, Mr. Dennis Richardson. He says your government is acting in a way that is grubby beyond belief. Have you no shame about what you are doing to the safety and security of this country for your own base political purposes?
No. Senator Keneally, I don't accept those assertions. I've made very clear...
You don't accept Mr Richardson's view?
I've made very clear, Senator Keneally, I've made very clear the fact that for decades we've seen different occasions in which national security is featured as part of our democratic election debates. That's perfectly reasonable that that would be the case, Senator Keneally, because when Australians go to vote, making the decision as to who is best placed to manage the safety and security of our nation is one of the key decisions that Australians have to make at that time. Contrasting the track records of the parties, the statements of the leaders, these are indeed valid ways in which Australians will help to make an informed decision when they go to vote. What they will see, Senator Keneally, is that in the Liberal and National parties, we have delivered on our promises. We have delivered on our promises in terms of significantly enhanced defence investment across the nation. We've delivered in terms of reforms to security legislation across the country to make Australia safer, and that there are contrasts, Senator Keneally, in the way in which Mr Albanese has responded to issues of potential coercion and the way in which Mr Morrison has responded.
I never thought I would say this, but the Senate and the nation misses the day when leaders like Mr Brandis were here who stood firm on their values. I'm done, Chair.
All right.
One question.
Yeah.
I just have one quick question.
Yep.
Thank you. There seems to be a lot of chatter out there in the. I don't just have veterans in Australia coming to me. I have the US, the UK, Canada. They like to have a little bit of a say. They seem to be worried about two wars going at once. That's Ukraine and Russia and Taiwan and China. Where does Australia's sovereignty sit if that is to occur in the next few months ahead? Is anyone talking about that? Those two wars going simultaneously together? Is there any talk? Is that something behind closed doors, or that's all?
Senator, at an overarching level, Senator Lambie, national security briefings are provided routinely. Indeed, the Prime Minister essentially receives national security intelligence and updates on a daily basis.
Yep.
The government more broadly receives them routinely. Of course, as part of those briefings and discussions, the situation along the Ukrainian border with the unacceptable amassing of troops along that border by Russia has been the subject of those briefings and discussions. That's publicly known already. And of course, as the Foreign Minister went through yesterday, she has been engaged extensively in discussions with partner nations about the potential consequences of that. And as the Prime Minister has indicated, one of our concerns about the international reaction to Russia's unacceptable amassing of troops along the Ukrainian border is the silence of China on that matter. That whilst other nations have been very clear that the Ukraine's territorial sovereignty should be respected and that conflict should be avoided,
about our sovereignty.
We have not
if you have two wars going at once, do we have a plan of attack here, or are we going to sit here like a sitting duck? Is there anything that you would like to share with us if there is two wars going at once?
Senator Lambie,
Yeah, I have no plan. Thank you.
The Defence and the Australian Defence Forces prepare all manner of contingencies and analysis. It would be irresponsible for us to play out too many of those in a public setting such as this, but I would assure you, and Secretary Moriarty or CDF can certainly add to these remarks. Okay. I would assure you that they follow all of those developments very closely, as does the government, and they adjust their contingency planning to any such developments.
So their concern is if Afghanistan fell so quickly and we weren't aware of that and that fell so quickly, then how the hell are we managing what's going to happen over here? That's what people are saying to me, and I don't blame them. So unless you can give them more peace of mind than what I can, because I can't, then please be my guest and tell the people out there. Because right now, the way that Afghanistan fell and so quickly, and we apparently didn't know it was going to fall like that, you can wonder why they're worried about two wars that are sitting there, seething at the surface between Ukraine and Russia and Taiwan and China, what that looks for this country, what this looks like for this country.
So Senator Lambie, they are very worrying times.
Okay.
I agree entirely with that aspect of your commentary there, that seeing what is happening in and along the Ukrainian border, together with what we've seen in terms of the more assertive posture of China and changes to their defence posture, including activities in the South China Sea, are all incredibly concerning. But in terms of reassurance that Defence can provide or CDF can provide,
Minister,
we'll be happy for them to do
if I could, Senator, absolutely, we've been following and through our intelligence agencies, but also through our policy dialogue with other ministries of defence, we've been following developments in Ukraine very closely, but we're not taking our eye off the Indo-Pacific region, which is our area of primary strategic interest. Mr Dutton is getting regular briefs on the circumstances in both theatres and is providing, and all of the agencies are providing updates to the National Security Committee of Cabinet. We in Defence are able to provide options to government on how we might be prepared to respond to a range of contingencies. We've got some guidance from the National Security Committee of Cabinet on the sorts of things that Australia might do. I think the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister have outlined those. But from a defence perspective, we are also, CDF's been able to think about what options the ADF might be able to contribute to within the framework that the government has given to us. So that is being worked very regularly.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Kitching has the call.
Just on that, I think, there's a view that our great ally and friend, the United States, has been able to support, Anthony Blinken has been to both Northern Europe and obviously more recently to Australia and into the Indo-Pacific. So I think that perhaps in terms of Senator Lambie's question about reassurance, would you like to comment on the United States' competence in dealing with two theatres? Because I think they're very good. Or maybe to Senator
I won't do that because the United States has made very clear about its commitment to NATO allies.
Yes.
And the mobilisation of forces has been primarily about reassuring NATO allies about its unwavering commitment to its NATO treaty obligations. It has also made very firm signalling to Russia about the consequences of a military action in Ukraine, including a whole range of measures, but very strong sanctions and action that will be taken against Russia internationally. But the United States, I think, has also made clear about the limits of what it might be prepared to do militarily in response to Russian action in Ukraine. But there will, should those awful circumstances occur, I'm quite confident that the United States and the broader international community will respond. The United States has also focused on the Indo-Pacific region, Secretary Blinken's visit where he talked about the United States' enduring commitment to its allies and partners in this region and also to peace and stability across the Indo-Pacific. So I think that the United States is certainly making a lot of effort to signal reassurance to its allies and partners and the broader international community that focusing on Ukraine and the very dangerous circumstances there does not mean that it is taking its gaze off the Indo-Pacific region.
Thank you. Thank you.
Labor has the call, so...
I'm just going to ask just a few questions on frigates. I think Ms Lutz mentioned, or maybe it was Mr Dalton mentioned, 23 high-level requirements. Could you let me know what they are?
So these are the 23 high-level capability requirements defined during the initial procurement stages, I believe, Senator Kitching.
Yes. And I apologise. Was that? Did you mention them? Did you mention them, or Mr Dalton?
I think Mr Dalton did, but I'll try to
great.
cover the others.
Thank you. Thanks.
So the 23 high-level requirements are largely around combat system performance, so the performance of the ship and what is expected in terms of the equipment that we are added on and that performance. Great. Without going into the
Can you give me all 23? I'm happy for them to be on notice.
No, I'll have to take them on notice,
yes.
sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yes.
Happy. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you knew them.
I know some of them, but not all of them.
No, it's fine. Could I ask about the air warfare destroyers? Were they ever considered as a plan B to the frigates?
Senator Tony Dalton, I'm the Deputy Secretary of National Naval Shipbuilding. During the competitive evaluation process that ran from 2016 to 2018, there were 3 international ship designers included in that, and one of the designs that was offered to us was a Navantia design, which is a derived design from the design they offered to us under the Air Warfare Destroyer program.
So because we didn't go with them, we went with BAE. Then it was never considered as a plan B.
We haven't considered that design as a fallback. Once the government made the decision to move down the Hunter class frigate using the Type 26 as the reference ship design, Senator.
And just on the timeline in the report. It says that on page A4, it says the schedule required to commence production successfully by June 24 is tight. So June 2024. So is that, if there are delays now, is that going to make that timeline unachievable?
Sorry, Senator. What we're doing is designing zone by zone. So that's where we started. We said the first zone is going to start its preliminary detailed design in March, and we need to make sure that they are progressed. So we are tracking when all of the data is transferred from the Type 26 to Australia, so that our hunter zones can start their design, so that we are sufficiently through that to be able to cut steel mid-2024 and then go into the optimised production schedule. So we need to be progressed far enough through the design of all of those zones.
And you will be?
That is why we are tracking the design separation, to ensure that we do that, yes.
Okay.
There are risks?
Yes. Okay. I'm going to hand chair to Senators for some questions, but thank you. Thank you.
Well, I can do it easily. The 10, yeah. Yeah, I'll do my best to make it, yes. So we're just doing a little bit of scheduling. Another example of cross-parliamentary cooperation to make these proceedings as useful and in the public interest as we can. I have some questions that go to...
But you kick off and ask.
Yeah, okay, we'll do our best to sort of put this into 5 minutes. So a set of questions about the Office of Defence Industry Support and the announcements that have been made there, and the gap between, of course, what the government's announced and what's been delivered. I just want to explore that for a little while. Minister, I might start, given the time. Minister Price announced the creation of this office on the 29th of November and said there will be an Office of Defence Industry Support within each state and territory. Are you in a position to tell me how many currently operating Office of Defence Industry Supports there are? Mr Fraser, welcome. I think you were being called out earlier in the day, but didn't get to the front table.
Senator Chair, good afternoon. Tony Fraser, Deputy Secretary, Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. I'll be shortly joined by Ms Fran Rush, who is the First Assistant Secretary for Australian Industry Capability Division, who will also assist us. Good afternoon, Ms Rush. Actually, I'll defer to her to announce the numbers.
Thank you.
As we've been recruiting them.
Apologies, Senators. I was just making my way to the room. Fran Rush, First Assistant Secretary, Australian Industry Capability. From what I heard, it was the current numbers.
Yeah, so the commitment the Minister made in the announcement was an Office of Defence Industry Support in each state and territory. How many currently operating offices are there?
As of today, about 59 across...
59 offices?
No, 31 APS. Sorry, how many officers?
How many
officers?
She said, officers without the R, if that makes any sense.
That does make sense. So
if there's 59, I'll do a run around Lake Burley Griffin for the committee.
That's all right.
I think the minister's commitment was for one in each state and territory.
There is at least one in each state and territory. Senator.
Currently operating.
Currently operating.
Open.
Yes.
Can you table for me later in the day where those offices are? A list, a schedule of the offices and their addresses?
Yeah, what I can tell you, Senator, is most of the offices outside of the ACT are actually currently within defence establishments, so they'll be on bases. And I can give you a list.
And will that be the permanent arrangement?
No, there is work underway with our security and estate group to actually establish different offices right throughout the country, including in regional areas.
So, yes, because the commitment wasn't it, to have offices that were there for industry. One, as I understand it, has been opened.
Yes.
And so what you're telling me is that in the other territory and in the states, that the staff who have been allocated to that are currently operating out of defence bases.
Co-located within defence bases, yes.
Physical offices will be established when?
Over time, Senator, right through to once we identify some different locations, but through to actually, I don't have that specific information. I'll have to take that one on notice.
Senator, I'll assist. The first of those, separate to those, is about to be established. We're in the process of sorting that with the state and infrastructure. If it might assist you in the committee, I can read in the numbers that are in each of the state locations, if it was to assist you.
But these are on bases, aren't they? So
it's a combination of bases, but also co-located.
59 staff.
That's correct, Senator.
That's right.
But they're also co-located in other facilities, so not necessarily just defence bases, but in facilities that best assist, or that assist, industry. And as you would be aware, the forming of the Office of Defence Industry Support was the single interface with defence industry, and progressively moving these new offices into locations that will afford that.
Right, so the offices themselves, the premises, we have one premise. The others are not delivered yet, still waiting for. And how many?
Sorry, Jim.
So it's a total of 7 to go. Is that right?
There'll be more than 7 ultimately.
Some regional footprint.
Senator, yes. Over time, the regional offices in Western Australia and Queensland, and also in New South Wales, will also. So there will be more than 7.
So let's go to over time.
Mm-hmm.
How many premises have been identified?
We're focusing at the moment on Western Australia, and we do have some existing, co-located premises in South Australia. So at the moment, I think there's 2 or 3, but I'd have to get that detail and take that on notice, Senator.
When will these facilities actually be established? You've said over time, but when will this announcement actually be delivered upon in terms of facilities for industry to access that are off base?
So we do have some that are off base where they do work in different locations, and the people go and move around. The first of those will be in Western Australia very shortly.
When is very shortly, Mr. Fraser?
Within weeks, Senator.
Yep.
I've heard this phrase from Mr. Gaetjens, weeks, not months, and it's span out to be a very long time indeed. Is there a date?
Senator, perhaps I might. I'm just respecting the commercial negotiations that are going on for premises here, so I just want to be a little careful as I tread with that. But it is
so
close.
those haven't been finalised for the Western Australian operation
It's close,
either?
Senator. Yeah, it's close. In fact, I'll defer to my colleagues during lunch here to whether I can give you any additional information on the exact status of that. They have identified a premise, it's in negotiation, and we're just working through. That is in the Western Australia one, and we're just working
Well, I
through
might come back to this then after lunch, Chair, because I do understand you. One last question before I do. And if you could come back after lunch with a bit more detail about which of these premises, have actually been identified. Minister Price also announced that what she called a dedicated regional SME support team would be established. Can you tell me what activities this team has completed since they were created?
So Senator, that announcement, I believe, was part of the original Office of Defence Industry Support release in November. To date, the engagement of that team, which sit within that industry team, are focusing on matters around assessing the capability of local SMEs and assessing what programs we can partner some of those SMEs up with existing defence programs. That'll be a focus. The other key focus across the supports will be actually about just making SMEs defence ready. So there's a lot of work to happen there.
So my question, I suppose, was what tasks have been completed? You're telling me that these are either being undertaken or in prospect.
Yeah. So to
fair
date, there's quite a lot of engagement with the industry associations in each of those states and territories to, one, get the message out there, and two, connect with the SMEs. And the tasking with the SMEs is currently through, the vast majority of the work is trying to assess how defence ready they are.
So one premise in Canberra, one on the way in Western Australia, the rest at best in prospect. No tasks completed so far. You'll come back to me with some more detail, Chair. I'm happy to leave it there and come back after lunch.
All right, thank you. Senator Patrick.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got some questions for the Chief of Navy, he's aware I'm going to ask these questions because I told him on Twitter. So,
Very polite form of communication, Senator Patrick.
I trust.
Okay, so I'll just start off. I just want to go to what's happened with HMAS Adelaide, and I just want to say to the Chief first that I'm deeply grateful for all of the effort of sailors under pretty arduous conditions in what they were doing across there, but I'm still obliged to ask you questions about the failure on HMAS Adelaide. My concern, as I sort of indicated publicly, was warships are designed with not to have single point of failures. There's not much information around. Can you please provide the committee with some details about what happened?
Thanks very much, Senator. Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy, and I'm very pleased for the opportunity to talk about what HMAS Adelaide is doing in response to Operation Tonga Assist and the ongoing efforts of the Defence Force there. I would state that Adelaide has now been on station for nearly 3 weeks, and our commitment to that operation is ongoing. With respect to the failure of the electrical system on board HMAS Adelaide, what I can tell you is that on the day of 27 of January, there was a total power failure on board. Sorry, 29th of January, total power failure on board Adelaide when the online diesel generator failed. That occurred when the ship was at anchor and was after the ship had actually offloaded 88 tonnes of humanitarian stores on the 26th of January. The reason for the power failure is part of a wider technical investigation that is now underway, noting that on the occasion of that first power failure, emergency power was restored within a matter of hours, and full services were restored to the ship. On the 30th of January, while at anchor, Adelaide suffered a second power failure. This time it was as a result of a fault on the gas turbine, not on the same diesel generator that occurred the previous day. And what then subsequently took place was emergency power was restored within 2 minutes, and full power was restored during the course of the day. As you would expect, Senator, a very thorough fault-finding process was undertaken by the ship's company in order to fully understand the fault and undertake repair work to get the ship back to full operational capability, which was achieved on the 31st of January. The exact nature of the reason for these power failures is part of a ongoing technical investigation, but I can confirm that it was not a single point of failure, as we might have opined on. It is a complex operating environment with the ash-laden air and water that the ship was operating in, which had led to increased temperatures in some of the systems in the ship, which may have contributed to the power failure, but I'm not in a position yet to offer a conclusive cause for that failure. But once I've got the technical investigation results, I'll be in a position to talk further about that. What I can say is Adelaide remains in Tonga, and she will remain there until she is relieved by HMAS Canberra, our second LHD, and that she is fully mission capable. She continues to deliver support as requested by the Tongan government as part of the whole of Australian government effort to support our Tongan neighbours and friends. We have not seen another failure of the electrical system in HMAS Adelaide, and confidence by the commanding officer and the technical staff in the integrated full electric propulsion system that is in the ship is high, and I remain confident that she will continue to deliver on her role.
So the gas turbine failure, which was the second failure, you saw an immediate restoration of power. What happened on the first failure? I mean, you've got more than one diesel, you've got a GT. Why is it that, and so, you know, you say it's not a single point of failure, but if you have a failure and it takes out an entire ship, that tends to indicate to me that there is a single point, or you know, something's happened that, of course, in wartime we would never want that to occur, and ships are normally designed such that that does not occur.
I guess, again, the full detail of the technical investigation will reveal the status of those the gas turbine, the fault on that. I don't have the details of the exact.
Does it have two diesels? I'm sure it would have two diesels.
She has a number of diesel generators and diesel alternators. The diesel generator that was online on the 29th was the single diesel generator, which was enough to provide power to the whole ship. When that fell offline, emergency power came on, which was triggered by a redundancy mode. And the fact that it did take some hours to restore full power to the ship showed that there was a degradation to the whole electrical power system. I guess to give some context, Senator, the nature of the ship being an integrated full electric ship means that the way that the power is distributed around the ship is complex. There's 1,411 different systems in the LHD, and the prioritisation of power across those systems is very complex, as you'd expect.
But in some sense, complexity. I mean, I don't understand why the second diesel wasn't brought online. That would seem to me to have been a response. But in any event, if there is complexity, I mean, everything you could do on an Oberon-class submarine, you could fix with a hammer. You know, and
well, I wouldn't think that you could fix everything with a hammer.
The bigger the doubt, the bigger the hammer. But you know, if you had something go out on, you know, you had two batteries, two main batteries. You had two diesels on a boat. You had two armatures, we actually had two main motors on a submarine, on an Oberon-class submarine, and on a Collins-class submarine. You got effectively two armatures.
Senator Patrick, I might be able to just help a little bit there. Rear Admiral Wendy Malcolm, Head of Maritime Systems. So the two diesel generators are subject to a cooling system that comes from the seawater.
Okay.
The first diesel generator was subject to an overheating shutdown.
Okay. All right.
And then the second diesel generator came up, and sometime later it suffered the same issue. Now, we have never sailed into an environment that's been subject to a volcanic eruption like this, and we believe, and we think it's quite possible that it's a key factor in the generators going down, that the seawater cooling became blocked because of the ash and the rock in the water, and that has caused
the seawater cooling system to overheat, which has caused the diesel generators to go into shutdown. So those two events occurred first. We do think that when the emergency diesel generator was brought up, that there was a defect where the the generator thought it was overspeeding. So that was a sensor defect. Even though the maintenance on that had been checked in the past 2 or 3 days, that defect hadn't come up at that stage. So it is a series of events where the holes in the Swiss cheese have lined up. There was a number of other redundancies that were available. There is obviously, we will look at that technical investigation very carefully to understand what were the key factors that were at play here. Environmental, configuration, design, maintenance, human factors, COVID. So it's quite a complex area, but we will learn a lot from that technical investigation. We're confident it's not a single point of failure, but we're also confident there will be things out of that we will learn that will serve us better in that situation. But I do note that the ship's company were able to restore the power themselves. The contractors that arrived at some time later were able to assist them and to obtain data. So it's unfortunate, but we certainly will have learnt a lot from this.
Did they have all the right spares on board to be able to do that, or did you need support from Australia?
So the ship's company was able to restore power and the systems. The contractors that arrived did have a deeper level of knowledge to ensure that the distribution system was working at an optimal level, and they were also able to take quite a bit of information from the integrated platform management system to understand exactly what had happened, and that's been provided as part of the technical investigation.
Senator Patrick, how much longer?
I'm just going to one quick line of questioning, Admiral. Thank you very much for that.
Wait a minute. What's your definition of quick?
Well, it's quick. Could be
no.
Could be one question. Maybe a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes. I'll hold you
Chief,
to that. We'll extend.
Chief, I noticed on a photograph that we had the Chinooks on board, and from my understanding, you can't fold the blades on those, which is why they were probably sitting on top of the aircraft. Bottom line, my concern is with the cancellation of the MRH-90 utility helicopter. Where are we going in the future in respect of having this wonderful ship and the ability to carry utility helicopters, which would be very, very useful? I did notice there was an MRH-90 on the ramp, so there was at least one of those on board. But what are we doing in the future, noting that the Romeo doesn't have a really good utility capability? It's loaded with ASW stuff.
Well, I think the way that we were able to deploy HMAS Adelaide within 24 hours of the request and that we were able to have a mix of ADF aircraft on board shows the utility of the LHD and the way that we can embark a variety of aircraft into that platform at short notice again shows that we can configure that vessel for a HADR task. As you rightly pointed out, Senator, there we had Chinooks operating, we have MRH-90 embarked, and certainly with the other navies and nations that have been operating in the Tonga region, there's been a number of aircraft operating with and off the deck of the LHD, and I expect that will continue. To your question of the future, I think that there are others who will be able to provide better guidance than me in terms of what the ADF future air capability will look like, and certainly the role of the Romeo Seahawk, while it is primarily designed for maritime combat operations, it also does very successfully carry out the maritime support role. We have used the Romeo extensively over the last 12 months in that role when the MRH-90 has not been available. So I would certainly continue to offer the Romeo as a platform that is suitable for combat support operations, and certainly in the future Navy fleet, I expect that that's what we will be able to provide. But in terms of the wider ADF aviation fleet, I suspect that we'll see a mix of aircraft still available, all of which can operate from the LHD platform.
Does that mean that we're not going to have a replacement for that sort of specific MRH-90 utility role? I mean, the Army have a requirement for that, the Navy have a requirement for that, and one of the problems with putting the Chinooks on there is I'm pretty sure they're probably not marinised. And so if you leave them on the deck for long periods of time, there's going to be corrosion on all sorts of other problems.
Well, I think the force mix ultimately, Senator, will be determined by the nature of the mission and the assets that we've got available at the time. And I think that what we've done in Operation Tonga Assist is a great example of using that force mix effectively. As I said, Adelaide's been there for coming up to 4 weeks. HMAS Supply is up there at the moment. She has a helicopter embarked. And what I would expect is that when Adelaide was relieved on task by Canberra, we will see an ongoing delivery of the aid. So far, we've delivered 88 tonnes of support from the Adelaide, there has been, I think we've currently got around about 75 members of the force element ashore providing support. So this has been a remarkable expression of our ability to move quickly and in an agile way to support the country in need. And while the helicopters provide a form of seashore connector, we have used the LLCs, we've used direct across the wharf transfer.
So that's where the 80 tonne comes in.
Last question.
That's where the 80 tonnes come in. That's not airborne.
Some of
transfer.
that has been, or in fact, most of it has been across the wharf.
Yeah, okay.
On the 26th of January, when the ship was alongside prior to the power failure.
I'm finished. Thank you very much.
All right, rank has been pulled, and the Major General wants to ask a question of the CDF. I am told.
Sorry, of Chief of Army, please.
Sorry, Chief of Army. My apologies, Chief of Army, and I'm sure it's to aid our digestive juices for our lunch break. Go for it, Senator Moore.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much. Chief, I believe that the remote weapon system on the purchase of the new tanks is a remote weapon system that we will accept when we get these new tanks from the US. And given the fact that we have a company in Canberra or Queanbeyan who produces remote weapon systems, can you tell me why we aren't going for the EOS weapon system and why we're accepting one from overseas?
Thanks, Senator. Rick Burr, Chief of the Army. Very pleased with the government's recent announcement for the replacement of Army's tanks and combat engineering vehicles. As part of that process, there was a clear tender process that was followed, and to acquire essentially the as-is version of the US SEP V3 tank. That comes with the weapon system as they use it, and to deviate from that would not meet the timelines or the cost profile that was established in this process. And then, of course, over the longer term, as we look to sustain and upgrade the tank, there are, I'm sure, further opportunities, but not at the front end.
That's good. Thank you very much, Chief. Thanks, Chair.
All right, the committee is suspended until 1:40. Thank you. It being the allotted time, the committee is resumed, and Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thanks so much, Chair. All right. Firstly, I'll go to a set of questions in relation to recruitment data, which I had the Secretariat very kindly circulate a couple of hours ago to give some time to gather that data. Who would be the best person to direct those questions to?
Good afternoon, Senator. It's Justine Gregg, Deputy Secretary People, and my colleague, Major General Stothard, as well. We did get your questions, of which some of them we can answer now. Some of them I think we will have to do a little bit more work on.
That's okay. I thought that might be the case. So in relation to the first question then, which just wondered whether you could give us a number of how many people were recruited by the ADF in 2021.
How many in total?
Yes.
Right.
Senator Steele-John, Major General Wade Stothard, Head People Capability. We normally cut our data by financial year.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
In calendar year, we can cut that data to give you that specific answer, but for financial year 2020 to 2021, the ADF recruited across the permanent reserve forces plus our gap year program a total of 7,057 personnel. People.
7,057. 7,057. Lovely. All right. And then out of that 7,057, how many were recruited that were under the age of 21?
Senator Steele-John, we will need a little bit more time to... we will have that data. We will need to go back in and just cut the age bracket to give you that specific information. So if I could take that on notice, we'll return with that.
Okay. Maybe I'm just trying to get any kind of age range data. If you've got it, do you have kind of the overall recruits in the last financial year, anything around average age or kind of IDs of that nature that you could give us?
Look, I couldn't at the moment. I could let you know that our target range audience, noting that there is we do take very Australians of all ages,
of course,
within reason. But 17 to 24 is our target audience for recruitment.
Excellent. And just so that we're using on the same page in terms of lingo, when you say target audience, what do we mean there definitionally?
So that would be our market research shows to us that they are the Australians with the highest propensity to be willing to serve in the Australian Defence Force.
Excellent. Okay.
So we're matching propensity with our area of focus.
Okay. Excellent. In relation to a bit on demography, with the next couple of questions, how many of those recruits in the financial year is fine were First Nations people?
In last financial year, 2021. And relying on self-declaration,
of course,
at point of enlistment or appointment, that number was 431.
431 out of the 7,050. All right, lovely. And in terms of your school recruitment sessions, because I know that's my understanding that's an active part of your recruitment program. Do you collect information as to how many public schools you run those recruitment sessions in versus, say, private schools?
Senator Steele-John, I understand we do have that data. We do record which schools we go to run information sessions. I do not have that with me now. I can take it on notice, and that process normally runs through contact with the school careers advisor in agreement with the principal. And then an education team will go out and brief students on potential careers in the Australian Defence Force. I could say that in the last financial year, last 2 years, physical school tours and education sessions have not occurred to a great degree due to public health orders and restrictions on gatherings.
Yes, of course. And I'm really sorry, I'm a little bit struggling by sight. I can't quite read your surname on your plaque there.
Stothard.
Stothard, sorry. I really need to get a new prescription. Thank you. Thank you, General. It was General, wasn't it?
Yes, it is.
General Stothard, thank you for that. In terms of that section of your recruitment programme that engages with schools, both public and private, is that a particular section of the recruitment programme that kind of is focused on that area of recruitment?
Can I jump in for you?
Please.
So, Senator Justine Gregg again. So the attraction, we call it attraction. So how do we attract members to the Australian Defence Force?
Of course.
So as part of attraction, there's a number of interdependent activities. So engagement with schools, trying to educate in terms of what does the ADF offer as a career, Army, Navy, Air Force. That's one element.
Yes.
Other elements, of course, is we engage through social media, advertising and so forth. And
Yes.
we also have liaison officers that are engaged in local communities.
Oh, okay, of course. And in terms of just that top line number for, regardless of the breakdown of public and private, the top line number for the financial year of 2021, in terms of number of these kind of school-based attraction session, is that how your terminology is, an attraction session?
So,
how you
in
describe
terms of the school engagement, in usual circumstances, we often talk about visits.
Visits.
Is one aspect.
Yes.
So, how many, I think, is that your question?
Yes, my question is how many?
As General Stothard said, in the last 2 years in the COVID environment...
They've dropped off.
But we have done virtual engagement.
Oh, okay. Yes, right.
So we'd be keen to share, perhaps on notice, what that virtual engagement is. Defence Force recruiting has been particularly innovative in terms of looking at what different ways can we both engage with the potential candidate community, but also the next stage of recruitment, post-engagement and attraction is selection. So we've done a lot to put our processes and our approaches into a virtual environment.
Yes. In terms of number of virtual visits conducted in the financial year, do you have that figure?
We could see what we can provide you, Senator, in response to that.
Yes.
I think we can. I'm just not sure of the fidelity, but we can on notice.
Okay, thank you. But it'd be like rough range, kind of hundreds or smaller than that?
Given the virtual nature, I'd rather take that on notice
Of
because
course.
we have changed the approach so significantly.
Yeah. No worries. It's been a wild time for us all in terms of physical engagement with spaces. And just in terms of the overall spend of the ADF or the department, depending on how it's broken down, on the recruitment programme I was hoping for the last quarter of this year was what I did ask, but if you've got it for the previous financial year, that'd work too.
So we certainly have the data here today on our campaign advertising budget as approved by government.
Oh, great.
In terms of that's for the last financial year.
Yep, lovely.
In terms of the other elements that we've discussed today, we don't have that data here.
Yep.
So the campaign advertising budget for 2021 was 32 million, and that covers social media, it covers cinema, it covers television, that covers the whole range.
32 million. Excellent. Thank you so much. Well, that's a really useful data set from you both. I appreciate it. My next question is I think it's to the Minister, really, is it? I think it will be to the Minister, but you will know, Minister. It relates to the current Royal Commission into veterans' suicide. I'm just wondering, we have a situation where, and I was looking up I'm sure you'll share with me the very sobering nature of veteran suicide figures among both the cohorts of current and former serving personnel. We had some new data released in recent times that spoke to, I think it's the 1,273 deaths by suicide of current or former personnel within the, I think it was within the 2000 to 2019 time period. If you do the maths on that, that is 67 deaths by suicide in that cohort in that time period. That's more than 2 a week. We basically have a situation where there's more than 2 a week. The government has recognised, and I remember the Prime Minister's comment well, that these figures were unacceptable and that action was, part of announcing the Royal Commission was recognising the need to take action to address those underlying issues. It's a call that we've supported for a very long time. Senator Lambie, very much the same. I am, though, slightly concerned that we have a situation where the overall footprint of the ADF's recruitment programme, as we've just heard, is primarily targeted at 17 to 24-year-olds. It's had $32 million put behind it, at least in the advertising element. And the attempt there is to bring children, if we're looking at this age range, and young people into an organisation. 17, so you're recruiting people at the age of 17, so they're technically still children, through to...
definition?
Well, allow Senator Steele-John to continue asking his questions, but I do note the Greens therefore want to give the children of a vote. But anyway, we'll move on.
We could have a lovely chat about the difference between
but we won't.
War and voting, Chair. But my point here, Minister, is simply this. Our ADF's primary recruiting target audience are people between the ages of 17 to 24, seeking to bring those folks into an organisation which is currently under the highest form of systemic judicial review that is possible in this nation, triggered by the reality that 1,227 former or currently serving ADF personnel have suicided between the years 2001 and 2019. Does it seem appropriate to you that while this organisation is under such an investigation for such self-evident failures to care and support the serving personnel and former serving personnel within the organisation, seem to you appropriate that we are still at the other end before we have the recommendations before us, let alone that they have been implemented, bringing people in this age range into that organisation?
Thanks, Senator Steele-John. Well, you're right, of course, the government does take the issue of veteran suicide very seriously, and that loss of life is a tragedy, and I know that is a tragedy that causes grief, not just for obviously the families and loved ones of those, but that grief is felt more broadly, particularly across the defence community in relation to those suicides. And that beyond those suicides, Senator Steele-John, there are of course attempted suicides and many other issues in relation to veteran wellbeing that I expect will be explored by the Royal Commission, rightly so, and that the government and its agencies are incredibly conscious of. I'd want to stress a few points in response to your statements and question there, Senator Steele-John. One is, and Defence and ADF may wish to add to this, that whilst the Royal Commission is going to be an incredibly important vehicle to inform us all better for the future, we have not simply awaited the Royal Commission, that in terms of the wellbeing of serving personnel, and of course the wellbeing of personnel at their point of leaving the ADF and the wellbeing of veterans, enormous work continues to be undertaken in terms of seeking to assist and improve outcomes in that regard. In terms of your question about ADF recruitment, many thousands of young adults, Senator Steele-John, have joined the Australian Defence Forces, served in the Australian Defence Forces, contributed to our nation and gained immensely from their service to our nation. And whilst it is crucial that we undertake all of the work and efforts we can to ensure the well-being of those who serve, it is equally important in terms of the respect and regard for those continuing to serve and those who have gone before, that we recognise the many who are proud both of their service and of the experience that they had, and our focus is on ensuring that for recruitment that we undertake, we are providing that most positive experience based on all the lessons that have gone before for any who enter, and to ensure they get that type of life-enhancing and career-enhancing experience.
Minister, I hear what you're saying, but I'll just bring you to the nub of the point that I'm making to you. I do not seek in this line of questioning to cast any aspersions upon the motivations of those who serve or their willingness to serve, or indeed the validity of that life choice, not a comment. My question to you is, your government is aware that the ADF is an organisation, and not solely as an organisation, the DVA is most certainly part of the phenomenon, as are other cultural factors. But in terms of what's in your wheelhouse, and the wheelhouse of the minister that you represent, we have thousands of former and past serving personnel that are suiciding, many, many more coming to profound harm in relation to their mental health. Now, your government has recognised that. That is not a point of contention. Your government has commissioned the highest form of systemic judicial review to get to the bottom of the causes of the statistics before us, each of which represent a life. My deep confusion and concern, and the nature of my question to you, is until we have the answers to those causal factors and have implemented the recommendations that may well be the outcome of that commission, would it not simply be a good application of the precautionary principle to stop recruitment of people between the ages of 18 to 24 into this organisation?
Well, Senator Steele-John, no, I don't accept that characterisation. Ongoing recruitment is important, not just for the operation and operational capability of our Defence Forces, but that ongoing recruitment is important in terms of what it brings to the culture of the Defence Force, and to the modernisation of the Defence Force, and to the reinforcement for those already serving in relation to the value that the community places, as evidenced by the interest in joining the ADF. None of those points diminish the importance of pursuing every possible effort from those stages of recruitment through to the care for veterans around the well-being of serving and former personnel, and of seeking to learn every possible lesson we can from each of those tragic suicides, from other instances and events that have occurred, to maximise.
But you don't know the causes. That's why you've asked for a Royal Commission.
Well, Senator Steele-John, I said I'm happy to have
you do know
Department
that
and
your
ADF talk through some of the changes that have been applied. Obviously, there is more that DVA could speak to in relation to veterans specifically. But if you want the department to talk through how they have responded, then happy for them to do so, as that relates to the stages of career from recruitment through to exit.
No, because this is actually a matter for government. I don't see any need to.
But Senator Steele-John, you are.
I don't actually see any need to bring the department or the ADF into this question. This is a question of judgment for your government.
That's fine, Senator Steele-John, as long as you accept the reality that the Royal Commission is not the only thing that has occurred and is occurring in terms of enhancing well-being for personnel and veterans.
Minister, what I am hearing from you is that you are comfortable with your government spending $32 million recruiting people between the ages of 17 and 24 into an organisation which the data for the last 20 years shows us have actually been an environment in which thousands of people have suicided. Is that something that you are really sitting here saying to me in the context of a government spending so much that you are proud to talk about in relation to mental health in the broader community? Are you saying you're comfortable spending that money, bringing young people into an organisation which has these kinds of cultural problems leading to these outcomes for members of the Australian community?
Senator, I believe that the ADF takes very seriously the well-being of its serving personnel, takes very seriously its responsibility to learn lessons from past reports, inquiries, and from the experiences of other personnel, and that they continue to seek to implement the changes necessary to optimise the well-being and outcomes for those personnel, working then very closely with DVA and other support agencies when people leave their career in the ADF.
Well, that's failing.
So Senator,
it's failing, isn't it? Because
Senator,
they're dying.
I also believe, as acknowledged
suiciding.
by virtue of the fact the government
Which
has
is
commissioned
why
the
you
Royal
announced the Royal
Commission,
Commission.
that there is more we can learn, and we will seek to learn that from the Royal Commission. But it would be negligent in terms of the capability of our future Defence Forces, and it would, I would argue, be harmful to the culture and morale of those currently serving if we were to accept the premise you put and were to not continue with the type of renewal programs that recruitment achieves.
Okay, so you're not going to stop doing this. Have you at any time considered a pause or modification to your recruitment program to reflect what we now know about the rate of suicide among veterans and current serving personnel?
Senator, I think I can speak with confidence that we haven't considered a pause in recruitment. In terms of modifications to recruitment, I'm happy to let Ms Greig speak to that.
Thank you, Senator. So we are doing all we can to continue to do everything we can in terms of preventing suicide, and of course the Royal Commission is looking at this in great detail, and we want to work very hard with the Royal Commission to improve those outcomes. In terms of the whole continuum of service, we've been working very hard in terms of prevention across the whole continuum, from recruitment all the way through to transition. An important aspect of this, we know from the work so far that the transition into civilian life is a particular time where we know that at times that can be a risk factor. So the work over the last 5 years has been very heavily looking at how to improve the transition process, and why I'm pointing that out in the context of your question is we have really looked very closely, and the investment, the programs are now fully targeted at that younger age group. Going back 5-10 years, we had a broader approach which was supporting those transitioning from the ADF more broadly. This is very, very targeted to assist the younger ADF members that are transitioning. Each member transitioning has a transition coach to assist their transition into civilian life. So I'm giving you one very significant example in terms of we are...
But did it actually change the content of your recruitment? Like, I'm quite stunned that I have not, and I'm the subject, ironically, of some of these targeted advertisements online. There is never anything that references the current situation in relation to veteran suicide, or the changes that the ADF have made to this point. Like, is there anything in the content of your school recruitment program that warns young people of the potential outcomes? I'm not talking about whether or not war is a dangerous thing. That's a conversation for another time. A veteran who has suicided, serving personnel member who has suicided has not fallen to an enemy bullet, they've fallen to a broken system. And my question to you is, have you done anything in your recruitment program to make them aware of those additional risks or the changes that you are making?
So the recruitment program talks to the whole part of service life, which talks to how people will be housed, how people will be remunerated, the experience of the military, and also our welfare approach. So that is how I answer your question. It is about what is the welfare approach to those that are serving members, and what can a recruit expect when they join the ADF.
Does it
Senator
say
Steele,
can be
John.
harmful
Senator
to your
Steele,
mental
John.
health?
Senator Steele, John. I should have pulled you up earlier to give you notice of 1 minute, one last question, so go for it.
So is there anything in there that warns of risk to mental health?
The mental health and well-being is of the paramount importance to...
Absolutely, but if you join the ADF, there can be negative impacts on your mental health.
That's question
Is there anything in your recruitment program that warns recruits when you enter a school of the potential negative impacts of being a member of the ADF to your mental health?
I think we've already answered it in the sense of this is the...
Is it really a yes or no?
This
is there anything there or not?
This is the experience of...
Does the experience include...
All right, please let Ms Grigg.
That was your last question.
Does the experience
and if the
include
official can
mental
provide
health?
an answer, and then we'll go to Senator Molan for a question before.
Very quick
Senator Lamb.
Could I?
Have you finished the answer to Senator Steele, John?
Chair.
Yes? All right.
I'd like to make a contribution to that
All
answer.
right, yes, yes.
Senator, I won't go back over all of the sensitivities around the Royal Commission and the treatment of our personnel and our care for their lifetime wellbeing. On your specific question, could I explain that through the recruitment process, the demands and exceptional requirements of service are focused on and explained to every candidate. So the rigours and demands of service life on a ship, deployed on an air base, in an austere operational environment is well explained to them. Our recruiting process involves a significant number of medical and mental health screening and an absolute interview with a psychologist to confirm suitability for service. So in terms of preparing our people for the rigours and demands of service, our recruiting process has adjusted, it has amended, and it is very, very focused on ensuring that all young candidates or older candidates for service who are volunteers are fully aware of the demands that may be placed on them, and we independently check on their suitability and their ability to undertake those demands with clinical advice and experienced officers and soldiers, NCOs, who have experienced those demands themselves.
Right, thank you. Senator Molan, you have the call.
Very simple. Could I have the number of ADF members who, and please take it on notice, who have committed suicide, the number of ADF members between the age of 17 and 20. What was your upper limit? 25, was it?
17 to 24 was
24,
the
thank you.
target range that was
Thank you.
spoken
Of that
of.
target
Not-
range,
not a
please.
couple
Just the
of
number of suicides of that target range, say, over the last, from Senator Steele-John's period, 2001 to 2019.
All right. Senator Lambie, your time starts now.
If you could include those ones that have left between that age, that have committed suicide, that'd be great too.
Sorry, what was that, Mr?
If you could actually include the ones that left from 17 to 25 that have actually committed suicide, that'd be good too, because that's going to be difficult because I don't keep records. Okay, I'd like to, have we got anyone representing the legal system here today, either from the IGADF? No one from the IGADF?
Sorry, Senator Lambie, have we got anyone here today who represents...
The IGADF?
I wouldn't believe so, Senator Lambie.
Nobody here that represents the legal system at all within our Defence Force?
Well, that's a separate question, so certainly there would be those responsible for areas of legal engagement in Defence or ADF here.
Thank you.
But IGADF is now a matter of questions through the Attorney-General's portfolio in the way that that's been structured at arm's length from Defence.
So our Chief Counsel will be coming to the table.
Thank you.
Senator Adrian D'Amico, Chief Counsel Defence.
Good afternoon. I'd actually like to talk about the inquiry into the goings-on in RMC Duntrum between 2009 and 2011.
Senator, it's not something that's in my bailiwick, fortunately.
Would you like to talk to me about them?
Senator, I think you're referring to an IJDF inquiry, and there is no witness here in Defence who is in a position to speak to that. And if it's an ongoing inquiry, the IG won't speak to it either.
Okay. Okay, can you tell me, I think that there's a few people in here that are very aware of that inquiry, so I'd like to know first of all whether the doctor that was there at that present time is now being referred to APRA with the damage that was done to those recruits.
Senator, because it is an inquiry that, as I understand, is ongoing, undertaken under the authorities of the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force, we cannot make any comment.
It's actually not ongoing, it's finished. I know that because I have the letters here. That is now finished, it's not ongoing inquiry.
Well, then we'll find out what we can say, Senator.
Okay, all right, so... okay, so I'm hoping that someone is aware that during that inquiry there was a number of issues that were looked into them, and one of them was unacceptable behaviour, so I'd like to start there. The assistant IGRDF concluded that at least 2 cadets at RMC were subjected to widespread unacceptable behaviour. One was also arrested by a staff member on at least 2 occasions. Another was subjected to multiple instances of harassment by an officer commanding. The inquiry found the impact of the unacceptable behaviour on both cadets has been significant and long-lasting. Is Defence considering whether repatriation payments or retrospective payments justice would be appropriate given significant and long-lasting harm has been caused to those people?
Senator, I am advised that we are now in the process of considering the findings of the Inspector General's report.
How long do you think, though, that will take you?
I can't offer you an estimate, Senator, but it will be diligently attended to.
Okay. Okay. I want to go to the reparation payments, okay? Because that's where we're heading. So I want to speak to you, Minister, about that, because that is where we are heading. Now, this has been ongoing for over 10 years now. These guys have been in a tremendous amount of pain. I certainly know they've gone outside and the media is ready, and which I'm sure you do not want to deal with going into an election. It is a shocking event that happened to these cadets that were there. So I'm asking with your power, and I know this investigation is finished, those recommendations, whatever they are, which they're not strong enough, I'm asking, will you look into this as a matter of urgency over the next week, yourself and the Attorney-General?
Well, Senator Lambie, I think the most appropriate course will be, as CDF has indicated, that Defence will seek to respond in, I trust, a very timely way, and I would trust that ADF will brief their minister as is appropriate. If there are questions in relation to reparations, as you say, I would expect them to be considered through those considerations.
Okay, let's go to this one then. With regards to the questionable medical treatment by the RMC doctor at the time, the investigation itself found that there were medical documents missing from people's records. Is that unusual? Like, how did the Army manage to lose people's medical records?
Senator Lambie, I think it's maybe where CDF was about
Actually,
to go.
no, it's fine. They can answer their medical records because I know they go missing. So maybe they can explain to me why this has been going on for years and we're still at the same issue that medical records are missing.
So I think handling of medical records overall, there would be limitations. I expect Senator Lambie to talking about specific cases, but in terms of...
No, I'm speaking about in general.
Thank you.
Senator Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey, Surgeon General of the ADF. I can't comment on the specific medical records that you might be referring to, but what I can advise you of is that Defence has undergone a period of contemporising and reform of the way in which we manage medical records. In 2014, we moved from paper-based records into an electronic health system, which has significantly addressed some of those risks that are inherent in the management of a paper-based record system, which I guess is relevant, to the issues that you raise in the circumstances of those individuals.
And who can get into that database and remove those records? Of what rank can that be done? What rank can access those records and remove them? I would imagine that's from your clerks right through. So can you explain that to me?
So the paper-based records of previously serving members would now be stored in Defence Archives. And while I can't talk to the governance over the archive system, there are rigorous arrangements around the management of those archived records that certainly limit access. In the time, so pre-2014, when we did manage paper-based health records in our Defence Health Centres, there were governance arrangements and processes involved in anyone accessing medical records.
So tell me how it works now with it being computerised. So what does that go straight back to a headquarters system? Is that stored in one? As soon as you click that button, you say, well, here, you've seen the doctor, this is what's happened today. Now it goes back to medical records. I think it used to be Schema or something like that in Melbourne back in the day where all your records were held. Does it automatically go back to a record or can it sit there? Somebody can now still remove it from an electronic record. Tell me how that works.
No, Senator. There has always been a regulatory system and rules around the management of health records. So removal of content from a medical record is not permitted. Alteration of medical records in retrospect is not permitted, but what we can do is update information that exists in those records. If you're asking about the electronic health system, it's a national electronic health system. The access to individuals' health records within that system is monitored and recorded. We are able to conduct audits on that system. The system captures the access. Everybody has a registered log-on to that system. So any tampering or editing of those records is tightly controlled. There are only certain people with different levels of access who, are authorised to make inclusions in that record or to access information that's in that record.
Okay. So is Defence considering whether the loss of medical records is a breach of any legislative or regulative requirements with regards to keeping medical records?
Senator, I'm not sure I really are you asking, are we considering it in relation to that particular IGADF inquiry?
No, I'm asking you to consider it altogether for anybody. So if you, whether the loss of medical records is a breach from Defence, whether they, is there any chance of legislative regular requirements with regards to keeping medical records? So
there are extant legislative and regulatory requirements that Defence complies with the management of all records, but including our health records.
So back in 2010, the loss of records would have been a breach of those requirements, yeah? If you lost medical records back in 2010 at Duntroon, that would have been a breach of the requirements due to your legislation, you know, whether it's your regulatory requirements or legislation. You would have breached your own rules, correct?
Well, Senator, you're now outside of the general handling of medical records and into...
Well, no, because Defence has rules and regulations on these. So have they gone outside their own rules and regulations? That's what I'm asking.
Senator, we'll have to take that question on notice.
Okay, you do that.
But we can't give you a clear answer today, Senator.
Okay. So I just want to go back to the RMC. The IGADF accepted that senior medical staff considered that the medical treatment of cadets at RMC Duntroon was inadequate. Are you investigating that issue in itself? Do you know of?
Senator, I refer to my previous answer to your inquiries with regard to the findings of the IGADF report.
Okay. So, seriously. You're aware that during the Royal Commission there are a lot of complaints about the legal system in our Defence Force. Are you aware of that going on, are you, CEF?
Senator, I just couldn't hear the first part.
Are you aware that during the Royal Commission there has been a lot of evidence come up and a lot of evidence being given about the legal system and how it operates in our Defence Force?
Yes, Senator, I am.
Okay.
And you'll appreciate, Senator, I'm not in a position to comment on the considerations of the Royal Commission.
I just want to talk to you about those SNAP investigations. What are they called again? What's the SNAP investigations that Defence uses? Those ones where somebody investigates and they...
A quick assessment, perhaps, or a fact-finding?
A fact-finding. Now, I've brought this up with you on many occasions. I still do not seem to see a central database with that fact-finding, and I still, we all know this is an issue, we still do not, those fact finds, which are doing a tremendous amount of damage out there, are going straight to whoever and basically going through a shredder. Because that is what is going on. Have you decided yet it would be in the best interest of those who are serving and the military to have a central database for a fact find?
Senator, I think what you have said in the commentary before your question is wrong.
Okay, I will let the Royal Commission decide. Okay, well, that's all right. That's all. I have. You want one more? Yeah, thank you. The IGADF concluded that the actions of the staff cadets on the day of the library fire prevented loss and damage to items of historical significance, and notes that the importance of these actions has not been formally recognised. Is Defence now prepared to consider whether the actions of those cadets there on the day of the fire should be formally recognised once and for all?
So, Senator, we are considering the findings and recommendations of the Inspector General's review. And we'll do that expeditiously.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Molan, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. And I think most of my questions are for Chief of Army, please. And I have one on basing, following that, and one on Triton, please, following that. Are we only on Army at the moment?
Which was the last topic, Senator?
Triton.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, could I get an update, please, on the Apache purpose, the Apache purchase? Where is the Apache purchase at the moment in the process?
Lieutenant General Rick Bird, Chief of the Army. That I might need my CASG colleague to come up and maybe give some further detail around the actual commercial aspects of the process. Shane, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Shane Fairweather, First Assistant Secretary, Rotary Aerospace and Surveillance Systems Division. Oh, yeah, thank you. Force of habit. We've been through the process of letter of request with the US Army and received the letter of acceptance, and it's now subject of government decision for Gate 2.
What's the time frame for that consideration of Gate 2?
It's in the cycle now, and as government presents it in the near future.
And are there any implications of that timing on the ability of Boeing to get access to the production line, for the timing of their access to the production line?
No, we've, because we're going into a multi-year buy with the US Army, we have access to the production line for that timeline.
What did you call that, a multi-year
buy?
Okay. Thank you. The battle command system, please. Thank you. That's all on Apache. Thanks. The battle command system, Chief. Can you give me an update on where we are in relation to Albert and the battle command system?
Battle management system, Senator.
Thank you.
Is what
Battle
we,
management system. Yep.
Refer to it. As previously advised, that has been paused.
Was that been addressed today? Has it? If it has, I can go.
No, sorry. In previous estimates, my apologies. Its current status is Army has paused the use of the Albert Battle Management System. We have an interim battle management system in place, and Defence is still in negotiations with Albert how to move forward.
Okay, so that is different with the Department of Defence, the negotiations, is it?
Well, yes, with CASG.
Okay, with CASG.
Yeah.
Senator Tony Fraser, Deputy Secretary, Capability Acquisition Sustainment Group.
Thank you.
The matter is between ourselves and Albert, Defence and Albert, as we prepare additional advice for government consideration.
So the Minister has just got to
the
make
Minister
the
will
decision.
get the full information, and we're continuing to provide additional information.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, thank you. Could I ask, and I think that may be all for Army, I've just got a question on Triton and basing, please. Chief, hi.
Good afternoon, Senator. Air Marshal Mel Hupfeld, Chief of Air Force. I hope I can help.
Thank you. Can you handle basing as well as you can't handle basing, can you? But Triton you can speak on.
I can talk about basing for Triton, if that's what you're after, Senator.
No, it's more general basing. There've been recent articles and discussion about the visit of an American logistic team to Australia to assess Australian bases for the location of US assets, US air assets. I've just been concerned that those assets, that our bases are not to the standard that the Americans would want. They're not to a warfighting standard. And my question really goes to the fact of if we are looking at hardening our bases in all the way that we need to do to preserve the fighting force, are we going to harden one base or a range of bases? Is there a plan, an overall plan, to fix what I believe is an issue with our bases of not being hard enough?
Senator, we do have a long-term infrastructure program that deals with the defence estate. An aspect of that is the management, the resilience, the effectiveness of our bases. And we do work with the United States as our closest ally and partner in terms of the opportunities to see the development of an enhanced relationship and some of the opportunities perhaps in logistics, infrastructure, and the rotational presence of groups like the Marine Force in Darwin. So that work is ongoing, and I think it's of mutual benefit to our national interest.
Absolutely, but I just wondered if we have a plan which aims at some stage in the future to have hardened and prepared any number of bases, between one and all of our bases in the north of Australia. If we do have within that the long-term infrastructure plan, CDF, is that addressed in the long-term infrastructure plan?
Senator, I'll just offer a general comment and ask Deputy Secretary Perkins to come to the table. We are very conscious of the need for resilience and, as you use that term, hardening and the sustainable effect of our bases, particularly those across our north and that house our strategic capabilities.
Senator, if I could add, so the Force Posture Initiative work that was announced by the Defence Minister and the Foreign Minister last year at AUSMIN talked about further work to operationalise the alliance, including taking the developing our Force Posture Initiative work with the United States. So the visits that you refer to are directly linked to that achievement that the government negotiated last year. Around that is looking at where we can collaborate with our United States partners, looking at the range of bases and other pieces of infrastructure that might be useful to us and our American partners in a whole range of contingencies, and for regional presence activities as well as preparing for high-end operations. So those survey teams are doing ongoing work. They will provide advice to the department, which will then provide it to government for decision about the investment. Clearly, some of the assets, and you'd be aware of at Tyndall, complex sensitive systems need to be protected in a different way. The deployment of the Joint Strike Fighters to Tyndall just requires a very different overlay and set of protections than what we had, say, 20 years ago. But there is an estate plan. It's a long-term one. It does include some work around hardening, but that will need to be adjusted as this additional work on the Force Posture Initiative comes underway. So some things may need to be brought forward or put more emphasis on. Again, depending on the resource envelope, we may need to slide some things, but that work is being done. Dan Frankhauser can speak to the estate and infrastructure plan, but the Chief can talk to the deployment of particular assets and how they might be protected.
I'd be very interested in the operational side of it, which is, if we are doing this, what are we protecting against? What is the threat to our northern bases?
Senator, there's a number of...
what might be in the future?
Yeah, possible threats. So we're not aiming this discussion at any one particular nation, but the capabilities that we see across the globe relate to one of the projects and programs we're running, and that's an integrated air and missile defence program. A part of that program will be to look at vulnerability and or protection measures that we might need on some of our bases. That analysis and work is ongoing, and we are working that in consultation with Security and Estate Group.
Security
and Estate Group. That's the new group that Deputy Secretary Celia Perkins is leading. They run our infrastructure program. So we'll have a look at those, and as the Secretary said, that we'll need to prioritise on funding versus capability outcomes that we'll need. That work is still occurring, and as I say, we'll tie that together across the full spectrum of capabilities that we'll need in line with the Integrated Air and Missile and Defence Program.
And I guess what you would do is determined really, the priority of what you might do is determined really by the judgments that are made as to the threat.
Absolutely, Senator, and it's been very clear that the strategic warning times are now more ambiguous. There's been lots of commentary around the circumstances that we're in. So we'll continue to review, and this is important work that we'll continue to go through.
But it would take years and years and years, wouldn't it, to change our bases in the north, to harden the bases in the north, even for the Americans to base aircraft there, much less to protect our own fleets.
Well, I think it can take considerable periods, Senator, but depending on timelines and how much we wish to spend, then there may be ways to reduce the timeline that's in there. But this is a significant issue that we are continuing to look at.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Ayres, you have...
Oh, my apologies. Yeah. There was one.
Really?
I do apologise, Chair.
Right.
Just Triton. Chief, if you could give us a quick update on where we are with Triton.
So, Senator, the Triton program, I think as I addressed in the last Senate estimates, there is still an ongoing production pause that's as a result of the US Congress budget decisions. In the most recent Congress budget outcomes this year, they've agreed to fund the production of 2 more Triton, but that doesn't mean that the production pause is over. Our government has agreed or approved the acquisition of 3 Triton, that's 3 air vehicles, and then of course the supporting infrastructure and systems that we need to operate the Triton as a capability. We will then continue to review the continuing acquisition of Triton pending the outcomes and decisions from the US on their production pause. So there's still significant work for us to do, but it remains consistent with our incremental acquisition program for Triton. It still has some developmental aspects that the US is working on, but I note that their latest version of Triton includes what's called IFC 4.0, which is it's the system that has the required sensors that we are seeking to have in our aircraft. They've produced one of those and are starting to operate it. So some of those things are progressing, but it's important that we understand on the future production outcomes in order to be able to provide appropriate future advice to government.
No plan B?
The plan B, Senator, is really about what our future capability options may be as well. So this, and I've used this before in Senate estimates, that for a lot of our capabilities, you know, the language of initial operating capability and final operational capability are becoming less relevant. We look at the spectrum of capabilities that are available to us and will upgrade, adjust and acquire capabilities that meet our need. For Triton, as an example, it's a system that pairs and has been deliberately designed to pair with the P8. Together as a whole system, they perform very well across maritime intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance outcome to achieve maritime domain awareness. They also pair for anti-submarine warfare, of which the response asset is the P8. But what we're looking as we move further ahead, and you know, we're not just looking tomorrow or the next year, we're looking out to the next decade. What will technology provide? There are some solutions for intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance that include space-based systems. We'll tie together that with our Peregrine capability that we're bringing forward, and indeed any other opportunities and solutions that the US may look at in the future. And we continue to examine that in our capability lifecycle processes.
No, that's good. Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
Senator Van, a couple of questions, and then Senator Ayres until 3:25.
Thank you, Chair. And this may be an oblique line of questions, and I'll accept that if that's the case, but it's just keen to hear the department and ADS view on Antarctic strategic competition. I know it was a decision for another department, another minister, to not proceed with the Davis runway. But does the department or the ADF generally have a view on what that means for Australia's strategic position?
Senator Van, I'll let the department make any additions, and they may well have in that regard. I wasn't here yesterday to hear how the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Minister Payne stepped through the decisions that were taken, but in terms of the decisions to not proceed with the Davis runway, and there are a range of reputational and environmental considerations in terms of Australia's standing, as well as the longer-term operational and cost factors that impacted on that decision.
I hope you as Minister for Finance didn't wield your red pen.
If only my red pen were more effective some days, Senator Abetz. But as I say, there were a number of considerations, and cost factors being one as to how Australia, in terms of our significant ongoing investment in our Antarctic operations, can best serve our strategic interests. Those strategic interests involve very strong support for the Antarctic Treaty processes and the restrictions that those processes apply in relation to activities, be they in areas such as mining, but also, of course, in areas such as militarisation of the Antarctic zones too. But
as I said,
from there, I can let Defence pick up.
As I said, I was aware and framed it as an oblique question, but an important one, I think, for strategic reasons.
Senator Peter Savchuk, apologies for not having my nameplate, Acting Deputy Secretary Strategy, Policy and Industry. Well, Australia has a long-standing stake in the Antarctic Treaty System, of course, as you referred to. An important pillar of that system is, of course, to abide by norms in relation to non-militarisation of Antarctica. The Australian Defence Force provides support for the activities of the Australian Antarctic Division through Operation Southern Discovery by providing logistical and airlift support. That's well familiar to you, I'm sure. We have a long history of cooperation with other countries who have an Antarctic presence, which stands to reason given the conditions in which we all operate and deploy scientists to better understand that continent. Australia, of course, does have claims in relation to Antarctica, which is another issue. We cooperate with partners and are, of course, very invested in ensuring that parties do adhere to the ATS to make sure that it doesn't become an area of strategic competition that causes us and our national interests concern.
I agree with you and understand the treaty system very well and our obligations. My concern is more if others didn't observe them and if other nations did build a runway there, would we be forced to reassess that decision?
I'm sorry, so if others built a runway, did you mention?
Yeah, or signalled they were going to at the very least.
I think the government would always monitor precisely what occurs across Antarctica. I think a very important pillar in the decision that we have come to is that in terms of consistency with the principles of the Antarctic Treaty System, particularly the principles of safeguarding and preserving the environment in Antarctica, we would be very concerned based on our analysis of that potential project if we did see others proceed in those ways. We welcome the opportunities for scientific collaboration in terms of research activities in Antarctica that is valuable across a range of nations, but clearly those principles in terms of the protection of the Antarctic wildlife, the protection of Antarctica from exploitation such as mining activities, and the protection of Antarctica from militarisation activities remain core tenets that the Australian Government will defend at every opportunity.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator To Ayres? Yep. Senator Ayres, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. I have just a few questions and then keen to pass on to Senator Kitching. Minister, while I've got you as we approach the election, could you tell me what the government's policy is and perhaps what Defence's policy is about candidate visits to defence sites, to defence bases? Or is it better if there's somebody in the department who can tell us what the policy is?
Senator, I'm sure the department can talk about how they handle visits in different circumstances at different times, including during a campaign environment. Senator.
Senator, there is policy. I don't have it with me at the moment. We'll see if we can get that quickly. But
perhaps if we can, yeah. So I noticed that the Liberal candidate for Macquarie recently visited a base there with the Prime Minister and took part in his press conference. Requests from Labor candidates to visit have been denied by the Minister's office before. Just want to understand what the actual policy framework is. Hello. I think you're about to tell me.
Senator Matt Giannopoulos, the Associate Secretary. So the policy for the upcoming election is not yet settled. The normal convention is that the leader and deputy leader of the opposition can visit bases and sites, and the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister can continue.
Right, so I was about to come to what happens during the election. I was wondering what the policy is now, and perhaps that could be provided later on during the day. But what you're saying is that it is not settled at this stage, but the current understanding of Defence is leader and deputy leader, Prime Minister and deputy Prime Minister,
and the Defence
Minister.
My understanding, and we will seek clarity, but if the Prime Minister is visiting a defence establishment in normal times, then the composition of the Prime Minister's party is a matter for the Prime Minister. The department does not seek during outside that sort of caretaker period. The department does not seek to have any. It would be inappropriate. I'd suggest to have a view about who the Prime Minister or the Minister wanted to take with him when he was travelling.
We have had discussions about red carpets being provided and trumpets and all sorts of things at prime ministerial visits. I'd just gently say, as gently as I can, because I'm not
You're not renowned for your gentle observations.
I'm really trying to grow as a person, Minister, and be more gentle. But in this environment, I reckon it's pretty important treating Defence and Defence as an institution with some respect and care during this election. Given what's occurred this week, I reckon a little bit of thought ought to go into that. So that'll be communicated to the parties, I assume, and I'll see the policy afterwards. I had a few questions for CDF, if I may. I just want to get some high-level views about climate change and security, and the way that Defence and CDF sees that issue. You have, I think, had some things to say about this issue before. Can you tell me, firstly, have our AUKUS allies, the United States and the United Kingdom, identified climate security as a threat?
Senator, it's actually widely acknowledged that issues of climate variability, climate change, have the potential to cause knock-on effects that can stress nations, make nations potentially more fragile, or the coherence of a body politic more fragile, can drive an aspect of decision-making, the calculus of national interest and need, and that where there is a modelling forecast of more substantial effects to emerge should climate change continue to be progressing as it is predicted by the IPCC, then there's security concerns about just climate change and environmental effects as a stressor on nations and on regions and on the decisions that are made. We see in some circumstances that can be a stressor that leads to cooperation. And that's the good pathway. It could be a stressor that leads, though, to other forms of more competitive or conflict behaviour. It's written about you mentioned the UK and the US, but it's very widely written about.
Yeah.
And in part, while there are academic reflections on particular circumstances of today or recent times, much of that writing is looking to the 1.5 degree, 2 degrees Celsius change environment.
And I think you've used the phrase threat multiplier before. What does that mean for the committee? I mean, I think I know what it means, but does it have a meaning in the literature, or how would you describe it for the committee?
So it's referring to the idea that you have the potential in certain scenarios to have both a more difficult operating environment. So whatever you want to do is harder to do, multiplies the problem for you, and it creates for decision makers in affected areas stressors that drive them in directions that magnify those more negative choices rather than the cooperative choices. So it's speaking to the potential that whatever might be the underlying relationships between groups, between nations, between regions, can be magnified or multiplied by the knock-on effects of changing, adapting climate systems.
And I'm interested in what you said about the potential for cooperation. So if there's a common understanding, as you say, with our key allies, but also in our region, about the nature of the impact on state fragility or the impact on the operating environment, that assists cooperation between our military and our allies' military and across the region, doesn't it?
Well, I think that conversations about it and about the potential for its security implications are a very important way of building into stories of cooperation. So whether it is reflecting on those aspects related to climate security that are expressed in the Boy Declaration in the Pacific, or the modelling and the concerns arising for some of the overlapping challenges in the Southeast Asian region, an archipelagic region that has the potential to be exposed to a number of climate disaster effects. The path of cooperation, particularly for us in the Indo-Pacific, a region very prone to natural disasters, and hence prone, if climate is to change substantially, to the possibility of those disasters being greater or being in greater number or frequency. That conversation that leads to cooperation as the sensible choice, it's a very powerful way, I think, of building a sense of common security, community, and an opportunity for all the countries and the regions involved.
So that's the opportunity for us. So that in terms of our other powers in the region, are there signs of other powers in the region seeking to capitalise on this, the apprehension of this, or to insert themselves into these issues in a way that's unhelpful for Australia?
Senator, look, I would have to offer just a generalised point, and that is you could use an example such as water security, freshwater security, drinking water security, and where that is not equitably and cooperatively considered across nations who are dependent on the same well springs of fresh water for their populations, that's got the potential to be problematic. And problems in our region that become security problems, that become conflict problems, are problems for Australia.
Yeah.
We are too interconnected to be comfortably see ourselves as distant, isolated and safe and secure. So I think that that's just an example. Water security is one of the things. That there have been examples in other regions of the world where a combination of climate effects leads to food shortages, particularly, for example, wheat as a basic staple in some countries, wheat shortage, bread shortage, people on the street, political crisis.
Yeah, and water's a good example, isn't it? Because it's one of those issues that's particularly acute in the Indo-Pacific, isn't it? It's,
in some parts, yes. Now, Senator, these issues, they're acknowledged in the Defence White Paper of 2016, they're acknowledged in the Strategic Update. Defence acknowledges the importance of our work as a force that works with others in seeking to be part of that cooperative effort in any form of disaster or humanitarian effect, irrespective of what its origin may be, that the only way to be building a community is to build it together.
And there's some evidence of, increasingly defence being used to respond to natural disasters in Australia. Is some evidence, I suppose, of the likelihood of increasing stress on defence at a domestic level?
Senator, we do certainly contribute to disaster events, irrespective of their origin, and we have for a very long time. I think it's an element or component of the business of a defence organisation to be able to contribute. But I think it's really important to recognise we're a supporting contribution. We are rarely, if ever, and I think it's more in the if ever, the substantial contribution. So you look at the bushfires, Australia has a magnificent heritage of volunteer bush firefighting. There are 220,000 Australian volunteer bush firefighters all over this country. They are the frontline response. They are the magnitude of response. We can provide elements that can support, contribute, can create a degree of relief. But our contribution, when you look at that bushfire effect, it might be publicly visible and the cameras turn to the military arriving, but it is a small component of what I think we've all seen is the far greater heroism of our bush firefighters, our volunteer bush firefighters.
No, I really appreciate those comments, CDF, and I think that's that can be simultaneously true and not true. There is enormous appreciation in the community for the efforts that the Defence Forces have played in some of these natural disasters, and there are important capabilities that Defence has that can occasionally insert themselves in the process. Of course, I want to draw you to some of the things that the Minister for Defence has said about climate change, and I think he, on the 3rd of February, in an interview with Paul Murray, said that people have led. Where is that? He says he diminishes people who take climate change seriously as a security threat. I mean, to what extent does some of that ideological positioning around climate change make it harder Here he says, Brendan O'Connor, my opposite number, who would be the Defence Minister in an Albanese government, openly says that the biggest threat militarily is climate change, which is a mischaracterisation, of course, of what Mr O'Connor said. But to what extent does that kind of posturing undermine having a stable basis for a collective understanding amongst like-minded nations in particular around the nature of the threat?
So, Senator, you'll appreciate that we've now moved into a space where it is inappropriate for me to comment.
Okay.
CDF got in before I did, their Senator Ayres.
I'd be very surprised if he didn't.
I figured he would say that, but...
I think we can be very confident about that. Just find my other page. I've got something misnumbered here. Just on that, we just spoke about the ADF being engaged in national emergencies like the bushfires and floods. You know, I think there's a sort of useful discussion of the your modesty about the nature of the Defence's contribution to those things, which is good, but also I think there's a lot of appreciation in the community for that work. Recently we've seen the announcement that the Prime Minister's sending the Defence Force to work in aged care facilities. Can you tell the committee how ADF personnel will be used in the aged care crisis?
Senator, I'll just ask Admiral Plath, who is leading that work,
Thank you,
to come up to the table. He may be a moment or two.
That's okay, and please don't hurry, because I do look up at those stairs and worry that somebody's going to take a tumble if they rush.
I'm disappointed we don't have something more adventurous as a means for this committee.
A fireman's pole or something to...
flying fox, a parachute opportunity perhaps.
Afternoon, Senator. Rear Admiral Robert Plath, Commander of the Defence COVID Task Force and currently the team leader at our Aged Care Assist team.
Thank you. Could you tell me a bit about how Defence is going to play a role here in aged care?
Yeah, Senator, we on the 4th of April, we received a request through the National Coordination Mechanism and Emergency Management Australia to discuss with the Department of Health how we might support their efforts in responding to COVID matters within that aged care sector. We met with them.
And when was that request made?
We received that on the 4th of April through Emergency Management Australia.
Yep.
Sorry, did I say April? My apologies. 4th of February.
You're wishing the year away, Rear Admiral.
I apologise. 4th of February, Friday, we met with our health colleagues, and the immediate issue they were dealing with was furloughed staff due to isolations and also some illness. Those staff that they were concerned about were largely clinical staff, and as we worked through our discussions with them around what response we could help with, one of the things that we don't have in Defence is a lot of clinical staff. However, we identified 4 teams, what were called health augmentation teams, and they were able to deploy the next day. So 4 teams went straight out into their highest priority areas that they needed to augment. And at the same time, we agreed that we would put together what health call standing force teams. I would think it's easier to think of them as independent medical teams. And they are 10 personnel, 5 clinical and 5 general duties. And they're designed to be able to rapidly deploy, spend 7 days in a facility, which is about the isolation period, and then they come off and have a few days off and then go to do that again. So we agreed, they asked for 8 at the time, the 1 in each jurisdiction, and we agreed actually to provide 10. So early then...
100 staff.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, but only 50 clinical, Senator. I
Yeah.
think that's important because
So
that is...
50 clinical, 50 general duties.
Yes, Senator.
Yes.
And those teams were ready early in the next week. At that same meeting, we discussed the fact that we didn't have very many clinical staff, so we thought the offer of some general staff that could perhaps relieve clinical staff inside healthcare, aged care facilities might be a multiplying factor for them. There was an assumption made at that point, Senator, that kind of support would be required in the sector. So we proceeded down that path as well, and then by the 12th of February, we had prepared 200 non-clinical staff in each of the jurisdictions available to be called forward to support the facilities as they required. As we've gone through the ensuing period and working alongside health, and we've integrated into the Department of Health over at Woden, we've reassessed those the problem, and that assumption about a demand for that general duties staff hasn't come to fruition. So whilst we communicated it widely, and as recently as yesterday we were emailing and following up with some phone calls today to different facilities, that need for that general duty staff hasn't manifested itself. So at the moment we have 152 ADF people actively engaged today supporting the aged care sector. That's a total, today that is 24 facilities. And over the last 10 days or so, we have supported 29 facilities. I think it's interesting that when you look at the problem that health was dealing with when we first started talking to them, there were some 902 facilities that were categorised as what health has as category 1 or 2, and they're basically facilities that have an outbreak, which is several infections, or an exposure, which is less. And of that, at the time on the 4th of February, they had 29, from my recollection, of their highest priority. So they're the ones they want us to help with. As of yesterday, that number of category 1 and 2 facilities had reduced to 539, and the high priority, if you like, is now at 16. So I think I find it important as we go forward with our mission planning. Our clinical staff have been used to about 80%. Our general duty staff, obviously not so much because there's 1,600 of them available. And in recognising that, we've gone back to Defence and said, can we have some more clinical staff? So we're going to stand up another 10 small augmentation teams, which will take our number of clinical staff up to nearly 100.
So 150 staff and 152 ADF at the moment in total?
In total.
And an additional 100 in this next phase?
An additional 30.
An additional 30.
Yeah, which will give us 10 teams. The teams work in groups of 3, Senator.
And at the time the commitment was made, 902 facilities in this Category 1 or Category 2, 29 urgent.
High priorities.
But it must have... I'm trying to get a sense of how much stress this puts on Defence. Has have any impact on training or operations for Defence?
I'm not best to answer that question, but what I can tell you, Senator, is that most of the clinical staff I'm talking about are what we call medical technicians, and they have a dual qualification. They have a diploma of nursing and a diploma of paramedics, a paramedic diploma.
I think CDF's volunteering.
Sorry. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey, Surgeon General. I think your question, just to confirm, was around the impact that this has on Defence capability in terms of the redirection. of these staff to that aged care role. I think one of the first things that I would say is that we do, as my colleague has said, have a very small footprint of health personnel within the uniformed Defence Force, and certainly comparative to the number of AHPRA registered health practitioners in Australia overall. It is a lean organisation. The other thing I would say about it is that it is naturally postured in terms of skill set to primary health care and deployable resuscitative surgical capabilities that we clearly depend on in terms of supporting operational capabilities. So we certainly don't have naturally skill sets that lend themselves to the aged care environment. However, our clinical skill sets are versatile in terms of how they can be applied to the national need. And that has certainly been the case through COVID Assist, but also the way in which we have applied our capabilities, health capabilities, to Bushfire Assist as well over the last couple of years.
And so is the answer really, do these kind of deployments have an impact on, training or readiness or our operational capabilities? The answer really, it depends. It depends on because it sounds to me from your evidence, Rear Admiral, that we were in 29, could have easily been a much higher demand, a sort of unknown. In the situation, in your evidence, it depends upon what the clinical need is, and it creates some uncertainty at the very best.
Yeah, and I guess to give you a feel for the way in which our operational health capabilities are postured is we talk about capability bricks and teams of people that deliver a health effect. Yeah. And so when you start extracting small numbers of that health effect to put to a demand that we're not necessarily postured for, it does have an impact on the way in which we are, the residual capability is structured, and the way in which we need to then manage how we apply against other contingency planning, etc. At any one time, the full number of clinicians that we have are variously working in either delivering, direct healthcare to ADF members. We have, a force of about 60,000 full-time CERCAT 6 and 7 defence members that we're responsible for delivering garrison healthcare to. So that is part of that demand. We also have clinicians that are providing support embedded in units that are deployed, whether that's at sea or in other overseas activities, and we'll have a number of those that are also in the training phase, maintaining skills and readiness for those deployments.
I think, Minister, the Prime Minister claimed that the ADF are not a surrogate workforce, and that the idea that the Defence Forces could simply come in and fill the gap is just not realistic. Are there any other sectors that the government is considering using the ADF to help with workforce shortages during the COVID pandemic?
Senator, the ADF has helped in a range of ways through the COVID pandemic in terms of supplementing, for example, what have otherwise been, and they're not regular policing duties, but would otherwise have been extraordinary policing duties in areas of at times state borders, or at times quarantine arrangements or the like. So no, Senator, I'm not aware of other areas under current or immediate consideration, but this support in terms of aged care is not the only area within which we have deployed the ADF to assist where there have been shortages of appropriate skills or personnel.
Chair, I know that Senator Kitching has a block of questions that she'll come to. What was your plan for the next?
Timing is for Senator Steele-John to come at 3:25. But if you have run out of questions...
I'm just reluctant to start another big block if there's only 10 minutes to go, but I'm without the benefit of my colleagues. So.
We break at 1:45, don't we?
3:45, yes. So I am in your hands whether you want to get started on it.
Just give me a moment if you
can.
can.
Or we can take a 5-10 minute
Why don't we?
break.
Do you mind taking a 5-minute break?
No.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
My view is estimates is mainly for the opposition, so if they want time out, I'm more than happy to give it to them. But the Secretariat might make contact with Senator Steele-John, and if we can bring him in early, we will resume early, so if people can be on... Army likes that term, standby.
Let's make it a definite
to be
4
on
minutes.
standby, please, and the committee is suspended until further notice.
Until 20 past, Chair. Until 20 past.
Until further notice. Yep, until further notice. Thank you. Resumed, and Senator Steele-John has the call.
Rightio. Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, I've got a quick question for you in relation to the AUKUS agreement, which you might want to pass off to one of the members of your department. Now, as you'll be aware, the Greens opposed the AUKUS agreement. We opposed the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines for Australia. Your government's proposed it and done this deal. The Labor Party support it. And so the question I'm now going to ask you is not actually to the substance of whether AUKUS is a good idea. The question I have to you comes as a West Australian as well as a senator in relation to the cycling of US and British submarines through Australian naval facilities, particularly HMAS Stirling, and contingency and safety plans in place for that cycling agreement. Should there be an accident well, my point of reference for this is HMAS Stirling in WA, but that counts for Australia's other various naval facilities. What plans are in place should there be an incident involving particularly nuclear leakage from one of these vessels that is currently cycling through Australia as part of the ramp-up of this agreement?
Thanks, Senator Steele-John, and thank you for the question. And I do understand the Greens' overall position, but appreciate the focused question you've asked. And it's an important question given the emphasis, quite rightly, that Vice Admiral Mead placed earlier today around the safety and security obligations that Australia takes so seriously as we pursue the development and building of nuclear-powered submarines for the Royal Australian Navy in Australia, and the cooperation of the AUKUS agreement that we have to be able to achieve that outcome, and the work that Vice Admiral Mead and his task force are doing to ensure that all of those aspects for the long term around safety and security are addressed. And yes, noting that as we work towards that a delivery of that objective, there will be potential, we would hope to see, training and potentially co-deployment opportunities to ensure that we have the skilled personnel to be able to ultimately operate that capability safely and securely and effectively into the future. I see Chief of Navy has snuck up to my left here, and I suspect that he can touch most effectively in terms of visits that may occur at present, noting there was one not that long ago at HMAS Stirling.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Senator Steele-John, Vice Admiral Michael Noon, Chief of Navy. We've had visiting nuclear-powered submarines and warships from other countries visiting Australia now for nearly 50 years. And 2022 will in fact mark the 50th anniversary of the operation of the Visiting Ships Panel Nuclear, which is a long-established interdepartmental standing committee that controls arrangements for the visits to Australia, to Australian ports by nuclear-powered warships of any country. And the objectives of the panel overall is to obviously to give confidence to the public with respect to safety preparedness for nuclear-powered visits, but moreover to ensure that when a visit is requested, that all of the necessary arrangements are in place to ensure the safety of that visit. The panel is specifically responsible for advising the Minister for Defence on proposals for visits to Australia by nuclear-powered vessels. They are to also develop and maintain procedures related to the visits of any nuclear-powered vessel to Australia, and then ultimately oversee the implementation of specific arrangements, especially the safety requirements for these vessels. My head of naval engineering, Rear Admiral Kath Richards, she actually sits as the chair or the coordinator of the panel and works with members of those other national bodies to coordinate all those requirements. I might leave it there, Senator, to see if you have any further questions.
I do. Thank you for giving me that context. If we could just drill down into... so, for instance, on the 29th of October, we had the visit to HMS Stirling, I believe, by a Royal Navy nuclear-powered submarine. Yes. So run me through particularly the 29th of October. So had that vessel suffered a reactor and hull breach, for instance, or in any way a reactor incident that required venting of nuclear material, what would have the plan in that case been in response to that quite serious event?
As part of the diplomatic clearance that is provided by government to visiting ships, obviously there's a period of notification. Typically for a visit it's around about 42 days. In this case of HMS Astute's visit it was shorter than that, which did in fact mean that we had to accelerate the requirements with respect to approval. That was done, and ultimately the requirements that need to be met are both in terms of the ability of the host port, in this case HMS Stirling, to provide the necessary security, logistical support, and ultimately the safety around that vessel, which was done as part of the broader contribution by the state government. They need to be able to demonstrate against a reference accident that there are the facilities in place within the state to deal with any medical requirements that might result from a nuclear leak. With respect to infrastructure, we need to be able to demonstrate that we could, if need be, remove or tow the nuclear-powered warship away from the wharf and to a place of safety. And then ultimately, with respect to any approvals or actions need to be taken by ANSTO, the authority that would look to coordinate any response from a nuclear accident in terms of release of nuclear material into the atmosphere. They would then coordinate the necessary actions that we, as Navy or other agencies might need to take.
I understand that. So from your answer, what I've got is that there, just to give you a flavour of the specifics I'm looking for, from your answer I take that there is a circumstance under which towing of the vessel away from the wharf is a action that may need to be taken. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. There's basically a set of procedures that we would need to be able to demonstrate that we could take in the event of a nuclear accident.
And so where, in this specific circumstance, only because my point of reference is, of course, that area of Western Australia, where would you be towing the vessel to?
I'd need to refer that question to the panel in terms of there would be options based on the reference accident in terms of it may not need to be towed at all.
No, I understand, but if it did need to be towed.
But in terms of the various scenarios, potentially intergauge roads, potentially past Rottnest Island, I'd need to come back to you with detail against a specific reference accident.
I understand. If you could take that on notice, because in order to create, what I would be particularly interested in as well is that what you can tell me, this would be on notice as well, in relation to the creation of the reference accidents that you refer to, what data inputs were used for the creation of those reference accidents. Would you be able to take that on?
I'll take that on notice. Senator.
Thank you. In relation to modelling, that, and this may be a Navy question, but it may be department, with the increased tempo of rotation that is expected ahead of, as part of the AUKUS agreement framework, has there been any modelling undertaken as to the environmental or public health impact of what we might term a critical incident or any other incidents in relation to nuclear material on relevant populations?
Not within Navy, Senator. I suspect that might be best directed towards a Panzer or ANSTO, unless Admiral Mead might have some information on that.
Good afternoon, Senator. Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead. I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force. ARPANSA, which is the regulatory body in Australia, is the organisation that has the very deep level skills in modelling. I've been up there several times to talk to ARPANSA, the CEO of ARPANSA, the officials there. I've spoken to the modellers. They have been doing work. We are working with ARPANSA at the moment. ARPANSA are deeply engaged. We have an ARPANSA person in the task force. I can take your specific question on notice if you like, but we have had deep engagement with ARPANSA and said they are helping us in our engagement with US and UK officials as we look to implement the highest level of safety and security safeguards for our nuclear powered submarine program.
Yep, that, if you could do that, that would be wonderful.
Absolutely.
Only because I think this needs to be an informed discussion in relation to the potential impacts of these vessels, and one of the ways we can weigh that up is knowing how the risk assessments have been done in relation to population impacts, environmental impacts. I think, and I must apologise, I can't see your title card.
Chief of Navy.
Chief of Navy, apologies. So could you also just take on notice, if you're able to provide us with the scenario, like with the threshold for the scenarios that would require the removal of the vessel from the wharf, and then I'm imagining, though I could be wrong, that depending on the incident, it's maybe removal to location A, B and C. If that is the case, would you be able to provide that to us on notice?
Yes, Senator, I'll take that on notice.
All right, lovely, thank you. From nuclear-powered submarines, if we could just go to the ongoing case of the HMAS Adelaide. In an ABC report on, I think it was the 1st of February, we had a situation where it was claimed that the Adelaide was grounded with rising COVID cases and technicians struggling in relation to onboard temperatures of over 50 degrees, I believe it was reported. Department of Defence has claimed that the ship is operating as normal, but then we also have reports in the media of anonymous sources claiming that the vessel is not moving. Now, since Adelaide is one of our most expensive warships, and also happens to be a warship with a sad history of some pretty significant faults, I wondered whether you could provide us with an update in relation to the status of the Adelaide.
I can, Senator. Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy. I spoke extensively in this morning's session about the nature of the mechanical fault that we experienced in Adelaide over the period 28, 29, 30 January. I can assure you that the rectification of that fault was completed on the 1st of February, and she is now currently fully serviceable and continuing to provide humanitarian and disaster relief to the people of Tonga.
Thank you, Admiral. I'll go and look for the transcripts for the rest of that detail. Minister, as you know, Adelaide has recently travelled to Tonga as part of Australia's relief efforts in relation to Tonga. Defence Minister Dutton has said, and I quote, "We are not going to put ongoing risk to the Tongan population in relation to COVID-19. Can you confirm if we have been successful in not transferring COVID from the Adelaide to the Tongan community?
Senator, all assistance provided, as I understand it, has been undertaken in a contactless, COVID-safe way to protect the people of Tonga. In terms of the outcomes of that, I'll refer to Chief of Navy.
Thanks, Senator. I can confirm that we understood that as of the 7th of February, 8 Tongan nationals had tested positive to COVID-19. The Tongan government indicated that the positive cases were connected to the Queen Salote Wharf, not the Vanu Wharf, which was used by HMAS Adelaide to unload the supplies. And the assistance and support provided by Adelaide to date has been delivered, as the Minister indicated, via a contactless manner in full compliance with the Tongan government's COVID-19 safe protocols. And this was acknowledged by the Tongan Prime Minister in his press conference on the 1st of February.
So that's the perspective from the government of Tonga. Just wondering, from our perspective, what is there any evidence that you can provide that kind of, from our side of things, kind of confirms that there is no evidence that there is a connection between the COVID cases on the Adelaide and what has developed?
There is no evidence connecting the Tongan cases of COVID-19 to HMAS Adelaide, Senator.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Senator, would you be interested in how we've been conducting the operation to try and assure the Tongans that remains the case?
I would be interested, but I'm also aware that I'm against the clock. I would love to sit here for hours with you, Mr. Moriarty, but the chair would not be as happy if I did that. In relation to, I just wanted to touch briefly on the, specifically, I'll check with Head of Navy. In relation to your answers earlier, in relation to the Adelaide, did you address the concerns around potential propulsion issues in relation to Adelaide and whether that had played a role in the situation?
Yes, Senator, I did. I spoke extensively about the nature of the 2 total power failures that occurred on the vessel on the 28th and 29th of January. This occurred after the offload of 88 tonnes of humanitarian stores over the wharf of Nuku'alofu on the 26th of January. And with respect to the total power failures, which were completely and fulfilled the rectification requirements on the 1st of February by the ship's staff of HMAS Adelaide, and the ship has not had an incidence of a further power failure and is currently still in Tongan waters and fully operational.
Okay. Well, last question then. Minister, recently your colleague, Minister Price, announced that Defence will be reforming its procurement processes with the aim of cutting red tape, is the quotation used in the media release. This will reduce the procurement period from 4 years to 12 months, I think was what was quoted. Now that is a massive reduction in time, and I'm just wondering whether you can explain, or the department can explain, the rationale behind the decision and the differences between what the process looked like and what it looks like now in relation to procurement.
Sure, Senator Steele-John. It looks to me like Mr Fraser is very eager to respond to your questions, but of course, reducing time is about ultimately ensuring efficiency, faster delivery of capability, lower costs, ideally in the process of procurement, and throughout that, as Minister Price is very focused, maximising the opportunity for involvement of Australian industry and Australian content. Mr Fraser, you can no doubt touch on the specifics.
Minister, thank you. Senator Tony Fraser, Deputy Secretary, Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. If I could just clarify, the statement really is to reduce by 12 months of a contract, of what it would typically take to get to contract for 4 years. If I might just put context into that, Minister Price in particular and other government initiatives, particularly throughout COVID, has driven a strong Australian defence industry. The government expects us to deliver with urgency. And quite rightly, and so we have been looking for ways to be able to reduce that time and cost burden. And where that really means is that we will ask during the solicitation for what we truly need to make an evaluation, to select a particular provider, a company for whatever it is, to provide that equipment to our Australian Defence Force.
Okay, so but in terms of the question of what this looks like in practice, so it's reducing, just so I understand it correctly, in relation to acquisitions that would otherwise have taken 4 years, you're going to try to bring it down to 12 months?
That's correct, Senator. And the way in which we're seeking to do that is to be really clear in the requirements setting, to make them very clear so that during the solicitation process, that is what is truly responded, rather having to go back several times back to industry, to inform what it is that we need, and to, it's in part culture as much as it is in process, and that culture around, again, is understanding what is available, how we can best select, and using what was brought in under the first principles review, a smart buyer approach, and reinforcing it to make an informed decision early on and drive the type of approach that we would do. So the templates, all of the work that we have on the Australian Defence standard contracting suite, we'll adapt as needed, but we think they're sufficient, but adapt as needed to shorten that process.
Okay, thank you.
Steele-John, the clock is ticking.
I've just got one final question. And sorry, I missed this in my line of questions in relation to Tonga, so sorry to keep buggering around people at the table. I just want to ask a question in relation to whether we have had it confirmed. In addition to, I understand the evidence given by Head of Navy in relation to different wharfs, different docks, sorry. We have had enough time since the initial cases on Adelaide to test the strains of COVID. So I just want to know whether we have test results yet to confirm or give us any pointer as to whether they are the same strain, different strains as what exists currently in Tonga.
Yeah, Senator, we haven't had a confirmation with regard to the strain variability or compatibility between what's on Adelaide, what's in Tonga. We do RAT and PCR test on Adelaide, and the overwhelming majority, 65 to 70% of those found to be positive are asymptomatic and indicative of Omicron. I'll ask the Surgeon General, the Chief of Navy, to speak further on this.
Thanks, Senator. A full 100% PCR test was conducted on board HMAS Adelaide today. There is currently 34 active cases on board HMAS Adelaide. Since she sailed over the course of her time away, she's had 154 cases. 120 personnel have fully recovered from COVID during the course of the deployment. The 34 people that are currently positive are isolated from the rest of the crew and are being well managed as part of the requirements that we've got around the treatment regime there. I can't give you a guarantee that they're all Omicron, but my understanding is that they are. And as the CDF indicated, in the order of 70% have been asymptomatic. The 34 that are currently positive are all asymptomatic.
And Senator Steele-John, in terms of the other aspect of your question, I took from Chief of Navy's observations before about what the Tongan government has indicated in terms of the wharf that was used, that their analysis was a function of contact tracing type operations in terms of understanding that the linkage of the cases in Tonga relates to a different wharf and therefore different precinct than where Adelaide had been operating.
You're psychic, Minister, because I was just going to check with Head of Navy. Wharf is obviously separate from, a boat is separate from personnel, for instance. Have you had it confirmed that no personnel from Adelaide were present on the wharf where the outbreak seems to have occurred in Tonga?
That's confirmed, Senator. None of the people who have been positive at any point have been ashore in Tonga and have not been involved in any of the delivery of aid to the people of Tonga. And I highlight, Senator, that the Adelaide was basically crash sailed out of Sydney on the 17th of January at a time when there was 30,000 active cases a day in the Sydney area.
And it's believed that the cases
you
are
started early, you're finishing late.
I have just one thank you.
How many times have you told me that?
I've told you that 3 times now. I'm a bit cheeky. And you've confirmed, just in the opposite order, you've confirmed, have you, that the source of the cases aboard Adelaide were Australian in nature and not actually from Tonga itself?
I have not personally confirmed that, Senator, but based on the nature of the contact tracing that we did with respect to the positive cases that we've had and have on the Adelaide, there's no suggestion that they've come from Tonga.
From Tonga. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
The committee is suspended until 4:05.
Chair, I thank the committee. I think you will be enjoying Senator Dunningham's company for the rest of the day.
And thank you, Minister. The committee is resumed. I welcome Assistant Minister Duningham. And Senator Kitching, you have the call.
I've got some questions about Navy deliverables. So I'm looking at portfolio additional estimates 2021-2022, table 26 on page 39. And that shows that unit availability days for minor combatants in 21-22 will now be 3,406 days, down from 4,115 days expected when the budget was handed down. So could I ask about that? So the note says that this is due to unscheduled maintenance and extensions to planned maintenance. So could I ask, is the reduction in availability for all 3 classes of vessels, the Armidale patrol boats, the Cape class boats and the Hugh and Mine Hunters, how they're affected?
Do you need the pages read out again?
No, I don't think so. I can probably give you the pages. Okay.
Chief, do you have the page in front of you?
I do. Thanks,
Yep.
Senator.
All right, Senator Kitching, we can continue.
Okay. So can I just ask, Could I just ask, is there a reduction, first I'll ask, is there a reduction in availability for the Armidale, Cape Class and the Huon Mine Hunters?
I'll start, Senator. Vice Admiral Mike Noonan, the Chief of Navy, and I might then ask for Head of Maritime Systems to pick up any specifics. In the past 5 years, Navy has achieved in excess of 96% of our unit available days against estimates, and compared to other Western navies, this is second only to the United States in terms of achieving availability and preparedness outcomes. Since 2016, Navy has met or exceeded all major surface ship preparedness and operational targets, including a number of deployments to the Middle East area of operations, the Indo-Pacific region through our regional presence deployments and Indo-Pacific Endeavour, and Southwest Pacific. Domestically, Navy has met continuing Operation Resolute requirements and provided response to national emergencies, including Operations Bushfire Assist, Fiji Assist 2021, COVID-19 Assist and Operation Tonga Assist. The overall decrease of 8.5% in unit availability days in financial year 21-22 since the PBS is attributed as follows. Amendments to the planned maintenance schedule for the Anzac class frigates, which saw a decrease of 138 UAD. Extended maintenance, defect rectification and repairs to the Collins class submarines, 39 UAD. Huon class Minehunter Coastal, 358 UAD. And the Armidale and Cape class patrol boat force, 351 UAD. HMAS Supply, which achieved initial operating capability, that was delayed until 24th of November 2021, and HMAS Stalwart's initial operating capability is now anticipated for the 31st of May this year, and this accounts for a total loss of 126 UAD for that class of ship. In addition, the defect rectification in the ageing survey motor launches and early decommissioning of HMA ships Mermaid and Paluma on the 19th of September 2021 accounts for a further reduction of 348 unit availability days. The surface combatant UAD for financial year 21-22 is projected to increase due to HMAS Sydney achieving her initial operating capability on the 25th of June 2021, and this is earlier than had been planned. With respect to the Minehunter Coastals, the scheduled refit for 23-24 will see a reduction in the UAD forecast when the schedule for this refit is confirmed.
And what date's that? Is there a date?
I don't have a confirmed date for that yet, Senator.
So unscheduled, in the note, it talks about unscheduled maintenance as you have. Does that mean that something's gone wrong unexpectedly?
Typically that's what unscheduled maintenance does refer to. And while there has been a COVID effect for some platform types, the major drive has been availability through unscheduled maintenance.
Senator Kitching, Rear Admiral Wendy Malcolm, Head of Maritime Systems. I might just add a couple of extra details there.
Great, thank you.
In terms of the unscheduled maintenance, so we have our planned maintenance periods that are regularly undertaken. We have seen some increase in that unscheduled maintenance for the mine hunters and particularly the Cape Class patrol boats, the Armidales as well. These are vessels that are ageing and towards the end of their life. Particularly with the Cape Class patrol boats, we have had some issues with corrosion, which have actually significantly impacted upon operational availability in the last 2 years. Those issues are now have been addressed, but we still have some ongoing corrosion issues with our Armidales and our Cape Class. But I note that it's surrounding the costs around ageing vessels, and that some of the systems on those vessels fail more regularly or become more obsolescent.
And is it every vessel, or is it some vessels?
It's generally, particularly if we look at our Armidales and our Capes, the planned maintenance periods that we do for them are becoming more expensive because we need to do more work on them. As they come out of those periods, they're very reliable for a good period of time. But of course, as they're coming up to those major maintenance periods, we're seeing somewhat less reliability in some of those minor war vessels.
So it's the Cape Class and the Armidales that have the corrosion issue. And did you say the Mine Hunters as well?
The Mine Hunters is more due to their age, and we have had a couple of significant defects on the Mine Hunters, particularly related to their diesel engine, which is has been an ongoing issue. That's a known issue, but it can affect the Mine Hunters. So they're not subject to the same corrosion issues as the aluminium patrol boats.
And with the Mine Hunters, is that affecting every mine hunter, the diesel engine problem, or is it just in a few?
The diesel engine is a known issue that we've been dealing with the Mine Hunters for some time. So it's not just with one of the Mine Hunters.
Okay.
And Senator, if I might add, the definition of UAD takes into account the material state of the platform and also its personnel state and their level of competence in order to safely perform the tasks that the unit would normally undertake. And so for the MHCs, which are largely crewed by clearance diving qualified personnel, there is a factor there that is attributed to the workforce.
So is that? Can you just talk to me about the personnel? So is there sufficient? Is there sufficient? Did you say sufficient a number of the divers on the Mine Hunters?
So the diving, the clearance diving workforce across Navy has been fragile over the last couple of years, and so I would suggest that while the patrol boat UAD deficiency that Admiral Malcolm has described has largely been attributed to defects, the loss of UAD for the MHCs would be a combination of defects and in some cases not enough sufficiently qualified and in-date personnel for that. I'd need to drill into it on a day-by-day basis to look at the loss of UADs for the MHCs.
And could I ask you just generally, was that, so the qualifications they need, or you had another term for it, but was that delayed because of COVID and people couldn't keep the qualifications?
No, simply strength of the workforce.
Sure.
So when we refer to Table 26 and 27 in the PBS, you'll note that the reduction in delivering of flying hours for the MH60 Romeo, that has been driven predominantly by workforce deficiency as opposed to platform deficiency. So I make the same comparison with the MHC fleet.
Okay. What are the details of the extensions to planned maintenance periods?
Could I make a comment on that one,
Yes,
Senator?
thank
I would note that over the last 2 years, particularly in Sydney, but also at our other key ports in Australia, there's been very large impacts to scheduled maintenance due to COVID. Particularly looking in Sydney last year, we had very large impacts to the length of our EMPs and the productivity within our EMPs. So there's a number of key dockings and maintenance periods that saw up to 40% reduction in impact through the contractor workforce, particularly when the Sydney LGAs were impacted last year. That's led to something like 2,500 hours worth of work on some EMPs being behind on productivity. On top of that, we've needed to safely socially distance on our vessels in order to undertake the maintenance effectively. That meant in many cases we needed to work shifts, sometimes 24/7, and particularly over December and January, that impact with a number of contractors who were sick or isolating has also impacted our maintenance availabilities. We have had instances where there's been a COVID case on board our ship in maintenance, so there's been many people who've had to isolate, including our contractors. So I would note that that's been quite a large impact across our Navy crews, our contractors, really just trying to keep the maintenance going, and that has led to some delays out of the maintenance. Are you looking for something more specific?
Well, I'm wondering if you have to extend the planned maintenance periods, and what I'm also wondering is if the existing platforms are being used harder, I guess, in a way, and longer due to delays, in the introduction of new platforms. So, when the mine hunters are, when some of the minor combatants are, have defects and there's issues with corrosion,
Yeah, so I can certainly speak to the fact that there has been maintenance delays for ships coming out of maintenance. The Chief of Navy might like to speak to the operational impact, but that's something that we're managing on an ongoing basis, and particularly in COVID, we've actually had very good availability, but that has become increasingly strained over the last 6 months in particular. But I might ask the Chief if he'd like to comment further.
Yes, Senator. With respect to the operational provision, particularly of the patrol boat force, Navy provides 5 patrol boats per day in support of Operation Resolute. We also provide 1 large hull vessel for up to 300 days per financial year, and 1 vessel as a operational response vessel at 72 hours notice to move. We have met that requirement consistently and without break in accordance with the Chief of Defence Forces Preparedness Directive. On 127 occasions in 2020 and on no occasions in 2021, Navy has provided additional surface platforms to the Torres Strait in support of COVID-19 response plans. And of course, the total Australian government response in that maritime region is a part of a cooperative relationship that we have with Maritime Border Command and managed through the Headquarters Joint Operations Command.
Okay, I think I'm going to leave that there because I'm just conscious of time, but I might put in some quants.
What I could also provide, Senator, if it helps, is that the planned days for financial year 2021 was 2,190 days, and we achieved 2,188 days of that requirement. for patrol boats. For Ocean Protector, it was 300 of 300. And for other platforms, there was a requirement or a planned requirement of 0 days, and we provided an additional 127 days.
Thank you. Can I move to AUKUS? So the 18-month review into the AUKUS nuclear-powered submarines, we're now 5 months into that. Hi, Admiral Reid. We're now 4 or 5 months into that process. It's due for completion in March 2023.
Senator, that is the 18-month period.
Yeah. And Defence will use the entire 18 months. It won't be shorter than that.
Well, the three partner governments agreed that period, Senator, for very sensible reasons, but all partners have identified that moving as quickly as possible is important, and we are very pleased with the pace that is being generated. The United States and the United Kingdom are devoting a lot of energy and effort to the work that we are doing. So we are seeking to bring that work to a conclusion, or no, some of that work to a conclusion as quickly as possible. In particular, the issue about the platform or the type of nuclear-powered submarine that Australia will work with our partners to deliver. But it's very difficult to say, yes, all of this work will be done by a particular time. But Admiral Mead's been working with the partners on all of those working groups and the joint steering group, so I'll ask him to add.
Could I just ask a more general question? So on this platform, that work might be completed sooner than 18 months, and then other parts of what's being discussed in the 18-month review might be March 2023, but some of it will be before then, as quickly but as as carefully as possible. Yeah.
Could I just to give an example, Senator, the education and training work, we're already underway on some of that, and in terms giving it practical effect through scholarships, through the CN making people available to work with our partners. A lot of that is already underway. The platform down select, obviously not one of those things. I'd say on issues
so the platform down select, that'd be towards the full 18 months.
It of course is one of the most complicated, an absolutely fundamental and complicated part. But again, all three partners are looking to do that as quickly as possible. On issues such as safety, counter-espionage, nuclear stewardship in particular, those issues are so fundamentally important that we will need to be working to establish the standards that we need to meet. How are we going to do that? We will have a good baseline of work completed in that period, but getting Australian industry, getting Navy and our organisations to that right standard, that will take a very considerable amount of time, and the government has told us that we are absolutely not to compromise on nuclear stewardship and safety, and nor would we wish to. So we will take however long it takes to get to the absolute highest international standards of nuclear stewardship, but we want to be able to move forward as quickly as we can, and then work to develop those levels of expertise and professionalism to deliver the capability safely, and that we will have a good sense of what we need to do. And in fact, some of it's firming up already, but some of it is very complicated.
The safety and the nuclear stewardship That's...
So,
yes, thank you.
Good afternoon,
Thanks.
Senator.
Good
Vice Admiral
afternoon.
Jonathan Mead, Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Program, and good to see you again.
Likewise.
As the Secretary mentioned, we were asked by our AUKUS partners, which is what we've agreed to, and Government has directed, that we identify the optimal pathway. And that optimal pathway comprises 8 key components: a strategy component, an education component, a trilateral program component, and a capability component, which is the one that people sort of readily identify what type of submarine, the industrial base, the stewardship, our non-proliferation requirements, and the expectations that we will continue to adhere to the absolute highest degrees of assurance and safeguards with respect to those aspects. And the final one is, as the Secretary pointed out, security, and the safety, the nuclear security are foremost in our minds when we address any of those 8 areas. And what we need to do with our partners is to work out the optimal pathway in each of those 8 discrete areas and then bundle them up as a holistic totality there, Senator. We're making good progress. As I mentioned earlier today, we have 3 significant delegations here from the US and UK. We brought into force our information sharing agreement in the beginning of February. That type of agreement, we actually had Minister Dutton and his counterparts sign off in November. Those type of international agreements are almost treaty-like. They normally take years to develop. We completed one in 5 months. It shows you sort of the accelerated process that we're taking on this. That agreement, which was brought into force in the beginning of February, has now allowed a far deeper level of engagement between the 3 countries, particularly on the nuclear aspects, because there was an agreement. There is an agreement that was signed in 1958 between the US and the UK on exchange of nuclear information. We have now sort of been brought into that. But until that agreement was brought into place, obviously there was very strict limitations on what they could talk to us about. So this month has been a real defining month for us, because these delegations are out in Australia now, talking to us, looking at our sites, coming to and expect a realisation of how they can better work with us.
So did we, so has the agreement, the 58 agreement, were we added to it with their power? I mean, this is just the lawyer in me just wondering, or was it a brand new agreement?
Brand new agreement.
Brand new agreement.
And this agreement is specifically more for the exchange of information. It is not about the exchange of materials. There'll be further agreements will be brought into place. But that is, that was an agreement 60 years ago between our 2 closest partners. The fact that we were brought into that, and the fact that we were able to bring this into force within 5 months when it would normally take years to develop, it does show you the commitment of our partners and also of the Australian Government.
I take the point about lawyers taking a long time.
Senator Kitching, how long do you think you'll be? Will you take up the full time to 5:15?
Because they get paid by the hour.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry.
So Senator Petrick's made a further
I'm a lawyer
request.
too.
How long does he need?
He wants 15, but...
He can have. So he'd come at 5 to 5:15? Yeah.
5?
That's fine.
Yep.
All right, thanks. Excuse us.
So could I just ask, just on... So I put in a question on Notice 92, and that was in relation to sort of bipartisan process for the AUKUS submarines. Has the Minister or the Government requested Defence to provide advice on a bipartisan process?
I don't
because it's
understand
I
the
guess
question.
because it's a multi-decade project. There's governments change. I'm not saying it's always cyclical, but it changes. So was there a request that it be provided, that advice on the AUKUS, particularly on the nuclear subs, be provided on a bipartisan basis?
Senator, if I think I can tackle that. I certainly recall that when the Prime Minister was first briefing the Leader of the Opposition on this matter, he said, of course, the Prime Minister would be prepared to make available to the Leader of the Opposition information on the progress of the work that was being done, and that Defence would be able, subject to the agreement of the Defence Minister and the Prime Minister, to make briefings available. I'm not aware if the Leader of the Opposition or colleagues have sought particular briefings from through the Office of the Prime Minister or the Minister for Defence.
So, members of the US Congress are considering creating an AUKUS caucus to sharpen Washington's focus on the Strategic Military Pact.
It's got a certain ring to it.
It does have a ring to it. Is there, so that suggests a certain amount of bipartisanship. So would we, is there, has the government suggested anything like that? And so therefore Defence would be briefing in a bipartisan manner?
So it would be inappropriate for me to suggest how members in this place might wish to
Who needs an
consult.
AUKUS caucus when you've got this committee? So.
That is
exactly
true.
right. Yeah.
We've canvassed a few things. So the first nuclear... now, can I just ask about... So this is things that have been in the public record. Did Defence provide Minister Dutton with the advice that the first nuclear-powered submarine would be completed by 2035?
Well, wait a minute. That's advice to the Minister.
This was an article in The Australian on 24 December 2021.
I'm making an assertion, but you're still asking the officials as to what
Yes.
advice was proffered to a minister.
So we, Senator, we do provide advice to the Minister on a range of different options and different optimal pathways and interim capability options. We do that on a very regular basis. Those options consider a range of factors, but it is important to emphasise that we work with our US and UK partners right now on these options.
Thank you. Now, there was a Sydney Morning Herald article that suggested that the submarines would arrive before 2038. We will have nuclear-propelled submarines before 2038.
So I can't be drawn, and I have mentioned this before, and I'm not trying to be sort of cute on this Senator. We really have to work carefully with our US and UK partners. We are doing this right now. As I said, we've got very significant working groups and delegations in Australia. We need to work out what is the best pathway and what timelines we do, and we've certainly been directed to, as safely and from a security perspective as best that we can, accelerate the timeline to bring these capabilities into force. That also includes, as we mentioned before, interim capability options, multi-crewing, co-crewing, extended deployments of UK, US submarines. They will all be part of the optimal pathway, so that when we go to government early next year, we can give them a very sort of more fulsome package on options.
Okay, just... I think this was a different... So in the same question on notice that I put in, I asked about mandated Australian industry content, and Defence's article was that Defence's answer was that the government is committed to maximising Australian industry involvement in the build of Australia's nuclear-powered submarine capability. Is there an explicit commitment to have mandated AIC on these submarines yet, or will there be?
So I understand what you're saying there, and obviously at this stage we are still in the discovery phase, working with the two governments there. The government has sort of directed and that we need to maximise Australian industry content, but I would like to make the point that this needs to be done in a safe manner. when you're dealing with nuclear-powered submarine aspects, the standards of safety and security are very complex, very erroneous. So we clearly have a mandate to maximise AIC, but we need to make sure that we bring industry along with us so that those providers can meet the absolutely highest standards of safety and security, Senator.
Would we ever use nuclear material that was here in Australia?
So the reactors that will come to us will be sealed, and they will be LIFA-type reactors, whether they come from the US and UK, and they source their uranium from their own sources. I would not be privy to where they get their uranium from.
Now, I'm not asking what the advice is, but has Defence provided updated Cabinet advice on the timing of the delivery and operationality of the new submarines?
Senator, we go to Cabinet on a very regular basis with updates, and those updates include those 8 specific areas that I mentioned before, and we do provide an update on those, all of those 8 different areas there, and we will continue to go to government with those updates this year, and obviously with an update beginning of next year that has the optimal submarine pathway.
Senator, in addition to that, we're briefing Mr Dutton very regularly, and he's as you'd imagine, very heavily involved in those discussions with us. We've also had some additional discussions, briefings with the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, and of course, there's the committee on shipbuilding, which also touches on these issues, but it's primarily through we continue to work to deliver submissions to National Security Committee of Cabinet, but the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister and the Foreign Minister are also engaged more frequently.
So in the Senate Economics Reference Committee hearing in the shipbuilding inquiry, Vice Admiral Mead stated on the nuclear submarines cost, what I can tell you is that our projected forecast is the cost will be significant and it will be more than a TAC. Is there any clarification or any update on the cost or on the projected forecast?
So those obviously those aspects are dealt with in these cabinet submissions. So obviously we do provide, as we get more information along, updates on that, but clearly I'm not in a position, because it's a cabinet submission, to reveal what those updates are.
Now, you might not want to comment on this, but ASPI released a report saying that the program could cost in outturned dollars in the band between 116 and 129 billion, or for a continuous build approach, the outturn cost would be between 153 billion and 171 billion.
Senator, we read the report.
And I would note that even the author of the report, Marcus Hallier, who I have a lot of time for, said that that banding was based on a range of assumptions, and those costs would vary depending on what assumptions you use. So even I think they acknowledge the vagaries and the lack of fidelity in what they have come up with.
Will it be in the cost of defence report?
Well, again, a publication from ASPI that we pay a lot of attention to, Senator, and I enjoy reading a lot of ASPI's work.
Me too. Now, can I just ask about? I just want to ask about the timeline for the operationality of the submarine. So will that will be by the end of the next decade?
I know. So, Senator, we need to work with our partners on this. I mean, it's why they're here in Australia right now. to have a look at the maturity of our industrial base, our workforce, our shipyard. And then from that, we can get better granularity. There will have to be hundreds of data points that's going to go into when we deliver the capability. But as the Secretary has mentioned before, it's not just going to be the delivery of the platform. Before we deliver the platform, we need to achieve the standards of safety, security and stewardship. So there will be multiple lines of effort that will have to run over the next 2 decades before we will even get near the reactor. That is the important point that I would like to emphasise. But we are absolutely seized to advance this capability as safely and as quickly as we can.
Okay, so...
And we've made that very clear to our US and UK partners. But a good phrase to use in this aspect when it comes to nuclear-powered submarines and nuclear safety is that methodical is fast, Senator.
Sorry,
Methodical is fast.
Yes.
Do it right the first time. That is the best way to get you there. What you can't afford to do is take shortcuts and then get to a point that you've got to go all the way back to the beginning. And in fact, that would undermine the confidence in the people of Australia and also our AUKUS partners. So because this is of the standard that needs to be, we intend to be methodical, but we intend to do this the right way the first time.
Good. Slightly different figures have been given to different committees about the total costs incurred on the attack class program up to cancellation. Is there an update, or are they still the costs at 31 August last year?
We'll need to get a CASG official for that one, Senator.
I think Mr Dalton is. So I'm going to ask some questions on the termination cost settlement bits.
Senator Tony Dalton, Deputy Secretary, National Naval Shipbuilding. We discussed briefly this morning the expenditure to date against the attack class submarine program is $2.4 billion.
2.4. Where are the termination cost settlement negotiations up to? Are they complete or?
No, they're ongoing, Senator. So it's a complex and sensitive process that we've been working our way through pragmatically and cooperatively with both Naval Group and Lockheed Martin Australia, the 2 prime contractors that were involved in the attack class submarine program. We are close to finalising the arrangements with Lockheed Martin Australia, and we are making significant progress with Naval Group in working our way through both agreeing the transition out plan, which we have done, and then working our way through the termination of the strategic partner agreement and the submarine design contract. Lillian Braille, who's the Vice President for Naval Group that's responsible for our program, is in Australia this week. In fact, I will meet with him on Sunday and we will have further discussions at my level around how that termination process is going next week.
So would you expect them to be completed before end financial year?
We're going to do everything we possibly can, Senator, to have that settled before the end of our financial year.
In previous hearings, there's been a noting of the confidentiality clauses in the contracts and the SPA. So do you think that the 2.4 will there be other costs other than the 2.4 billion?
So the 2.4 billion is the expenditure to date. That does not include the termination costs.
So, and there won't be anything, so under confidentiality clauses in agreements and in the SPA.
Which will survive the termination of the contract.
So we won't know the costs under those clauses?
Well, I think we will, the total costs will become a matter, I think, of public record. I'll need to look at that carefully. But right now, it's a negotiation process. So we are working our way through that process, and I wouldn't like to flag.
No, I understand. I understand that. Yeah. I was going to ask you about the relevant clauses, but I won't ask you that because I understand about how you'll have to negotiate. I'm back on the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force, and is the task force fully staffed yet? And if not, how many places, or can you give me a percentage of what would need to be filled?
So as of this morning, Senator, we have 201 people working in the task force. We were 200 yesterday morning, but a female midshipman joined the task force yesterday, fresh-faced and excited, and she's going to be with us for... Yeah, no, it's terrific. And she's a logistics officer, about to transfer over to a logistics officer, and she's uber excited to be part of the task force and to see, you know, Navy's future, the Defence Forces, this nation's future sort of nuclear-powered submarine begin to sort of develop there. So we have 201 people working the task force. We're growing all the time. I think in previous hearings I've mentioned, I've spoken to you before, I think at the first time we were at about 130. We continue to grow. We continue to flex as well, depending on the bodies of work we have to do. We bring in other people from other government departments. We've got a very heavy footprint from DFAT. We've got people from the Attorney General's Department, ARPANZA, ANSTO, Education Departments. So as bodies of work begin to develop and we need those extra resources as a whole of government department, we draw upon other areas and that, but we will continue to grow and particularly over the next couple of months and into the next years and beyond, the task force will grow as well.
Okay.
And Senator, if I could add, we have the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet is involved in co-chairing some of the joint steering groups. So PM&C is very heavily involved because it's a leaders level initiative, so very appropriate that PM&C is involved because of the way in which the whole counter-proliferation safeguards issues, DFAT absolutely involved, and we've had DFAT people travelling with us on some of these visits, and they'll be involved as well in engaging with our UK and US visitors who are here at the moment. So it is genuinely a whole of government effort, and we see that in the composition of the task force and in the way in which the governance arrangements are being exercised.
So are there multiple committees? So PM&C is co-chairing some. Is Defence the other co-chair? And is it done under the 8 key areas?
Absolutely, Senator. So each of those 8 areas are a working group, and there will be an Australian so there's an Australian footprint, a UK footprint, a US footprint, and those 3 footprints work together on issues. The Australian footprint will bring in representatives from other government departments in order to specialise in expertise. A good example would be the working group on non-proliferation. We bring in experts from ASNO, ARWA, clearly legal people, non-proliferation experts in DFAT. DFAT have been very generous and provided us people. The ambassadors that DFAT have and that we engage with them in these talks and that. So it's very much a sort of whole of government effort in Australia, but then working with our partners to solve a very complex problem.
Is it possible to get almost like an org chart of it? Is that possible?
We can do that. Yeah, we can give you an org chart of the task force, and you'll see pretty quickly that the way we are structured, it very much is harmonised and synthesised to these working groups in that, so that we can efficiently and effectively deliver what government, the people of Australia, are expecting us to in a timely manner.
Thank you. Is PV required for the task force?
Not for everyone, Senator. So obviously, for a number of people, they will require a PV clearance, and The closer that you get to that nuclear reactor sort of core and technology and understanding of that, the higher that the security clearance is required. But we have in the task force a very big sort of comms area. That's an important aspect for the three partners, and those people would not require a PV. And so we have a range of security clearances for all the people in the task force that are fit for purpose.
Senator, if I could, the Director General of Security, Mike Burgess, is very actively involved in supporting our task force and providing expert advice to it. The whole Australian intelligence community is focused on this. We are very conscious that the task force and all of the linkages are going to be a very significant target for espionage, for cyber, and a range of other threats. So the security overlay, we're absolutely committed to making it as strict and as watertight as it can be. We are also absolutely determined to protect the sensitive information that is being provided to us by the United States and the United Kingdom. They will set exacting standards and we will meet them.
Yes. Did any task force members with a positive vetting, were they taken from other areas of defence?
So as we grew and developed the task force, yes, there were a number of people. Obviously, we had to develop the task force within Defence to start with, and other government departments. So yes, they were brought in from other areas in the department, the spy area, Navy, very.
And were they replaced?
In many instances, yes, Senator, they were replaced. In some instances, normal recruiting processes are going on. So we moved quickly to put people into the task force where subsequent vacancies have occurred. Sometimes we've been asking for expressions of interest. Other time people have been able to act, and we're looking for that general growth that is just normal in a big department.
We have had a pretty aggressive recruiting campaign as well for expressions of interest, as the Secretary said, for people that can join the public service, to join the task force specifically. And I think I mentioned to you sort of a number of months ago, we've been on the hunt for the best and the brightest minds in Australia.
Now, can I just go back to just on the 18 months on the review, and just, Minister, could I perhaps ask you, will the government rule out preempting the findings of the review before it's completed?
Well, Senator Kitching, obviously a prudent thing to do is to await a review, but look, we'll work with Defence on receiving appropriate advice at the right points in time and make decisions accordingly.
Lovely, thank you. I think I've got 6 minutes left, so let me just...
Don't feel like you have to feel...
No, I don't want anyone to be bored. Just on the where in Australia, so can I just ask, is there still an intention to build the nuclear-powered submarines in South Australia?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, okay. Is there a... So they will be built in South Australia, and is that helping to fulfil the stewardship and the industry base in the 8 key areas? Are there particular areas that are being looked at, and that's why South Australia is going to be considered, because it enables us to have control over some of the very important parts of building nuclear submarines?
Absolutely. A key aspect of the stewardship is being able to develop your own sovereign and independent understanding of the equipment. And so there is a clear expectation that we need to develop a very high level of understanding of that whole submarine and the supply chain and everything that underpins that, including the regulatory system, the safeguards requirements, the safety and the security.
Thank you. I might just quickly go to the Port of Darwin, but very quickly. There was another review last year, and so I'm looking at question on notice number 95. Defence, along with other relevant agencies, have reviewed security assessments relating to the Port of Darwin. Defence completed its review on 13 October. Working with other government agencies as advice on the matter is being finalised for government. Can I ask what additional considerations were taken in this review that weren't in 2015?
Thank you, Senator. Peter Savchuk, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. Senator, the contents of defence inputs are really classified. I can't really go into detail in relation to those inputs.
So you can't tell me about any additional considerations?
No, I can say that the review is an ongoing one, and Defence, alongside other agencies, provided inputs in relation to the particular security equities and other equities that engage them. Defence did that in a comprehensive fashion, but I can't go into detail about the contents of those.
Senator, if I could add that the review is still open and before government, and it's up to the government to decide on how it wishes to proceed from here.
So Defence would still put information before the...
We will continue to provide advice to government and input to government from the wide variety of agencies who have interests and equities in this issue.
Look, I think I'll leave it there. I'm going to hand over to Senator Patrick.
Yes, Senator Patrick has the call, and at 5:15 we switch to the Australian Signals Directorate, and Senator Fawcett will be chairing for a short while.
I've got a couple of quick questions in relation to C1905, MCM, autonomy and Australian industry related questions. So first question is just wondering what the schedule is for C1905. So when do we expect to get the capability into service?
Cheryl Lewis, First Assistant Secretary Ships. We went to first pass in Q4 2020, so we are progressing to go back to government towards the end of this year. With the update, with the schedule to achieve the capability, the tranche. Oh, you won't understand. The remote and autonomous mission package capability by 2020, in the end of 2024.
Okay. Through the approach to market, the local industry has taken on board the AIC, that AIC is important and sovereign capability was critical. Is that correct? Is that sort of correct to say that is the message that Defence was trying to communicate?
It is, as well as other requirements, obviously, to meet the cost and the schedule capabilities and the maturity of the product.
What's the level of utilisation of AIC that's being targeted in this program?
We haven't got contracts yet. We haven't gone out to RFT yet. So
sure,
we haven't set that.
Has the government directed any AIC? Have you got a feel for how much is a reasonable amount to sort of request mindful of what you said about schedule and risk.
Yeah, but as well as we will go out for RFT, we obviously want to maximise AIC. So in the response for RFT, one of the criteria is evaluation of AIC, and we'll progress on that basis and then set a value.
Is Defence considering an interim capability for any part of C 1905?
What do you mean by interim capability?
So something that comes online before the normal or the expected acceptance into service, or OIC, I think it's called, isn't it now?
There are two tranches. So the first tranche is the mission package, which delivers the mission management system with the remote and autonomous systems to give you, and Chief of Navy, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, to give a shore capability and a craft of opportunity capability, and then there will be the vessel.
So in relation to the mission system, are you considering an interim capability in respect of that?
No, what we will go out for with RFT will be the capability that we require to achieve the IOC, and hopefully by end of 2024.
Okay, thank you in relation to that. I want to switch now across to the frigate program. Is it fair to say BAE has been using this project to develop their own supply chain? The Australian project?
Do you mean have they've been own supply chain? They've been engaging Australian companies, and their suppliers have been engaging Australian companies. Is that what you're asking?
Well, okay, I'll just read from the report. The contract also expected BAE SMA to maximise AIC,
yep.
But had left how that is done to BAE SMA. So the government said that's up to you how to maximise that.
Mm-hmm.
This has allowed them to develop its own supply chain and minimise design and schedule risks that would fall to them in the HCF contracting model.
So the AIC is made up of companies that would be providing some equipment that is AIC. It's also made up of labour, so all of their production personnel obviously do count to the AIC percentage, and their design personnel that they are using currently in the current phase. But they are also, for all equipment, need to supply an AIC plan, and that AIC plan needs to have a minimum case and an enhanced case, and that sometimes depends on whether we'll do the investment or not to go to the enhanced case.
Is it fair to say that development of the Australian supply chain has been less than what the Commonwealth was expecting under the methodology that's been applied to the program?
Obviously, we with the AIC, with the risks that we have in the project, we need to balance between changing any of that equipment, even components of that equipment, which could increase cost, schedule and the risk against the AIC component. Currently, BAE, under the design and productionisation phase, are contracted to achieve 54%, and they are achieving 67%.
So you say it's not less than what was what the Commonwealth was expecting?
They are achieving their AIC percentage currently.
Okay, so this report says the Australian supply chain development is currently less than the Commonwealth of Australia anticipated with this methodology. Finding it hard to reconcile your evidence about what is in this report.
That report is the engineering assessment report that you're talking about. That is an area that the engineers obviously is not their subject matter expertise.
Oh, come on, Ms Lutz. I've worked inside Defence, and I've worked with the highly professional people that are inside Defence.
Yes.
And I would give weight to this over evidence that has, the evidence that you're giving. These are people who are specialists. They're close to the problem.
I've just given you the facts, Senator, that they're contracted, BAE are contracted to achieve 54%. They are achieving 67% currently.
Does the current does the current arrangement place any additional risk on the continuous naval shipbuilding program
I don't understand
in respect
the
of
question.
AIC? So AIC, part of the objective of this program was to develop a sovereign naval shipbuilding.
Sovereign design capability.
That's right.
Yes.
And so the question is, has the way in which this has been implemented placed that at risk?
I believe I mentioned earlier that what part of the AIC that we're already doing is the design personnel. So we have design personnel in Australia, we have Australians in the UK, and yes, we do have obviously the UK doing the design. So the transition is required. They are required to transition that design expertise to the Australians as we progress through the build of the batches.
So again, this document says, minimal changes to the RSD philosophy will reduce incentives for AIC without additional efforts to assure from a Commonwealth of Australia perspective and potentially compromise the long-term goals of the continuous naval shipbuilding program.
That is not the design capability, that is the AIC within the original equipment. So obviously if we change out the original equipment to increase AIC, that increases our risk. So we do need to do that trade-off between whether we change the original equipment suppliers to an Australian supplier, or we use the original equipment suppliers and we supply components like we're doing with valves. We've just signed up Kongsberg Australia for fin stabilisers. So we are progressing that throughout, but we are doing it on ensuring that we do the trade-off between cost, schedule and risk.
Ms. Lutz, in relation to this report and the evidence that you gave in June, I understand this report post-dated that evidence, but you are the program manager, and I would expect that you would be well across the details of every aspect of that program. I'll tell you that part of the reason I raised the concerns, and I'm sure the same is the case for Senator Wong, is because we hear things, and it worries me that if you were to say that you were not aware of the concerns raised in this report when you gave that evidence, that gives rise to a different sort of concern, that you didn't have your ear to the ground. And I say that as having been a former project manager myself, having to wander the halls, talk to people all the time, because I was always cognisant of where's the next risk going to pop out. Were you aware of these concerns when you gave evidence to this committee in relation to weight, acoustic signatures, and speed and range?
Those concerns had not been raised at that time. That report was done in November.
And you hadn't talked to anyone in your team that had raised or even seen these sorts of concerns?
I had talked to my team about the initial modelling that had been done, and that's when they had reported the data to me. But since then, obviously, there's been more detailed modelling. We've done the deep dives, as I reported earlier.
And this report also states that there was a weight margin conference or meeting that took place on a regular basis.
Yes, but Senator, as I said back in June about the weight will need to be managed obviously throughout the ship's life, and the equipment is taken on or off, you would expect. You obviously need to manage the weight. I said then I was asked about whether it would max out through life, and I said we're not expecting to do that. We will manage the through life growth of the ship over the period. And I did also mention that I suppose there's always a risk when you've got a smaller weight growth margin, but throughout the fleet, Navy has managed small growth margins to maintain the ships.
Are you aware of what this report says about those slim weight margins? That it presents a risk out into the future?
Isn't that what I said in June?
Sure. But,
I just read my words, Senator.
Sure.
Senator Patrick, just remind me, we've got 3 minutes to go till we need to...
Yeah, thank you, Chair. all I'll say to you is that, as I said to Mr. Dalton, if we come here and we're hearing things, lay them on the table and then we can talk about remedies. I feel as though this report represents a completely different picture to the picture that has been presented to this committee over a period of time, and I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Terrific. Look, with that, Secretary and CDF, to your officers, thank you for your evidence today and the work that has gone into preparing for that. More broadly, thank you for the work you're doing on behalf of the nation at a troubling time on many fronts, and I wish you all the best in coming weeks, and we'll see you after the budget.
Thank you, Senator.
And we will suspend briefly until we have ASD with us. Okay, well, the time being just after 5:15, I welcome Ms Noble and officers from ASD. Do you have an opening statement at all?
No, I don't.
In that case, we will proceed to questions. Senator Kitching, you have the call.
Thank you and welcome. Could I ask some questions that relate to a cyber attack on an Australian media organisation? The Australian newspaper reported on the 9th of February 2022 that CyberCX, the firm conducting incident responses for the organisation, said data had been stolen from the organisation by these hackers. Alistair McGibbon, CyberCX's Chief Strategy Officer and a former head, obviously, of ACSC, said that they have a high confidence in saying it is a Chinese state-affiliated actor. Mr McGibbon also said they stole data. They weren't looking to lock phones or hold their data for ransom. We've seen this same threats actor in other investigations we've done. Is it the ACSC's view that this attack was carried out for the purposes of espionage?
So we are aware of the incident and we did assist the company in question, but I don't think in the spirit of keeping confidential things that the company itself has chosen not to make public, and that underpinning trust between us and any companies that we assist, I feel that it would be a breach of our confidence with them to speak in detail about what occurred.
But you'd have a high degree of confidence, though, in Mr McGibbon's assessments.
I don't really want to give an assessment about the quality of CyberCX or any other company for that matter.
Has the ACSC identified the threat actor in this case?
I think we have some detailed knowledge about the incident. I'll ask Ms Bradshaw if she wants to sort of speak to our yes or no, in a yes or no sort of form, whether we have a sense about who the actor was.
Yes,
Thank you, Ms.
Abby Bradshaw, head of the Australian Cyber Security Centre. Senator, I believe that the article in question was referring to vulnerabilities which arose as a consequence of what is described as the Log4j vulnerability, which impacted thousands of pieces of software globally. It's a piece of script found in hundreds of products, and the potential victims are well beyond the users of the number of products, the users of those products. As a consequence, there are a variety of actors who could utilise that global vulnerability, and I don't believe that any country has performed a formal technical assessment of the kind that we would perform, and I wouldn't think that it is useful to make that assessment at this point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is the Australian government in a position to attribute this attack publicly? I'll ask Minister Duniam.
I would like to take that on notice, I think, Senator Kitching, just to be absolutely safe.
And also maybe on notice, and is there an intention to attribute?
Well, yes, thank you for foreshadowing. I will take that on notice because I will.
Thank you. There's been a series of attacks on media organisations, this one and another incident, a separate incident, where News Corp journalists' emails were hacked, which has also been linked to Chinese state actors. The PJCIS, in its report on the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill 2021, noted that cyber-enabled operations spanning disinformation, data theft and technical disruption render democratic infrastructure vulnerable in new ways. Such operations, as witnessed in the 2020 presidential election in the United States, target political parties, news and social media, and have the potential to affect broader public confidence in democratic systems. It went on to say that the committee members observed that democratic institutions in Australia are broader than the AEC and include state and territory electoral commissions, a free press, local councils, state and federal parliaments and political parties, recommending that the government review the risk of cyber threat to all levels of democratic institutions to ensure that the most appropriate protections are in place. Given the seemingly escalating attacks on our democratic institutions, evidenced by these attacks on the media and the proximity to a federal election, what is the government doing to ensure appropriate protections are in place, as the PJCIS recommended in September last year?
So I'm happy to speak to what
Thank you.
what role ASD is playing in that space, not only, of course, in the upcoming federal election, but also we provide technical cyber security advice and assistance to state and territory governments, and will be involved in the two upcoming state elections, as in the next sort of 6 months or so. So we're a member of the Electoral Integrity Assurance Task Force. In fact, it was housed within ASD at the last election and probably will be again. And that, I think you probably heard from in other committees, is headed by the Australian Electoral Commission and the Department of Finance. So our role within that is to provide the technical cyber security advice, while other agencies such as ASIO, Home Affairs, AFP and others will all contribute to trying to assure a secure election in their various capacities. We've also provided a great deal of assistance to the Australian Electoral Commission in the lead up to the 2022 federal election, giving things like cyber security threat intelligence briefings. We've worked with them, giving them technical advice and assistance. We've done hunt activities on their network, which is aimed at seeking out malicious activity before it sort of showed its hand. We've provided system vulnerability assessments of some of their technical settings and controls, and we'll also ramp up our cyber incident response support as we get increasingly closer to the election. So that's just, I suppose, a quick snapshot. We've also actually been working with all political parties, and we have Abby and her team in the ACSC have offered briefings to all political parties, and quite a number of those have been undertaken to date. So because we feel that an important part of ensuring cybersecurity is raising awareness about what to look for.
And is there, because now if you're affected by COVID or you're at home isolating, you can vote by phone. I prefer the long ballot papers, but is that another instance that you're looking, another sort of circumstance you're looking at for this election, this upcoming federal election?
Yes, so I believe the legislation to enable that was only passed yesterday, and of course, in fact, tomorrow the Director General and I will meet with the Commissioner. He is yet to settle arrangements and the manner in which that will be enacted, but once we have an idea of the infrastructure supporting that, of course, our support will extend to that where it's appropriate and fits within our duties as set out under the ISA.
Great. Thank you. Thanks. Could I just ask you, the UK National Cybersecurity Centre published an advisory on the 13th of December. This was in relation to the News Corp cybersecurity hack. Now, the US Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, Jen Easterly, the head of that department, said it was one of the most serious flaws seen in her career. There were 100 attempts per minute to exploit the vulnerability. This attack occurred on the same day the Log4j vulnerability was discovered. So it's fair to say organisations had no time, to waste in patching this vulnerability. So the UK National Cybersecurity Centre published its advisory on 13 December. The ACSC issued an alert that day, published advice and mitigation steps on the 15th of December. Was the advice in the first instance, was that, the alert you issued, was that quite detailed?
Just trying to confirm which alert that was. Was it in the context of the Log4j issue,
Yes,
as opposed to News Corp?
Yes. So there were 100 attempts per minute to exploit the vulnerability. It occurred at the same time as the Log4j vulnerability.
Right. Well,
I'm
we
wondering,
definitely
the alert that day that was issued, was it quite extensive, given that advice and mitigation steps were published on the 15th?
So we definitely published an advisory on the 15th of December, and that was in the context of the Log4j issue. And I think, though that wasn't our first advisory, Abby, I don't think.
No, we issued a publicly available alert titled Critical Remote Code Execution Vulnerability Found in Log4j2 Library on cyber.gov.au on the 10th of December. And via that mechanism, we continued amplifying the advice that others had settled where it related to products, particularly if they had already formed a comprehensive view about how to patch. That is, we try not to duplicate where that advice is relevant for Australian users. But we are known to release joint advisories, for example, with the NCSC, CISA and NSA on a regular basis. We kept in lockstep at all stages. I can tell you, I spoke personally with Jen Easterly in the days following the Log4j vulnerability for the specific purpose of ensuring that our advisories were informed by their visibility, their identification of patches which were emerging. This was a situation in which it's one vulnerability, but it emerges in thousands of products, which means you actually need a patch for every product and potentially a patch for thousands of products. And that is why we released advisories. We have released 8 advisories and alerts on a series of dates which, starting on the 10th of December, then briefings on the 13th of December, a further publication on and update alert on the 14th of December, a further public technical advisory with a link to the list of products published by CISA on the 15th of December, the further product on the 18th of December, further update on the 21st of December, an additional alert on the 23rd of December, an additional update on the 29th of December, a tailored board product on the 7th of January this year. And the reason for that is, one, technical advisory in the context of a vulnerability in thousands of products is not enough. We had to continue to publish updated advice.
So did you know immediately there would be thousands of products affected? Or did they sort of become...
Well, yes, because Log4j is a commonly used piece of JavaScript for logging purposes. So we knew that is regularly used by software developers. What no one in the world keeps is a master list of who's used that piece. So we were aware, as were many others, of course, and very alert to the fact it could be in thousands of products, but no one in this world keeps a master list.
And how many companies or individuals came to you for advice or for the updates and the briefings?
Approximately, we have assisted approximately 50 entities. That is a combination of entities who have approached us and entities as a consequence of our intelligence capabilities who we knew we needed to reach out and assist.
And did you provide an automated scanning tool, or was that the patches? Did you provide the patches?
We had a look at the practical capacity to run scans, but the magnitude of the vulnerability made that of little utility, if that makes sense.
Yes.
What we did do when we identified products that had significant, that were impacted by the vulnerability, we had direct engagement with those vendors in order to make it very clear that the customers needed a patch as quickly as possible, and we provided direct feedback to those vendors if the patch or workaround was not working.
We also did host quite a number of forums for individuals, small, medium and large businesses in Australia to seek briefings directly from the ACSC on what was happening with Log4j and what they would do about it. And I think, Abby, it's fair to say that thousands of entities joined those seminars and got briefings directly from our very clever technical staff.
Yes.
Yes, I believe we hosted our first briefing session in the week following the emergence of the vulnerability. It was hosted by Joint Cybersecurity Centres, and the first session had over 1,000 endpoints joining. So there was a very high demand for advice.
Yes. I might move now to the Ukraine and the current threat environment and the assistance that ASD is providing. So the Minister for Foreign Affairs stated in a radio interview that Ukraine had been the victim of, and I quote, a very significant cyber attack which was understood to have potentially come from Russian sources, perhaps not Russian government sources, but sources more broadly. And the Minister went on to explain that we've previously provided cybersecurity training and advice to Ukraine. We'll continue to assist as best we are able. Could I ask, is ASD involved in delivering that training? Are you part of the cybersecurity training that Australia's helping Ukraine with, and which part of ASD is undertaking that role?
So a couple of points on that. As the Foreign Minister, I think, said in Senate estimates yesterday, that whilst conversations between the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and herself and Ukrainian government representatives have occurred, we, DFAT, are waiting to hear from the Ukrainians what specifically might add value and help them in their current situation, and that detail is yet to be provided. At the point at which we have a better understanding through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade about what the Ukrainian government may actually find useful, then certainly if there's an element of technical advice and assistance, then that will come from the Australian Signals Directorate as the government's sort of operational arm on cyber security, and that would be led out of the Australian Cyber Security Centre.
Have we provided training to any other countries in the same vein as we would with the Ukraine, or we have with the Ukraine?
So I understand that capacity building training for the Ukraine was actually provided by the Department of Defence as opposed to the Australian Signals Directorate. And unless Ms Bradshaw sort of has a list of other countries that we've provided training to in the last year, we'd have to take that on notice. We certainly have a large range of relationships with countries across the globe through our Computer Emergency Response Team, or CERT, relationships, and I think, Ms Bradshaw, the Ukrainians are a part of that relationship, but I can confirm that on notice if you'd like.
Yes, I believe that the Ukraine is a member of the Global Computer Emergency Response Team. We focus our international efforts in terms of the CERT. They are broken up into regions, and we are members of the Asia Pacific CERT. And in that way, we participate in the annual general meetings and conference. We have facilitated not formal training, but the exchange of indicators of compromise, methods of tools and toolkits via that mechanism.
So we're helping Ukraine. So is that through another regional body, another regional part of the CERT?
The CERT is a global framework which enables any country to reach out to any other country and ask for assistance or share information that is relevant. We have not received through that mechanism any request for assistance.
And would it be DFAT that's responsible for providing international assistance in helping Ukraine in terms of cyber attack? Which department or agency would be responsible in terms of countering disinformation campaigns? Would that be Defence?
Yeah, so the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade will have the diplomatic interaction, if I put it that way, with the Ukrainian government. And if the Ukrainian government says, look, we'd really like some technical advice and assistance, which then sort of in that hierarchy, the Australian Signals Directorate would be best placed to provide, then we would be engaged in that activity through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. As for sort of matters of disinformation or interference issues within the Australian government, that sits within the remit of the Department of Home Affairs.
And so to be to Defence that I asked how many staff are currently engaged in countering electoral disinformation? Or does ASD have a team?
We deal with the security of networks as opposed to the content that those networks carry. So as I sort of described before, in the construct of the Electoral Integrity and Assurance Task Force, matters of sort of content disinformation would be a combination of the Department of Home Affairs, ASIO and the Australian Federal Police.
Stephen Žižić for the ABC wrote that Ukraine is pressing Australia to provide expanded technical assistance to help repel devastating Russian cyber attacks, as fears mount that Russian President Vladimir Putin is on the brink of launching a fresh military invasion. So is Australia providing assistance to counter cyber attacks?
No.
No. And is Australia providing emergency response assistance?
Not at
the
this
moment.
time, as I sort of said before.
Yes.
The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade are leading those engagements, and when we have more detail, it may be that we'll be able to provide that technical assistance.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Anybody else got questions? If not,
Only one.
Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Going back to Ukraine, the media reports are of banks and other groups, but also the Department of Defence there being hacked. Has there been any evidence of similar activities occurring outside Ukraine that is linked, or is the assessment that that is pretty much constrained to Ukraine at the moment?
I think that it's pretty clear that the world is in a state of heightened global tensions or heightened tensions, and there's certainly a heightened concern about conflict, and unfortunately the conventional sort of wisdom of conflict is that cyber now can be and does form a part of the way in which states may seek to undermine or disrupt each other's capacity to operate. It's certainly the case, as it sort of has been since time immemorial, that as tensions form between states or among states, that they will become much more active in the context of espionage, and as states try to find out what each other are doing and who's thinking what. And now a large part of that espionage is conducted through cyberspace. So from ASD's perspective, we are very conscious. We are always on high alert. We are a 24/7 operational organisation, and we are certainly very focused on looking for any malicious cyber activity that might be particularly aimed at Australia in the first instance, but then of course working with our allies to understand the sort of global nature of how these things may or may not play out in cyberspace. But certainly Russia is a sophisticated cyber actor, and we have in the past, the government has attributed some activity aimed at Australia to Russia. So I think from a ASD point of view, we will continue to remain on very high alert as the tensions unfold.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
All right. If there are no further questions for the Australian Signals Directorate, I thank the officials, Ms Noble and others, for your attendance. And the committee will now move to the examination of defence housing. I trust they are here ready to proceed. Do we have questions for defence housing? Do we have? So, yeah? Yeah? Oh, good. All right.
Thank you. Thanks, Evan. Thanks. Go well.
Yeah. Did you get a text about the pronunciation of something?
Yes.
Oh, look, the minister's full bottle on this. You can ask all your questions of him. I'm sure he's got all the detail at his fingertips. Sorry? Do we know whether they're
here? They should be here, Defence Housing.
All right, I welcome representatives of Defence Housing Australia and in particular Mr Barry Jackson, Managing Director. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Senator.
Good. Questions? Senator Kitching. Oh, Senator Ayres.
Oh, hang on.
Very relaxed. Mr Jackson, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
That's good. Thank you for coming in a little bit early. The Mount Lofty development, are there any developments in terms of that development?
Barry Jackson, Managing Director, Defence Housing Australia. No, Senator, there aren't been no movement since we last spoke.
There's been feedback from, just more broadly, from Defence families about the, I suppose, to Labor about the quality and location of Defence housing. And we've traversed these issues a few times over the course of subsequent estimates. Issues like the location of Defence housing on the fringes of towns, reduced security with families in several locations around the country, asking if security screens could be a standard inclusion, an apprehension that Defence housing's been housed in the catchment for lower performing schools, been housed in catchments where there aren't enough kids from Defence families in the local school yet for it to be eligible for a Defence school transition aid or mentor, having to invest in a second car when public transport is limited or non-existent, and access to partner employment. What's your assessment of that? You know, you will be measuring some similar sort of feedback, and you'll be, you know, what survey work has DHA undertaken over the course of the last 12 months? What's your assessment of the, you know, those challenges that families are facing and and DHA's capacity to, you know, to move with those issues?
Yeah. We're certainly aware of, through the advisory committee that we have with Defence, which is chaired by a board member who's the representative of the of the CDF, in this case Brigadier Lee Wilton, and we also have representatives from Defence Families Australia on that. So we get a lot of feedback through that. We do annual surveys on a range of issues such as quality of housing and cleanliness, maintenance, the likes of that. And I'm pleased to say that we are exceeding significantly all of those KPIs. We are governed to an extent by Defence policy that determines the location that a Defence housing has to be to a base, and I'll stand corrected, but I believe it's 30 kilometres, which if you're in perhaps say Puckapunyal is not a problem, but if you're in Sydney may well be a problem.
Yeah.
And we are aware of feedback from members, particularly if I use the Sydney example, where, you know, if you are 30 kilometres from your base, that is a significant drive, particularly if your spouse is employed. We are aware, and I think you asked me about this last time, that Defence have a modernisation program that they are engaging with their staff to address a lot of these issues, which is focused on location, type of house. The traditional DHA house was a sort of a 4-bedroom Hills Hoist in the backyard type property. A lot of those properties are not available in the market, particularly if you do go into the Sydney or Melbourne or places like that. And equally, nor do the members necessarily want to live in that type of house anymore because of the nature of the household, particularly where there is dual employment or multiple employment.
So Defence are doing a significant body of work. We have introduced a number of products in consultation with Defence, which we call Members' Choice and Rent Band Choice, which are not the traditional service residents, approved service residents, to try and increase that degree of flexibility. But the program that we are doing on the modernisation is something that is front and centre of our mind, but we are to a certain extent governed by a quite descriptive policy of what the places must have, where they should be, etc., etc. Schools is certainly an issue for a lot of people. I haven't heard some of the particular ones you mentioned, which are quite detailed. Spousal employment is one. The ability to work at home is something we work very closely with ADF members on as well, to allow their spouse to run a business from home, mindful of the fact that we do have to, in a lot of our cases where we have sale and leaseback, requires the actual owner of those properties to provide approval, but we have a fairly well-oiled machine that assists with that. We can go into specific details on some of the metrics that we do have, but probably for the benefit of time, it's probably not worth doing that here.
Yeah, thank you. And how does this flexible housing trial in Puckapunyal, how's that engaged with these issues?
Okay, I'll actually get Mr Jorgensen to talk about that, if you know. He'd be more familiar with the ins and outs of it.
Yeah, Brett Jorgensen, General Manager, Service Delivery, Defence Housing Australia. Thanks, Senator. In relation to the flexible housing trial, it takes into account spouse employment, and when a member is looking for a house in that posting location, there's some flexibility there if the spouse employment is outside the posting locality. The member can be given approval to seek a private rental property and receive an allowance or a rental allowance, given those requirements. That housing trial has been expanded to a number of areas as well across Australia in sort of a phased manner.
So is the risk, what's the policy risk here that there's an encouragement if that, you know, I'd be interested in seeing in more detail the results of the trial. Defence Housing Australia's strength has been in constructing housing, and the idea that is there any sense that takes pressure off the construction of new dwellings?
I think, Senator, it's a balance of identifying, you know, what we do with our capital funding we do have. As I'm sure you're aware, we do not get funded through the budget process at all. We are funded either through the rental we receive from Defence for the properties, or what we do generate from the sale and leaseback program, and also from where we can do development. Traditionally, the products that we're now sort of seeing that we do build are starting to get further and further away from bases because of a lack of land and the cost associated with building these properties. For example, we have a property development in Schofield, the old Air Force Base just out of Sydney. I think it's about an hour and a bit out of Sydney. 350 square metre blocks, vacant blocks there, are selling for about $1.1 million at the moment. By the time you then put a house on that then starts triggering issues we have associated with the policy around the rent band and the capital value of that property, which goes from rent band 1, which is a low ranking, right through to RB5, which is very high ranking. Then you start putting the value of those properties start falling outside, which makes it even harder and harder again. So it's a bit of a vicious circle that we're working on, but that is also one of the key drivers of the modernisation program that Defence are actively looking at the moment to give that greater flexibility of choice.
I don't have any further questions, Chair. Thank you.
All right. If there are no further questions, can I thank the officials from Defence Housing Australia, and that concludes the committee's examination of Defence Housing. And the itinerary or agenda tells me that we are moving on to the Australian War Memorial at 7:30.
So I reckon we might as well have an early dinner break because I assume the Australian War Memorial won't be here as yet. Is that correct? All right. Look, given the circumstances, the committee will be suspended until 7:30.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee is resumed, and I welcome back the Assistant Minister and Mr Matt Anderson, Director and officers from the Australian War Memorial. Mr Anderson, do you have an opening statement?
I do, Mr Chair.
All right, over to you.
I'd like to begin by acknowledging that today is the 55th anniversary of Operation Bribie, when in just over 5 hours of fighting, 8 Australians were killed and another 27 were wounded during the Vietnam War. This weekend we're also going to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Darwin, and by the end of that attack on the 19th of February 1942, some 243 Allied service personnel and civilians had died and another 300 had been wounded. Mr Chair, since our last appearance before the committee, I'm pleased to report that the memorial has received all necessary approvals from the National Capital Authority to move forward with our main works package. 3 of the packages, the Bean Building Extension and the Research Centre, the new southern entrance and the new Anzac Hall and the Glaze Link, have now all been tendered. The first 2 tenders have closed, with both receiving high quality tenders from the market, and the third, which is the Anzac Hall and the Glaze Link, closes next week on the 23rd of February. And the 4th and final major tender for the refurbishment of the lower main building, the main memorial building, will be released later this year. We've also continued to undertake our early works program, and I'm sure that the committee members, like many others in Canberra, have noticed a rapid change across the memorial precinct with these works. COVID-19 has, however, impacted on these works, as with many other things in Australia, with delays of approximately 6 weeks across the entire series of works. But with the support and the cooperation of our principal contractors, we've been able to mitigate these delays, and there's been no delay to the overall project as a result. I'd also like to commend all of our principal contractors for their support of the project's Veterans Engagement Program. Under this program, creating opportunities for veteran employment and for veteran-owned companies and businesses are a formal scored criteria under our tender process. More than a dozen veterans have been employed to work in our early works program, contributing more than 5% of overall hours across these works, and they've been bringing with them the skills, the safety and the mindset and the high standards of excellence that we expect from those in the ADF. And I'd also like to thank the ACT branches of Lendlease, Kane and DEC for their eagerness to support this initiative. I'm also pleased to say that the memorial is supporting opportunities for veterans directly on the project as well. And in February, we commenced the placement of a veteran in our project procurement project under the Department of Veterans Affairs Work Trial Program. And in 12 weeks with us, this former Army logistician I'm sure will be able to provide him with the skills and the experience he needs to progress his potential career in the public service. Of course, we were pleased to welcome members of the public back on Remembrance Day last year, and early works notwithstanding, we've kept our doors open to the public since the 17th of November. We continue to follow health advice, and we've been honoured to welcome back to the memorial 63,000 people since we opened our doors. Big things in store in Treloar, which is our major sort of storage and works facility up in North Canberra, where we have our large technology objects that aren't on display. We'll be open first weekend of March with a ticketed program in line with current COVID restrictions. We had 2,150 tickets and they've all been snapped up. Preparations are also underway for a revised but in-person Anzac Day commemoration. And owing to the development work in the front of the memorial, we've relocated the Stone of Remembrance, and the public will be invited to attend a traditional dawn service in the Western Courtyard and the Sculpture Gardens. And of course, having lost the parade ground, we can't conduct the usual parade, but we are going to have a Veterans March, and we will also be inviting those who wish to lay wreaths to attend the last post ceremony later in the day. We continue to hold the daily last post ceremonies, both in person or online, and I know the senators of this committee will be keen to hear how we've gone in terms of engaging those outside of Canberra. The Travelling Exhibition Ink in the Lines opened in Wagga on the 20th of November last year, and it's going to tour 9 venues across 4 states. Continuation of travelling exhibitions and the ongoing digitisation of our collection is the best way for us to reach those who can't travel to Canberra. And I'd also like to note that following an early question from Senator Molan, I can report that the first volume of the official history on East Timor was cleared by government in December of last year and is now with the publishers. And finally, Mr Chair, if I might place on the record my appreciation for the work of the staff of the memorial. Their continued dedication and professionalism in remaining open to the public despite the challenges posed by COVID, and I'd add recently a few protesters, and in the midst of all of this development activity, reflects extremely well on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Anderson, and I'm always mindful of the fact that when you look out the front doors of Parliament House, you look straight up at the Australian War Memorial, and whilst those of us that occupy this building seek to serve the nation, we do so in a much lesser role than those that we commemorate up the avenue at the Australian War Memorial, and the fact that we have our democracy and freedom is as a result of their sacrifice. So it is appropriate that we have a good Australian War Memorial, and it's good to know that it's in such good hands, and that you and your staff are doing a good job in encouraging people to come in, even building COVID and whatever else. Can I ask a few quick questions? 63,000 was a figure you mentioned.
Yes, it was.
How does that compare with previous visitation rates? Sorry?
It's well down.
Well down.
Yep.
And look, parochial Tasmanian, you said something was touring 4 states. I assume the most important state, and wait for the others, is not in that list?
Not for that particular exhibition, but we have a number of different travelling exhibitions, and in fact there's one project we're looking at right now, and Tasmania is very much in line.
And you've got it in one of the most important states, so full marks. The other thing that I would seek to raise with you, and if I might invite you, I wouldn't want this to become a habit, but to read the Hansard of Veterans Affairs, where I raised very briefly the issue or the great work of 200 flight. I was not aware of this 200 flight, but it was part of, or it was the support group for Z Special Forces. And the Z Special Forces, one of their leaders said that but for 200 flight, they would not have been able to do anything at all. They dropped our special Z forces and delivered them goods, etc., flying low and doing all sorts of very dangerous stuff. We still have 2 of those veterans with us, the only 2 survivors of 200 flight, and just seems it might be worthy of seeing from your historians, whatever, whether we can give some special separate recognition to 200 flight as an adjunct or together with the Z forces.
Yes.
Yes, Z forces. It seems to me that the 200 flight, from what I can gather, has just been incorporated in the Z forces, but in fact the special forces, but yeah, they were a distinct grouping worthy of separate recognition and honouring for what it's worth. And with that, Labor colleagues.
Thank you. And of course, I concur with everything that the Chair said, Mr Anderson. Thank you to you and your staff for all of your work. We've had some good discussions here at Estimates about the progress of the War Memorial's work more broadly, but is it, I listened carefully to what you said at the outset of your report. Does that mean all of the approvals are through and done now in this, what's been a long process, hasn't it, of working through this important project at the War Memorial?
There'll always be, I mentioned that we still have to go through the process for what's called the public realm. So we will again go through the National Capital Authority process for the public realm, which is further down the track. But in terms of the main works packages, the major works packages, we have all the necessary approvals.
That's very good. And you talked through the progress thus far. So early construction works are progressing well?
We mentioned slight delay with the early works, of course, involves the erection of the hoardings, the relocation of services, the demolition of Anzac Hall, and then the excavation package. So at the rear of what was formerly Anzac Hall, at the rear of the building, we've got to go down 9 metres. So that is progressing well, but that's going to take some time. But no, it's going very, very well. We did have that slight delay when the industry was closed in Canberra, and that's taken some time to stand back up. We estimate that we lost about 6 weeks of work, but we're confident that over the life of the project we can make that back up.
Given the scale of some of the other delays and some of the other projects the committee's dealt with over the course of the day, I think 6 weeks is a pretty good achievement in the current circumstances. I think last time you spoke to us, there was a public consultation that I think Kantar Public Proprietary Limited, who must be a consultancy, doing a consultation with, I'm told, over 4,000 Australians regarding content for the new galleries. How's that gone, and what's the sort of short story about the kind of content that we're likely to see in those new galleries?
Well, the short story is they would like everything. They would like all stories to be told. I think one of the most revealing things for us is they're not afraid of what they call difficult content, but importantly they're also very, very keen for the very clever use of technology. There are many purists who visit memorials and museums around the world who are shy of technology, but I think what it tells us, the short story of that consultation, is we need to come up with the right mix that caters for the different ways in which people engage in a museum and a memorial setting to absorb their information, both digital. We know that people now would like to gain information before a visit digitally, during a visit digitally, and after a visit digitally, taking away digital souvenirs, as they call them. So I think that's probably the main takeout, is that there is an expectation there will be technology. There's an expectation that large technology objects, where they're appropriate, should be used. We go back to G for George. If you can tell the story of 10,000 men who served in Bomber Command with one aircraft, you should do that. So, but what they want to see is they want to hear the real stories. And they've also, of course, held us to our charter, which is to speak to the causes, the conduct and the consequences of war. So they want to see it in its totality.
I might sound like an old fogey, but what's a digital souvenir?
Well, it's where you actually can, dare I say it, it's using QR codes and those sorts of things, but actually taking something away with you that you can read on the bus on the way home, or, videos of the aircraft that you...
The sort of deeper content about what it is
much
that you're
deeper
saying.
content that you may not have been able to absorb when you're in the galleries or you're walking your way through.
I think...
I've never had a digital souvenir either, Sendo. So.
No. I'm a Luddite, I'm afraid. January 2023, as you indicated, is the 50th anniversary of the end of Australia's involvement in the Vietnam War. I was struck this week by the number of 80th anniversaries, as you pointed out, the anniversary of the first bombing of Darwin, the Bangkar Island massacre, a series of very significant events for the country. The government's announced funding for a range of commemorative events for the 50th anniversary of the end of Australia's involvement in Vietnam. Is the memorial likely to be involved in that program in any capacity, and what's the shape of the memorial's engagement with that anniversary going to be?
It would be too early to say what the precise shape is, but what is fair to say, as part of the memorial project, which runs over 8 years, that includes the galleries that are in the lower, what are called the lower ground floor, and that would include the redevelopment of the Vietnam galleries ultimately, because that's just such an important story to tell. But the way in which because so much of...
Sorry to interrupt. So those galleries are likely to be able to be accessed by the public by that point?
I'll refer to
So I
Wayne.
think the areas in the bottom of the main building, there is some post-45 galleries there at the moment that aren't disassembled, and they will remain. And then we have some additional galleries that then come online beyond that 2024 timeframe.
I see.
But the existing galleries will remain.
Okay, so it's a bit of a challenge for next year working out how the galleries. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
But I think, I still think that as we did tonight, one of the most important things we can continue to do is to honour through our last post ceremony and through dedicated ceremonies. And you mentioned the Vietnam veterans. I'm particularly struck that last year during lockdown there were a number of significant anniversaries that were lost to us regarding the Vietnam War and those veterans, just because we couldn't gather. So our drive was to ensure that when people can't gather in person, they can gather in spirit. But I'd much rather them come to the Australian War Memorial
And did I hear you say in your outline at the beginning that there'd been protest activity?
Oh, the visitors, no, not protests directed at us, we just were visited by the protesters.
Oh, I see. Okay, because there was some pretty dreadful activity at the War Memorial in Melbourne. I think people around the country saw that with horror, but it just increased visitors over the period of the protests. Mr. Anderson, thank you for again for your presentation this evening, and you and your colleagues for all of your work. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick one. I had the opportunity to take my grandson to the memorial, can't remember, it was early last year or even the year before, and the Lancaster exhibition had closed, obviously. When do we expect that to be open?
We will rebuild the new Anzac Hall and open that in 2024, and G for George will come back. But importantly, and if you've got a free moment, in the first weekend of March, G for George was taken up to the Treloar facility up in Mitchell. It's been reassembled and will be available for the public to view it that weekend.
So, okay. So which weekend?
It's the 5th of March.
One day?
Yep.
5th of March. And where will that be?
So in Mitchell, the Treloar our technology centre, which is up in Mitchell. And
where is Mitchell?
North Canberra.
North Canberra.
About 15 minutes from the War Memorial.
Right. Okay. And what, do you have to book tickets?
We do have to book tickets, and but I'm sure, Senator, I'd be honoured to take you.
Well, I'd be honoured to come, and I'll just check with his mother and see if my grandson can come as well. Will it do all the things it did previously?
So in Anzac Hall, that was one of these. In fact, when it was opened in 2001, it's what they called sort of museological theatre. So you'd recall G for George sitting there on the floor and using light and sound to tell the story with a large projection screen behind it. This time it'll actually be in Treloar, and in a visit to that effectively very, very large hangar, you'll be able to see everything from our oldest aircraft, a 1913 sort of Duper-Doosan training aircraft from before the First World War, all the way through to the latest acquisition, which is a classic Hornet. That was the first RAAF aircraft or fighter aircraft to drop bombs since the Vietnam War, and everything in between F-111s, the Dakota that carried the body of John Curtin back to Perth, aircraft, Chinook helicopters from Afghanistan, and Korean vintage aircraft. So they're all there as well, plus a lot of other objects, larger objects that previously aren't on display: tanks, cannons, V2 rockets. So it's and it's also a reason. It indicates pretty clearly why we need more space to tell the stories that we need to tell.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you for that answer.
All right.
Can I just? I've got one more.
Oh, sorry, Senator Fawcett.
Senator Fawcett first.
Some years ago, when I was still in defence, we discovered a German Luftwaffe test pilot from World War II who had flown the Me-262 and the Comet and a couple of other aircraft. We actually brought him across to an oral history, and we had the opportunity to take him to show him the 262, etc., that you had in one of your remote sites. Are those sort of things, are those oral histories, are those kind of aircraft available to the public? Because I've recounted that to a few people over the years, and they've said, we'd love to see it or hear it, and I've never known where to point them.
Well, the 262 for many years, I think, was actually was still in the aircraft hall. It was off to the left of G for George. The two of the aircraft were there, but she'd be back together, or she'll certainly be up in Mitchell. It'll be open again on the weekend. But the oral histories, that's one of the things that we're driving to do. The whole digitisation project is designed to make sure that so much of what we have by way of, the digital or the oral histories, we want to digitise the transcripts so people can search them. It's one thing to have, an audio file sitting there on the record, but it's another thing entirely to be able to search for it. So that's an important part of what we're doing, transcribing a lot of our oral history so that people can find them and read them and appreciate, the skill and the bravery that was required to fly these remarkable aircraft.
So there's transcription, but are you also putting the digital form up so people could click a link and actually listen to the stories being told?
I'll pass to Brian.
Yes, Brian Dawson, Assistant Director of the National Collection. As part of the government's provided $8 million for digitisation, and one of the streams of work is to digitise the magnetic tape collection mainly, which is where the oral histories have been developed. And once they're digitised, they're able to be listened to through the War Memorial's website.
Okay, thank you.
I had just one more question, Mr. Anderson. That was a late phone in. The Napier Wallace Prize. I remember being quite struck by the previous the previous director's, Mr. Nelson's discussion about the sort of therapeutic impact, and I think you've reflected on the same thing for veterans. Could you just tell me a bit more about the Napier Waller Art Prize, and which, as I understand it, is open to current and former ADF personnel, and whether or not that's sort of, whether there's been any thinking about the sort of role of sort of artistic expression from veterans being part of the role of the memorial.
Thanks, Senator. It's I think you've been looking at my diary. This week I went through the shortlisted Napier Waller entrants for this year. And another thing to mention, Senator, is once we have consolidated the finalists, they will go on display here in Parliament House. So with the loss of the space at the Australian War Memorial during construction, this year's Napier Prize winners and finalists will all be on display here at Parliament House.
When will they arrive? Be here for the budget sitting, I assume.
No, I don't.
Maybe
assume.
later than that.
I can take the precise date. I'll take on notice of.
I'll take it on notice, or just let some of us know. It doesn't need to be too formal, but it sounds like a terrific opportunity.
And it's the first time that rather than
which budget session.
But in terms of the question about the mental health benefits that flow from veterans expressing themselves through art, that's a very, very clear theme that comes through. Interestingly, this year, nominations closed on or around sort of mid to late August, so it was coming up on the events happening in Afghanistan, so there's a very heavy reflection from some of the entries on those events. But I think it's also important to note that many of the entries reflect it doesn't have to have a military theme, of course, it's just reflecting on everyday life. And you realise that obviously not everyone who served in the ADF has been damaged by the experience. Many of them are richer for it, and they've taken their artwork in many, many different ways.
Yeah.
But of course, some of them have also used that as a medium. We have, from textiles to fabrics to paint to sculptures, a remarkable breadth of mediums that they've used, and many of them have picked it up for the first time. That you're required to not only have the entry, but an explanation of what it was that the story they're trying to tell, and what the process of healing comes through very, very strongly.
Yeah, very encouraging. Chair, I'm done. I'll detain you no longer, Mr. Anderson. Thank you. Thanks to your colleagues.
Can I thank the officers of the Australian War Memorial for their attendance, and again thank you for the wonderful work that you do. That now concludes the examination of the Defence portfolio, and the committee will move to its examination of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission.
Now, I regret to inform you, Chair, that I'm leaving you in Senator Farrell's tender.
Well, what I was going to ask is, could you take Senator Farrell with you?
No. He's here all night.
You don't mean that.
He doesn't mean it.
Of course I don't. Much.
You go tomorrow morning, or you?
Great, thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got finance. So I'll be in here.
Have our friends been advised?
Did they actually take this? An oral?
Oh, thank you. All right. Will you? Okay. No, I'll just check with his mum. Make sure he can come up and we'll sit with him up. It's a good day, actually. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Hopefully early. G'day, hey. G'day, ready to roll when you are.
Yes. I don't think I've seen you. Hey, good to see you. How are you? Yeah, very well. You've had a busy day. Well, it's been a bit on, yeah.
Do you have your name tags as well?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
For Hansard? All right, whilst that's being done, we will resume, and I welcome back the Assistant Minister and the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission, Mr Xavier Simonet, and officers from the Commission. I assume, Minister, no opening statements, so let me go to you, Mr Simonet. Do you have an opening statement?
I have a very short opening statement, Chair.
All right, over to you.
Great, thank you. Xavier Simonet, CEO of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Austrade is Australia's Commonwealth agency responsible for promoting international trade, investment and education, and for tourism policy. With the borders and the world reopening, Austrade's role has never been more critical. In this context, our priorities this year are, first, connecting Australian companies to the world and international investors to Australia, and help them build pipelines of quality investments and exports. It is a core mission of Austrade to enable Australian businesses to grow and diversify internationally, particularly through our 68 overseas posts in 40 countries. Second, implementing the Export Market Development Grant Scheme that came into effect in July 2021. This new scheme provides upfront funding certainty for exporters and cuts red tape. Third, advising the government on tourism policy and leading the promotion of international education. In this capacity, Austrade will drive the implementation of the Thrive 2030 Visitor Economy Strategy. Fourth, continuing to deliver on the COVID emergency response programs Austrade is responsible for. Fifth, supporting simplified trade system reforms, including the simplification of cross-border regulations and government processes. And last, our consular staff overseas will carry on working tirelessly to assist Australians overseas. These focus areas will support Australian businesses and contribute to our economic prosperity. I want to take this opportunity to thank all our Austrade teams for their work and commitment in very challenging conditions over the last couple of years. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you very much. Questions?
I have some,
Senator
Chair.
Farrell, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Simonet, in regard to the 2021 EMDG claim year, can you advise how many applications have been received? I'm talking the old scheme there.
Sure. I'm going to ask Ms. Palmer to join us. Just to give a broad context, Australian exporters are playing a key role in creating jobs and boosting Australia's economic recovery. After significant consultation and following an independent review, some significant reforms have been implemented to modernise and simplify the EMDG. The EMDG supports small and medium-sized exporters to expand and diversify, and the objective of the reform is to provide upfront funding commitments to exporters, cut red tape, and make the application process more simple. And I pass on to Ms. Palmer to give some more details.
Thank you.
Good evening, Senator. Samantha Palmer, General Manager, Visitor Economy and Client Programs. Senator,
You've always been very helpful, Ms. Palmer.
it's always our aim at Austrade, Senator. Thank you. You asked about how many EMDG reimbursement scheme applications we've had.
Yes, under the old scheme.
Yes, for the last year, this current last year that we're in.
Yep.
So, as you know, Senator, the application period has not closed for the reimbursement scheme. It's open until the 28th of February for consultants. So I can give you the numbers as at today, but they are likely to go up given we've still got a little bit of time left. As at 5 o'clock today, we'd received 2,734 applications.
Okay, and is Austrade aware of how many applications will be lodged by the Quality Incentive Export Marketing Development Grant consultants on behalf of the applications up to that date, the 28th of February?
No, Senator.
How many of those applications received for the 2021 year have been assessed and paid?
As at today, we've assessed 1,495, and as at today, we've paid 1,344.
So, at that total amount, this appears to be made up of entitlements to the maximum first instalment of $30,000. Is that fair to say?
It's close, but not completely.
No?
No.
Tell me what the correct answer is.
So the average paid so far is $24,484.
Okay. Thank you. Given Austrade has finalised assessments on at least 1,000, well, you've now said, is it 1,495?
Yes.
Yeah, applications. You'll know the assessed value of those claims. Can you inform us what the amount is in relation to those assessed applications?
Its total value of claims is $148.7 million.
Sorry, what was that?
148.7 million.
Thank you. Can you confirm that Tier 1 and representative bodies may be paid from the budget allocation of $157 million that was originally intended for the 2020/21 and prior year applicants?
So, Senator, I answered some questions about this at the last estimates and
Yes.
confirmed.
Just remind me, because your memory is better than mine.
Confirmed, Senator, that this year we have appropriation for the last year of the reimbursement scheme, and we're partly paying out the first year of the forward-looking grant scheme. So you're correct. We have allowed for payments for Tier 1 and rep bodies to be paid from this year's appropriation.
Okay. And can you tell me how much of that $157 million is likely to be paid before the 30th of June this year?
How much is likely to be paid?
Yeah.
Or how much have we set aside to pay the rep bodies and the Tier 1s?
Is the second question an easier one to answer?
So we've set aside $26 million of the appropriation.
Right. And that's the figure you think will be in the ballpark?
About.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Can you confirm how many applicants there have been for the Tier 1 and representative bodies?
Yes, Senator. So we've got 961 applications for Tier 1 and 92 applications for the rep bodies. We've completed our assessments and there will be 949 grant agreements offered for Tier 1 and 88 grant agreements offered for the rep bodies.
Okay. Can you confirm that apart from the Austrade admin spend, all of the remaining funds in the $157.9 million pool will be applied to the 2020-21 applications?
For which year, Senator?
For this year?
For this year. So this year, from the $157.9 million appropriation, we have allocated 26 million of that for tier ones and rep bodies, and the remainder will be paid for the reimbursement scheme from the last financial year, where we're assessing those now.
Right. Will any of the funding be directed to the previous year's applications?
So we've assessed the applications for expenses up to the 30th of June, and we pay those from this year's appropriation.
Right.
That's the final. It always works in 1 year behind.
Right.
So they get to the end of the year, they lodge their application for their expenses up to the 30th of June for 2021. Then we assess them in this financial year and pay them in this financial year.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to ask some questions about the new scheme. Austrade has reported that there were 5,383 applications received under the new program.
Yep.
Is that correct?
We're at 5384. So I think
there's an extra one.
There was one who had some trouble with lodging through the electronic system, and we considered their issues and allowed them in.
Very generous. It's assumed that Austrade would have conducted extensive modelling on the expected applicant numbers before the program was launched. Can you advise this committee what Austrade projected as expected lodgement numbers?
So we didn't. This scheme operates entirely differently. So under the reimbursement scheme, we require modelling in order to identify and suggest for government's consideration the initial payment ceiling amount. With the new scheme, one of the really good benefits from it is that we can get the applications in and understand the true demand and then determine the distribution across the grants. So the modelling that was done was not really done in order to determine the grant amounts or the tiers, was simply done to indicate what demand there might be, but that demand did not get used to determine the amounts of money for the legislated tier caps.
Yep, I think I understand what you've said. Can you please give us a breakdown of those applications? Firstly, how many applications were there for each of the three tiers and also for the representative bodies?
Certainly. So, as I said, there were 961 applications for Tier 1. There were 2,033 applications for Tier 2, 2,298 applications for Tier 3, and 92 applications for the representative bodies.
Yep, you'd mentioned some of those figures before. Can you tell us how many of the total grant bids were for the applications for each of these applicant categories?
The proportion, the percentage, are you asking?
Can you tell us how much the total grant bids were for the applications for each of these applicant categories?
Yes, I can.
Yep.
So, part of the process in applying is you estimate your expenses and then indicate the grant requested. So,
just on that, how often does somebody get it wrong, that they've overestimated or underestimated what their costs are going to be? What's the incidence of that?
So Senator, this new scheme asks people to do a plan to market and estimate what they plan, as many businesses would do in terms of marketing. We don't have any data because we haven't done it this way. So what happens under the last year of the current scheme is exporters spend their funds and then they put in all of their eligible expense claims to us. Then we audit every part of those claims in order to be able to pay out the percentage, the initial payment ceiling and then the second tranche payment, through to the maximum that's available, which is $150,000 is the maximum you can get under the old scheme per year. So this new approach is different because we're asking people to plan as opposed to simply passing on.
Yeah, so
what
you
they've
don't have
spent.
the answer to that question yet, but perhaps next year you might.
Perhaps we will. I can tell you, Senator, that we've done a little bit of analysis. So if I just pull out the number here, we know, for instance, if I just find it, that
I suppose the reason I'm asking that question is, given COVID and the way in which, costs and expenses can jump about because of unforeseen factors, I just wonder whether there are going to be some problems in just getting those figures right, with all the best will in the world.
So I think businesses will make their plans, and the flexibility that they have under this scheme is that they can change them. And they can have the certainty of knowing what the grant amount is going to be that government will pay if they spend double that amount on eligible expenses. Under the old scheme, there's really no certainty about what they will get. They have to spend their money not knowing, and then there's a long period of time before they get their payment. So under the new scheme, they get an upfront grant agreement over multiple years that tells them how much the government will pay them if they spend double that on eligible expenses. Now, in their plans to market, they may estimate they'll spend a lot more than that. And many businesses, of course, will. They won't simply make their marketing plans, promotional plans, based on the EMDG grant. And we'll see. What we know now, Senator, is that there is quite a difference in terms of what businesses are estimating they will spend compared to what they've actually spent in the past. So they're estimating now that they will spend a lot more money on eligible expenses through the plan to market than they've ever spent in the past. And so I'll give you an example here. In the past, the average claimed expenditure across the past 8 years was $146,000, and that went up on average 3% a year. Under the EMDG applications, the expenditure over the 8-year average has gone up by 82%, not 3, 82, and goes up again by 162% the year after, and 273% the year after. So
Is there
there's
one-
quite a difference there.
Is there one category of applicants that's causing more of that figure than the others?
So, Senator, there are applications written by exporters themselves, and there are applications written by grant writing businesses who write those applications on behalf of exporters. And the applications that are written by grant writing businesses are 49% higher on average in terms of saying what the expenditure is expected to be on eligible expenses than those written by exporters themselves.
Ms. Palmer, is that across all tiers? Sorry.
It's slightly, so that's
No,
the
go
average,
ahead, Mr.
but
Mayor.
across all
Senator,
tiers, the applications written by consultants have a higher level.
Could you step them out for me then, please?
Yep. So, in Tiers 1, for the first year, there were 383 applications written by exporters, and they indicated their average expenditure that year would be $86,000. There were 572 applications written by grant writing businesses, and their average expenditure on eligible expenses was $133,000. That's Tier 1. In Tier 2, for the first year, there were 572 applications written by exporters, and they estimated on average expenditure of $136,000. The applications for Tier 2 that were written by grant writing businesses numbered 1,449, and they estimated average expenditure of $162,000. For Tier 3, there were 355 applications written by exporters themselves. They estimated on average expenditure of $387,000 on eligible expenses, whilst the 1,939 applications written by grant... 1939 applications written by grant writing businesses indicated an average expenditure of $429,000.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Farrell. I'll come back to that.
Sorry? Yep. Now, I had two aspects to the question I was going to ask. I think I asked the first one and you answered that very thoroughly. The second part of that is, can you tell us how much the total grant bids were for the applications for each of the applicant categories?
Yes. Okay. So the grant requests in Tier 1 for the first expenditure year came to $29.4 million. The applications for Tier 2 for the first year came to $112.2 million. The applications for Tier 3 for the first year come to $277.8 million, and the rep body applications for the first year have come to $7.3 million, which brings us to a total for the first year of $426.8 million.
Thank you. Now, sorry, you're going to have another?
Please, I'll follow on from you. I've got a long line.
I might ask the questions that you're considering, Senator.
Please, then save me traversing them.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll have more.
In announcing the new scheme, Austrade confirmed the following annual funding limits. Tier 1, $40,000 for 2 years. Tier 2, $80,000 for 3 years. Tier 3, $150,000 for 3 years. Representative bodies, $150,000 and ongoing, with a maximum overall funding of $770,000 and a claim limit of 8 grant years. Is that correct?
So the numbers for each of the tiers that you read out, Senator, they're the maximum amounts under the legislation.
Yep.
And the guidelines then went on to explain that the appropriation is demand driven. So the actual distribution of the grant amount depends on the number of applications and the tiers in which they apply. So they're not a guarantee that you'll get, if you apply for a Tier 2 grant of $80,000, that you'll get $80,000. But we try to manage the appropriation within the different stepped amounts that align with the exporter journey.
Thank you. Can you confirm that Austrade conducted due diligence and projections on the number of likely applications and the demand for grants, so that these grants limits would be in line with the funding requirements from applicants?
So they're two very different things, Senator. So the tiers are dictated in the legislation. They're legislated tier caps for maximum amounts that grants can be written, but they're not estimates of the grants based on modelling. So what we did was open the applications. We asked people to be reasonable and remember that they had, whatever they applied for, they still had to spend double whatever grant they got. We also explained in the guidelines that everyone who's eligible would get a grant, and that the grants would be distributed based on demand. And so as soon as the grant application round closed, we then were able to assess that demand and then determine what we thought the likely maximum actual amounts we could write the grants to were, so we could communicate that as quickly as possible.
So, further to that point, in Tier 1, the figure, tell me if these figures are correct, Tier 1, the $15,000 for 2 years was 62.5% lower than those earlier figures that we talked about. Tier 2 was $23,000 for 3 years, 71.25% lower than announced. Tier 3, $35,000 for 3 years was 76.7% lower than announced. Representative bodies, $90,000 ongoing, 40% lower than announced. Is the explanation you've just given a moment ago, is that explain the difference between the first set of figures I quoted and those figures there?
Yes, Senator. So you can only write grants to the appropriation. And so the guidelines are clear that the grant amounts will be based on demand and spread amongst the eligible applicants. So we spread them amongst the eligible applicants, and that means that the grant amounts are different from the maximums that the legislation allows for.
Okay. So does that mean the full amount is distributed, but it's distributed to more people at a lower figure? Is that what's happening here?
Yes, so there's more applications, which means we spread the amounts around. And it's, I guess, not somewhat dissimilar to what happens with the scheme now. It's an eligibility scheme, so the principle of eligibility has remained the same in terms of the previous scheme and this scheme. And the grants are spread amongst the eligible applicants. And the amount that eligible applicants get year on year is different depending on how many apply. And so the same basic principle there applies here. It's an eligibility based scheme with a fixed allocation.
Yeah. So do we assume that the number of applicants was underestimated? Is that because the total amounts of the grants have been lower than what was allowed for? Do we assume that there's been more applications than was anticipated? Is that a fair explanation?
Sorry for cutting you off, Senator.
No?
I don't think there's a connection between the amounts.
They cut me off all the time here, so I wouldn't worry about it at all. Yeah, you and the rest of them. Senator Abetz particularly, as the night goes on. Sorry, keep going.
So, Senator, there's no relationship between the maximum amount and the grant amount that we allocate. The legislation sets a maximum amount, and there's always been a maximum amount under the reimbursement scheme. It's been $150,000 in that scheme too. What has happened here is we've established tiers based as a result of the recommendations of the last review, and to assist applicants, an amount has been set as part of that legislation, and now we have the demand. And I think it's great to see we have more people applying.
Sorry, how many more was it, Ms Palmer?
Sorry, Senator.
How many more applicants were there?
We had over 2,600 new applicants.
That's a lot. Against a total of how many?
5,300 and...
So half were new. Half were new, that's approximately right?
Yes.
That's extraordinary. I'll come back to that. Sorry, Senator Farrell.
That's right. No, just keep interrupting.
As I was saying, Senator, there's not a modelling connection between the amounts in the legislation that people can apply for.
Look, I suppose the question, particularly in response to Senator Van's question is it fair to say you've underestimated how much of a demand there was going to be out there for this grant process? Is that fair to say?
So again, there's not a connection between the numbers in the legislation and the system that we're operating and the applicants.
But there is an amount of money, there's a pool of money and there's a ceiling. People seem to be getting less than the ceiling, and there appears to be more applications than were expected or anticipated when the program was developed. I suppose
There's definitely more applications, Senator.
Yeah, so my proposition, a simple one, is that whoever came up with the scheme underestimated the level of demand out there for this particular program. Is that a fair summary of?
So there's, again, Senator, there's no relationship between the tiers and the amounts and the numbers. The process to determine the tiers...
Are they not a product of how much money you've got to spend?
So government makes a decision about the appropriation.
Yeah.
The legislation being changed to establish tiers for the exporter journey, so new to export, expanding exporters, and expanding and diversifying, and recognising following the review that it's useful to allocate funding to exporters at different amounts for different stages on their journey, to recognise that at different points on the exporter journey they need different amounts of money. And therefore, those were the principles that were established under the legislation. The amount of appropriation and the size of the demand on the appropriation is an entirely different thing to the setup for the tiers and the program in itself.
Yes, but people have been getting less than the ceiling from those figures that we talked about earlier. And there appears to be greater demand for a fixed pool of money. Doesn't that suggest to me that the author of the program has underestimated what was going to be the demand out there? Otherwise, those people who got the application who were entitled to it would have got the full amount of the grant.
So I think the other way to think about it, Senator, is that when you shift from a scheme where you have to spend on eligible expenses and put in all your receipts and then get a reimbursement for part of that at the end, when you shift to a process where you're asking people to put in an application in advance of the spending and to make a plan to market and think about how you might plan, and part of the change to a forward-looking scheme was to help recognise that many small to medium enterprise and micro-enterprise exporters might need some incentive to do some planning so that they make the best use of the funds as opposed to simply spend without planning. So when you shift to a forward-looking grant scheme and you give people the opportunity to apply for funds, then if you think about it in that way, people are more likely to put their hand up for more money. And that's
what's happened.
I think that's what's happened.
Yeah, that's what's happened.
So grant recipients still must spend double the amount of the grant they receive in order to get their grant payment.
Yeah.
And they'll have to produce a milestone report that shows that they've spent that money before they get their grant payment.
Yeah. Look, I suppose the proposition I'm putting to you is that it was underestimated how much demand there was going to be here. And you're almost confirming that, but not quite. You want me to look at it a slightly different way, but I put the proposition to you that the level of demand has been underestimated, and that has resulted in people ultimately getting less than what they might have expected to get when they originally put in their application.
So, Senator, another way to think about it is that only...
No. I want you to answer my... I mean, if I'm wrong, please tell me.
So sorry, state your question again.
Well, the proposition I'm putting to you is that the author of the scheme has underestimated how much the demand was going to be, and that's resulted in people getting a lower payment than they otherwise might have expected when they saw the figures in the original proposal. And that my proposition is that the demand has been greater than the authors of the product had expected, and that's resulted in, I guess, some disappointment from people about how the scheme has worked. You can say you can dispute my proposition. I'm putting that to you. You're directing me to look at it differently, and I'm saying, look, I'd like to look at it from this point of view, and I'm saying, is the proposition I'm putting to you a fair assessment? But Ms King might have an answer too.
Deputy CEO of Policy and Programs. I think what you're saying assumes that the way that the maximum is calculated is by taking the total dollar value, estimating how many applications we think we're going to get, and then dividing it. And I think what Ms Palmer is trying to say, or is saying, is that that's not how we determine the maximum. So we don't determine the maximum by assuming that we're going to get a certain number of grants, and that if we get that number of grants, that will be the maximum that everybody will be able to get. Because the program has never, historically over the years, it has been the case that very rarely do people get the maximum. So it's, the idea of setting the maximum is intended to indicate that is what we think along that exporter journey it might warrant. And of course, if you got a lot less applications, you would be much closer to the maximum, as you've pointed out. But those maximum tiers are calculated.
Just stopping there
way.
for a second. Had that happened, had there been fewer applications, would the applicants have received a larger share of the grant? Or are you saying that they still would have got what they ultimately got because that's how you've...
Well, there's a few factors as well in terms
Yeah.
of the grant agreement, the way the grant agreements are put together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, I think I've put my proposition. I don't have any more questions on that particular topic. I do have some questions on the Consumer Travel Support Package.
Senator Farrell, how long do you think you'll be? There are a few coalition questions, and when I say a few, I reckon we'd want at least 20, possibly 25 minutes. And we break at 9:15, so...
I'd like to... Well, I can probably rip through them in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Senator Farrell, given that my questions are on the same topic, do you mind if I take a block now and
No, sure.
you come back to yours?
No, by all means.
Thank you.
Look, but can I just ask, Ms Palmer, are you going to be answering questions on the Consumer Travel Support Package, the Business Events Grants Program, the Zoos and Aquariums Program, and the Tourism Recovery Program?
Yes.
All right, but before we go to Senator Van, can I just ask, could we be told what the long-term average grant is? Do we have such a figure?
Over the past 10 years, only 12.9% of grants have been over $80,000. I know that off the top of my head.
All right, look, take it on notice, that's fine. Senator Van, you have the call.
Too kind of you, Chair. This may be best addressed to Mr Simonet, but anyone at the table can take it. What's the point of the EMDG grant scheme?
So the objective of the EMDG grant scheme is to support exporters on their journey, the exporters that want to expand and also diversify.
I think that's what it does, but shouldn't the purpose of it be to increase Australia's exports and therefore increase revenue back into Australia for Australian businesses?
Absolutely. The bigger picture is obviously to create jobs and boost Australia's economic recovery. Absolutely.
Sure. So, given that, as we've heard, according to the questions from Senator Farrell, we've had 100%, and roughly, I'm not using strict numbers here, but we've had roughly a 100% increase in applicants for this grant scheme. Should Australian taxpayers expect a 100% increase in exports from those 5,600 or 5,500 grant applicants?
The EMDG scheme is about supporting exporters on their journey with a long-term view that at a certain stage they're going to be able to crack some new markets. But it's not just about growing the numbers and creating jobs, it's also making sure that they diversify their risks, particularly in the context of the diversification strategy of the government.
I think, Australian businesses diversifying particularly their markets is a very topical point, and I think a point well made and something that we very much should be supporting. I'm having a little bit of trouble reconciling, though, the number of applicants. It seems extraordinary to me that there would be a 100% increase in applications. Now, that either says to me that Australia has pivoted to export to the world overnight or over a period of a year, or something else is going on with this scheme. Would you agree?
I don't have any particular view on that. Do you have a view?
I do have information about some of the background and some of the data about the new applicants who've never applied before. I don't know if, Senator, you might find that useful.
Maybe on notice, but is there anything? Can you wrap into an idea, or that there's one thing that's driving it? I mean, if it's a million things, which I expect it will be, they'll all be different. But is there an economic driver, or is there something that's driven this incredible growth in applicants?
I think it's the awareness of the new grant scheme.
Oh, it's so.
And have we increased funding to it?
Yes, Senator. The government increased the funding by $80 million, $20 million a year over the next 4 years.
And so has that crept out into the ether, which makes people think they might be fortunate or more fortunate if they were apply, given that there's more money in the pool?
The announcement of the new funding was made after the applications closed, Senator. Senator, I've got that number that you asked for just before.
Right, yep.
The number over the past 10 years on average is $40,781 is the grant number.
Thank you. Senator Van.
Thank you. Again, I'm struggling with this increase, and the promise of money always thing, but we've been offering a similar sort of total number of grants for, as you say, for 10, 20 years. I think it is now. The grant sizes have varied round about that same similar sort of number for 20 years now. Higher, and they've come back to this sort of level now. Given the fact that actually applying for these grants under this new scheme is actually harder, I'm still not understanding the connection between the increased number of grant applicants and what they have to do.
Senator, if I could maybe sort of shed a bit of light on it from the survey that was done by the team about the new.
I don't mind if you table that, but if you want to,
I mean,
but is there one thing that's driving this? Because that's not what I'm hearing.
No, it's a good question. A large percentage, or nearly half of the new applications it's because they just started exporting, and about the same amount is because they previously hadn't been aware of the program. But there are other factors. For example, about 8% of them said that the previous application had been confusing, which was a deterrent. and 12% had said they hadn't applied previously because it was unclear what grant amount businesses would get. So
Well-
it's a combination of factors, but that has resulted in some applications. The reduced red tape with the new scheme.
I'll come back to the red tape, but according to the evidence given to Senator Farrell, there is now a huge, and I'm hearing this from exporters every day, that there is a huge, people are now even more uncertain about the size of the grant they'll get. But correct me if I'm wrong, but for this, under this new scheme, a lodgement package, the applicant must provide an application document, a plan to market, a goods made outside of Australia submission, services excluding tourism submission where relevant, proof of export, profit and loss report and a balance sheet. It's a fair weight of red tape when you were arguing that it's a reduction in red tape, don't you think?
I mean, the documentation, Senator, has to be comprehensive, I think.
I would agree, but you can't argue that it's a simpler application process.
Well, under the survey, 3/4 of those who were surveyed said that they found it was more straightforward.
Okay, so then let's go back to the numbers that Ms Palmer gave Senator Farrell before. Under Tier 1, there was 383 exporters who did the application themselves, 572 that went through a consultant. Under Tier 2, 572 exporters did it themselves. 1,449 got a consultant to do it. Under Tier 3, 355 versus, now I'm struggling to read my own writing here, I think I wrote down 1,939 went through a grant writer, a consultant for them. Now, that says to me that, coming from a small business background, 15 years running my own business, including exports, exporting services, businesses only do that, they only pay someone else to do it if it either takes them more time or it's more difficult to do. Wouldn't you agree with that proposition?
So the survey results that we have, where we asked people...
How big was the survey sample?
So the survey went to every single applicant.
And how many answered?
980.
Out of 5,600?
5,300. So it's almost 20%. So it's a reasonable size sample for a self-completion survey. So out of that...
Let's wonder about that.
So out of that, 43% said they used a grant writing business because they were worried they would get it wrong and miss out on this multi-year round.
Yep.
So that was
which brings me to another point about the thing. If you don't put an application in this year, you can't put one in future years for future rounds.
No, you can, Senator. So they'll be around.
Well, but that's...
You simply miss out on this year.
But that's my point. Exporters believe they will. So there's confusion around that point. And this is the point I'm trying to get to, is exporters have been incredibly confused by this new program. The confusion, the disarray has been, I can't tell you how many calls I get about that one point. And, the fact that, they've gone in droves, not quite, well, Tier 1, not quite 80%,
75%.
but Tiers 2 and 3 are, multiples, using consultants. I was a consultant. People only paid me if I was making their life easier, not for any other reason.
I think, though, Senator, the number, to my mind, it's telling that and correct me if this is wrong, Ms Palmer, but the percentage of people who used consultants for a new scheme in an admittedly sort of complex year where you have both schemes operating is the same or less than under previous schemes which were consistent and had been operating for some period of time. So I think there was probably a bit of a sense, because of the interaction of the simultaneous operation of the two schemes, that people were a bit inclined actually to make sure that they got it right this first time. But the fact that the
that the numbers were around the same or slightly less even is hopefully an indication that as this scheme continues over the for example, the coming year, people will feel that they have a level of comfort with it, and that those numbers will hopefully decrease.
Well, mine's not I guess like yours, a self-selecting survey, and that's not the sentiment that my survey is getting. And my phones and emails would tell me that that's not quite true. The overwhelming, well, actually, I'll go to another point first. Under the old scheme, there was a $5,000 minimum spend that you had to do this, and under this new one, it's match funding. So there is no, you would see that might be a disincentive to applying, but we've seen there's been a doubling of applications, so people aren't seeing that as a barrier to applying. Did people have to demonstrate their export performance, or how many widgets or services or bottles of wine in Senator Farrell's case that they're going to have to sell? What's the number of things that they have to actually export to qualify?
So, Senator, there's no export performance test in this system. We've streamlined and simplified the process. They need to provide evidence that they've exported for Tier 2 and 3, and we've made that quite a simple process.
Is there a floor on that they have to get over, a hurdle they have to get over on that? How much exporting do they need to do to qualify?
So, Senator, because we recognise that diversifying your markets actually takes quite a bit of effort and reduces your ability to export. So for some exporters, they may have a higher revenue and a higher volume of exporting if they simply continue to export within a single market. And diversifying to try new markets, expand within those markets.
Okay, I accept that, but can you answer my question?
And so actually having an increasing export performance test is acting against our diversification objective. So there's no requirement there, no.
So they could spend this money and not produce one extra export?
So they have to provide information about what they've exported, and we'll be looking at evaluating that as we go through the program.
So at the moment there is no hurdle?
So there's no export hurdle. As part of the milestone reporting, they have to show that they've done what they said they would do in their plan to market. So for instance, you couldn't do a plan to market and apply for a Tier 3 grant and say that you're going to diversify and then provide examples of your eligible expenses, but you haven't diversified. So you then wouldn't be eligible to receive a Tier 3 payment. If you had expanded, if you'd indicated you're going to expand and diversify and you'd only expanded, you'd only then be eligible to receive a Tier 2 payment.
Okay, so what's the test for diversification?
I'll have to take that on notice. I haven't got that
But
information.
is it another country?
There's 4 aspects for diversification.
Okay, what are they?
So one is diversifying to new markets, and that market...
Define a market for me.
So a market might be a new country. It can also be diversifying within the market. So for instance, you might have your market currently on the east coast of the US. You therefore might have to put a fair bit of effort into promotional activity in order to create a new market on the west coast of the US. So that's diversification.
So that is eligible?
That's eligible. You may be diversifying your product range or type. So that's diversification there as well. And then the last one is you might be diversifying in the context of how you do that marketing and promotion activity, which may require that additional support, because if you're expanding your activities into different types of promotional activities and trying something new, there's a risk there. So they're the 4 different types of diversification.
So I could say I'm going from magazine advertising to online advertising, and
I don't think that would sufficiently be diversified.
Okay, that's good. There's seeming to be some rigour in this, not much, but some. What I'm hearing from a lot of exporters is, given the lower amount or the lower percentage versus the cap, and I accept that there should be caps, and I think that's a good thing. no argument with that at all. But a lot of exporters, particularly the tiers 2 and 3, just aren't going to proceed with this.
So, Senator, if they don't accept the grant agreement, then it provides funding that we can reallocate to other people.
So does that mean that funding, there'll be a second tranche within this financial year or this application year?
So there's a range of options that government might choose in the context of how it reallocates any money that becomes available because people don't choose not to take up the grant agreement.
So, and will the department be advising on what those options might be?
We're still working those things through for the Minister to consider.
But a tier 2, a second tranche could be an option?
So the purpose of trying to deliver certainty in this scheme, Senator, is to give people multi-year grant agreements with an amount that they're clear about that the government will pay if they spend double that amount. We can vary the grant agreement, and so that's one option.
Okay. Yeah, as I said, there is incredible amount of confusion and dissatisfaction about this scheme at the moment. I hope the department really does some good hard looking at it and does some proper consultation. As I've put in previous estimates, the consultation done around the design phase of this scheme was received as pretty poor by the industry. Yes, there were meetings, but the typical answer I got was no one listened. So are you planning more consultation or are you just doing more surveys?
So, Senator, there's quite a few steps that we need to go through in terms of both considering the operational effectiveness of the system that we have now, but also considering policy options for government into future years and improvements in the program. So we will continue to engage with the advisory group that we have. We will continue to collect information through a range
Who's
of
on
mechanisms.
the advisory group?
So they're industry bodies like the Australian Tourism Export Council, the Chamber of Commerce, the Consultants Representative Body, ACCI, etc. So there's a range though, but we will actually, as part of this process, be having a look at that advisory group and considering and making sure that we're not missing people that we might and should be considering as we go forward with providing advice to government.
I think that's wise. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I've got some questions about the consumer travel support package. With regards to the COVID-19 consumer travel support program, are there any outstanding claims for round 2 or has it all been finalised?
No outstanding claims, Senator. It has all been finalised.
Thanks for your question, Senator.
Just before you start answering, I think we have good news for representatives from the Export Finance Australia. They will not be required and they can take their leave. But no such good news for Tourism Australia.
Are the officials from Tourism Australia here? Sorry,
Thanks, Senator, for your question.
The Chair rudely interrupted you.
Thanks, Senator, for your question. Before Ms Palmer answers in more details, I just want to stress that Australia is responsible for tourism policy, but beyond that, during COVID, we've been tasked by the government to put in place and execute some specific grant programs to support the industry. And the CSTP was one of them.
Are you going to provide a further answer? I thought Mr Simonet was providing us with a bit of a teaser before you were going to give an answer, Ms Palmer. You don't have to, and we can move on.
Sorry, Chair. I answered the question. I was a bit quick off the mark and
right.
didn't
All right.
allow Mr Simonet
Good.
the opportunity. There are no outstanding applications and the rounds are closed, Senator.
Yeah. What was the final figure of round 1?
The final figure paid for round 1 was $105.3 million.
And what was the final figure for round 2? And does this include the multi-outlet figure, or is that separate?
I'll give it to you in 2 parts, Senator.
Thank you.
So the multi-outlet amount was $1.3 million, and the rest of round 2 was $77.1 million. That takes the total paid for the entire program to $184 million.
And was there an underspend?
So, Senator, there was an overestimate by Austrade as to how many businesses would be part of this program and what their income would be as well. You'll recall these payments are based on income, and we had imperfect data sources. So we overestimated the number of businesses and the income, which meant that at the end we have $74 million from the allocation that hasn't been needed.
So that what was the figure, 74 you said?
74.
74. I've asked, is that an underspend?
So I've classed it,
Yes.
Senator, as funding that wasn't needed, but
Yeah.
you might class it as an underspend, Senator.
Right, so if I was to call it an underspend, that wouldn't be an inaccurate way of describing it.
You could call it that, Senator.
Thank you. What will happen to that underspend?
So the program's finished, Senator, and that's a matter for government.
So it's been reported in trade media that the government have advised the underspend will not go into further rounds and instead return to the general revenue. Have you seen any of those reports?
I haven't seen them myself, Senator, but what happens with government funding is a matter for government.
Yep, no, I understand that. I was just wondering whether the reports in the trade magazines had come across your desk.
I haven't seen them, no, Senator. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. I just
No, I
not aware of
understand
them.
that. Has anyone else seen those reports in trade magazines? Do you read trade magazines?
I read Travel Daily. That's a trade magazine, Senator.
Yeah, and you haven't seen any reports in there along the lines of...
I must admit I don't read it absolutely every day, but
No,
I do read it quite regularly, Senator, yes.
Right, right.
Senator, it probably is worth just mentioning that we have a fairly close dialogue with the sector, and we have been clear that the program is complete, and that the $184 million spend through this program, we understand has assisted a large number of businesses. And I think the industry, we have been clear with the industry that the program is finished, and that $184 million is the total of the program.
Yeah, okay. Are you aware of any work or has the department undertaken any work to prepare for a third round of the program?
So the department provides advice to government to consider.
And has that advice included a proposition that there should be a third round of the program, or some work in anticipation of a third round of the program?
Senator, I think we can't comment on advice that we provide to government. What I can probably say is that we understand that the industry, whether it's from the trade press or from direct consultation with the industry, that the industry, of course, would welcome additional funding.
Yes, of course they would.
But whether that occurs, of course, is absolutely a matter for the government.
Yes. I guess I wasn't asking you to comment on any decision the government might ultimately make. I was just wondering whether the department had done any work in preparation for a third round.
At this stage, Senator, there is no third round, so we are not preparing for a third round.
Okay, well, that's the answer. The answer's no. Thank you. All right, now I want to ask some questions about the Business Events Grant program. terms of the business events grant program, how much funding has been allocated to events?
So, Senator, the funding is allocated to businesses to attend events. It's not allocated to event operators or owners.
No, that's very true.
There are some event owners who have applied for grants as exhibitors, 5. So 5 event owners have received funding as exhibitors.
Yeah. What's the total amount of funding that's been distributed under this program?
$54,158,155.
Do you keep a tally of how many events have been cancelled
Yes.
due to COVID?
Yes, I do. I have. Would you like to? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have had completed 188 events, Senator. There are 111 on schedule for completion in 2022. There are 3 on schedule for completion in 2023. 18 events have been cancelled and 35 have moved to virtual delivery only, which has made those grants to attend them now ineligible, and the funds have come back. That takes us to a total of 355.
What was that total?
355. 355
have,
events.
Have or are...
On the schedule.
Yeah.
So the schedule of events that grantees could have applied to attend.
Yeah, okay. Now, you mentioned some are now ineligible. Had those people received the funding, or were they still to receive it? Those
So
one.
the funding was distributed when the grants were agreed and
Yep.
the grant agreements were entered into. So to date, we've had 4 grants repaid, and we've issued 874 variations to grant agreements as a result of changes to grant.
Right. And those 4 that have been repaid, what was the value of those?
81,531.
Do you have the figure that is the total that has to be repaid as a result of those changes?
So what happens, Senator, is that if a grantee has multiple events on their grant agreement and a grant is cancelled or it changes to virtual only, they are given the option to use that grant funding to attend another of the events on the schedule that hasn't yet happened. So that results in a variation if they wish to do that, and it keeps the money in the program and keeps it supporting business events. So it's really only the events where there's only one event in that business grant where there's no option for them to use that money to go to a different event. It's only those that need to be repaid, and the program's still operating, so I don't have that information.
What's the logic behind cancelling the grants where it has to go digital? I mean, aren't we likely to see more events conducted digitally? And I guess the cost may not be as great, but there will be costs associated with them.
So, Senator, the objective of the grant scheme is to support the travel supply chain. So if the event is only virtual, there's no benefit in the travel supply chain because the attendee is not travelling to attend the event. So the program was not just to support the business event sector, it was to support the travel supply chain. That's why when they're only virtual, there's no objective being achieved, so the money is therefore no longer eligible.
No, I get that it's not achieving the full extent of the objective, and I understand that. All right. where the money is returned, who is responsible for returning the money?
So, Senator, we use the Industry Department's Grants Hub to manage the grant process. So they have the engagement responsibility with the grantees and therefore the steps to be taken in terms of the process for finalising the grants.
Have there been any circumstances where the person in receipt of the grants is now unable to return the funds? Have anything along those lines occurred?
Not that I'm aware, Senator.
And so, therefore, there's been nobody who's been unable to, so far, nobody that's been unable to repay funds where the...
Not that I'm aware, Senator. No.
Okay. What was the total, have you given, I don't think you've given me this figure. What is the total amount of grants that were allocated to cancelled events?
I might have to take that on notice. I'm not actually sure I have that with me, Senator. Do you mind? If
No,
I do that?
sure. I think that's the first and only question you've requested to be taken on notice, which I have to say is quite another exemplary performance. Ms Palmer, what's the plan for this return funding? Will it be reallocated? And if so, how?
So as I explained before, if a grantee has an event cancelled or moved to virtual and they already have a multiple grant agreement, they can request to reallocate that to another event. If it's the only one, it needs to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're asking me a different question. I'm not answering your question. Sorry.
Yes, I'm asking you that question. If I understood what you'd said earlier, but if the money is returned, what's going to happen to that? So we're not talking about the options of swapping. We're talking, say, look, for whatever reason, the money's been returned. What's going to happen to that money?
So Senator, we have given a grant to everyone who applied and was eligible.
Yeah.
So any funds that are returned or not used, it's a matter for government what they do with that.
All right. And you'll find out how much that money is and you'll let us know.
Yes.
Thank you.
I should say, Senator, I'll find out if I can answer the question, and if I can answer it, I'll answer it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I want to turn to zoos and aquariums. How much has been allocated from the zoo and aquariums grant program?
Let me find it for you. Okay, we have paid $100.3 million.
And what round number is underway at the moment?
Round 8. It closes on the 20th of February.
How much on average has gone out during each round? The figure I have is about 14 million. Does that seem around the ballpark?
Yes, in terms of back of the envelope calculations, we work on $15 million a round. Of course, I think as we've talked before, Senator, it goes up and down depending on the attractions revenue. Where there are significant school holidays and long weekends and high rates of domestic attendance at attractions, some attractions have not achieved the 30% reduction required with the comparative 2019 year and have therefore not needed to make an application, which varies the amount from round to round, Senator.
At the end of the first year of the program, there was an underspend of 33.5 million. I think we did discuss this last time, but can you remind me what the reason for that was?
I can't remember discussing that, Senator. So as I just said, the applicants must put in their requests on the basis of costs associated with animal welfare. Some costs are higher in different periods than others, depending on the season, and what is needed. So some animals at different times require more of certain feed and support and animal welfare than they do at others. So for instance, during breeding cycles, etc., where the animal husbandry costs are higher, so the costs go up and down and are very, very much dependent. Some of the larger attractions have significant animal welfare capital replacement at different points, where they might need to buy a new refrigerating unit for the
Food?
Not for the food, no, I was thinking more for the sea lions and things like that, the animals that need a colder temperature.
They refrigerate the sea lions.
Polar bears. The polar bears.
Actually refrigerate.
They have refrigeration technology to keep them cold because it's not very cold on the Sunshine Coast, so on the Gold Coast.
Well,
so
there we go.
there's different costs at different times. So it does vary quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think it requires a visit.
It does. We'll have to go together.
I'm sure they would welcome your visit, Senators.
Oh,
Will
let's call that off.
What was the rationale of providing an additional $45 million in August last year, given that the program already had a underspend at the time?
I'm sure that the program did have an underspend at the time, Senator. If you don't mind, I'd like to take that away and check that that's right.
Okay.
But the program is due to end well before we expected international tourists to return at reasonable rates, noting that there's always going to be a time lag with the return to international visitation. And so given the significant costs and animal conservation contribution that those attractions have, government considered that and decided to extend the program till the middle of this year.
Are recipients required to demonstrate a particular reduction in order to be eligible?
Yes, Senator, that 30%.
30%, yeah,
Yes.
that's the figure you mentioned before.
Yes.
Yeah. And on
Few
average...
more minutes, Senator.
I
Good.
only have one more set of questions about the regional tourism recovery program, and that will complete my questions of Austrade. On average, what was the reduction being experienced by recipients?
For the zoos,
Yeah,
they have to achieve a 30% reduction.
yeah. But what was the average?
I would have to look into the actual average. I don't have that with me, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And just on the regional tourism recovery program, has all the funding now been extended from the regional tourism recovery program?
So all of the funding has been allocated, Senator.
Of the funding provided, what was the largest single event or project?
I'll take that on notice because it'll be quicker than me looking through the pages.
Okay, well then, if you could answer these questions in relation to that. Where was this and how much funding was allocated and who were the project proponents?
Yes, I'll take that on notice, Senator.
And my final two questions are, how many projects were postponed?
I'll have to take that on notice.
And of these, is there any deadline for when these projects need to be completed by? And what is the value of funding allocated to postponed events?
So I can tell you that the program's been extended by 6 months to end on the 31st of December in 2022. So that's the timeframe by which they must be completed by. And I'll need to take the second part of your question. The projects must be completed by the 30th of November 2022, and they've got a month to do the report, and the program closes in December, the 31st of December 2022, and I'll have to take the second part of your question on notice, Senator.
All right, thank you. That completes my questions.
Great, thank you, Senator Farrell. That concludes the committee's examination of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. I thank the officers for their attendance. The committee is suspended till 9:30 and we will proceed with Tourism Australia at that time. Ms. Philippa Harrison, and do you have an opening statement? And
your officers as well. My apologies. Do you have an opening statement for us? Good. Senator Farrell, the call is yours.
Thank you, Ms Harrison. I'd like to ask you some questions about some comments that you made at the Pathways Back to Global Destination Summit on the 6th of February, a couple of weeks ago. It's been reported that you stated Australia was initially envied and now we're a little bit ridiculed in terms of how we are managing this. Now, following the October estimates, you provided information which advised that this association with safety and security continues to be a strength in the international marketplace, and announcements on our reopening have been positively received in Australia and key markets. My question is this: did the market shift that significantly since the October estimates were returned in November, from being positively received to being ridiculed?
The comment that I made was taken a little bit out of context. It was on a panel, and the point that I was making was that our research was showing that there was some frustration out there, but the point that I went on to make was that even though consumer sentiment bounces around as issues arise, long term, the brand health for Australia is really good, and we've seen that. We continue to see that in our long-term consumer demand project. We see it now, and in fact, it's bearing itself out. About 2 hours after I made those comments, the border announcement came, and we have seen our partners with call volumes in some cases tripling. Our website has seen 36% uptick in visitation, and one of our inbound tour operators said that they came in the very next morning and had 200 bookings sitting in their system. So I think the point is Australia is in a good spot. I stick by those comments I made in October. Consumer sentiment bounces around and I think it was largely frustration coming through. But now that we're open, I think that we're on a much more positive track.
There's a very fine journalist based in London by the name of Latika Burke, and a few days ago in the Sydney Morning Herald, where she writes her articles, she referred to a survey conducted by Redfield and Wilton Strategies, which found that Australia was the last place Britons were planning to visit as the border reopened. Did you see that article?
I did.
Yeah. Is this in line with the sentiment tracking that we conduct in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, so I was a little bit surprised to see that research. So I asked our research team to have a look at it. They had a look at it. The sample size was about 1,500. It was a broad brush. About 63% of those who were surveyed had no intention to go anywhere. And of that, about 60% of the 63% who were going to go somewhere were going to go to Europe. And the reason...
Sorry, just stopping you there.
Yeah.
Did you say 63% said they weren't going to go anywhere?
No, 63% said they had an intention on taking a holiday. And of the 63%, of that 63%... So 37% weren't ever going to take a holiday? Weren't going to take a holiday in the next period of time, whatever that was in the research. Most of them were going to go to Europe. And the drivers for a localised... Most of the 63%, or most... Most of the 63% who are taking a holiday were going to go to Europe. Europe was the number one. And the drivers for a short-haul holiday are very, very different to the drivers for a long-haul holiday. And if you have a look at the sentiment of those 1,500 who were surveyed, most of them said that they thought that Australia was, even if they didn't intend to go there, that they thought that Australia had handled this well and Australia was in a good spot. The other thing that our research team pointed out was that 6% is actually a really high intention for Australia. We're a long-haul destination. We're a long way from the UK. You can't get much further away. And usually it's about 4% who have an intention to come to Australia. So if at 6%, it's a 50% increase in the people intending to come to Australia. So, look,
so
I think
we do our own research, do we, in the United Kingdom as to
so we
travel
do
intentions?
the consumer demand research there, yeah. And the other thing that we And as I said, the majority of our partners have seen a big upswing in inquiry for Australian holidays over the last week.
Over the last week? Yeah.
Since the announcement.
Yeah. This advertising is currently running in the United Kingdom, is it?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And what were those figures you said that we were getting in terms of interest?
That we've just seen a big upswing in terms of bookings. So Donata, who are owned by a Dubai-based company, said that the inquiry for Australia now is second only to Dubai, and it hadn't been anywhere near that. Trailfinders have told us they cannot keep up with their call volume. Qantas have also said they've seen a spike in bookings.
Is that
Skyscanner have
Australians
said
going overseas or people from overseas
no,
coming
from
to...
our key markets to Australia is what we're looking at. Skyscanner, which is a meta search engine for flights, have said that since the announcement of international borders reopening for Australia, searches collected by Skyscanner increased by 70% across TA's key markets for the week ending the 13th of February compared to the previous week. And looking at the UK specifically, the United Kingdom was up 118% compared to the previous week.
So that's people who've gone on to Skyscanner and looked at, a possible flight from London to Sydney or
Correct,
something like that. So there's an uptake. So this advertising campaign is running in the UK. Where else is it running?
We've rolled out in the UK, in the US, and in Europe as well.
When you say Europe?
So Germany, France, Italy, and also Canada, and we will be rolling out in India, Malaysia and Indonesia as well.
Right. And are you getting a similar sense of an uptake from those other markets?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Have you been asking the government for more funding to build upon this work that you're already doing?
The funds that we have at the moment are sufficient for the rolling out of this global campaign.
Okay, thank you. Earlier this week, Tourism Australia launched the new international campaign, and I understand this included an advert in America following the Super Bowl and before the Olympics broadcast. How much did it cost to broadcast the advert at that time?
Yep, so that was, we had a couple of opening big moments that we wanted to use to launch the campaign. And so that one you're talking about, that was a 30-second TVC that went out in Los Angeles only, and the cost of that was $451,000.
Australian dollars or
Australian
US?
dollars.
All right. And how much did it cost to produce that advert?
It's part of the production of the campaign. So, do you know, Christine?
The $451,000 was all the production and launching costs of that campaign in LA.
I just missed your microphone. Only came on halfway through, so. Maybe
Sorry,
you'd like to
the
repeat.
451,000 Australian dollars,
Yeah.
that includes all the campaign production
That's
costs.
the
of launch.
totality of
Yes.
everything, including the production costs.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Out of interest, what was the production cost?
Yeah, so for every campaign we have an element of production cost. This one is relatively, it varies sort of between 10 and 25% of the overall cost of the campaign.
We'll
This
take
one,
it on notice if you
yeah,
don't have it.
this one was quite low because we used a lot of existing footage already.
And have you been able to measure the success or otherwise of that particular advertisement?
We have...
Just tell me why did it only run in LA rather than, you know, I mean, it's a very popular event, the Super Bowl in the United States.
It is, and we have used it before.
Yeah.
We used it 5 years ago when we rolled out our Dundee campaign. We had notice on Monday that the borders were opening. The Super Bowl was on the Sunday, so we had a look at what media was available and then the cost of that. And we, you know, we balanced it up and we decided that LA is one of the key markets for the US market. It's a halo market for the rest of the US, and so we decided that that was the best market based on what was available a week out from the biggest media moment in the US, and we chose that one. We did a lot of PR around it as well. So it wasn't just the ad, there was a lot of PR that went out around it, and it seemed to have worked well. It was also a signal to our trade partners, to our airlines that, you know, we're back, we're open, and we're ready to receive visitors again.
How much would that amount of money gone up had you run the advert during the Super Bowl itself?
There were very limited spots available. They sell out months and months in advance. There was one opportunity. It was a couple of $1 million, I believe, and we decided that you know, we weigh everything up, and we decided that the placement that we took, it was at the end of a big media moment. It was leading into the Olympics, and we decided that that was the best value for money. We did it in partnership with our media agency, as well.
Right, but do you have much of an idea of what, I mean, would the figure have doubled or trebled?
A spot in the Super Bowl is
Yeah.
about $7 to $10 million.
So a very significant difference in cost.
Yes.
Right. Are these decisions that you make as to where we put these ads, are they your decisions, or does the Minister sign off on them?
I would use a collective we at Tourism Australia, so we do it in partnership with our media agency, who are always helping us balance, you know, how we spend our resources. But it was within my delegation, and it was my you know, our decision, Tourism Australia's decision.
Yeah, yeah. What outdoor activations are planned for Times Square?
It's up at the moment.
Is it?
Yep. So, we have...
Whereabouts?
I've got a photo of it. I can show you. It's a block long. It's one of the. I mean, Times Square is a very busy place, but it's a block long, and Again, it's just a media moment to announce that we're open to the world. We did it in Times Square and we also did it in Piccadilly as well, which is the largest display screen in Europe.
All right. And how long's the activation planned for?
Both will run for 1 week.
And what's the cost of the Times Square installation?
Times Square was $135,000. And I'm preempting your next question.
No, you answer it. See if it's right.
The cost of the UK one?
Yes.
$361,000.
Right.
And that we've, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, if nothing, if not predictable. Those ads, like I think both in Piccadilly Circus, and they just run along, don't they? And then something else comes along and.
Yes, we get about 20% of the time.
So
it's
not
digital.
Yeah, it's not like a billboard that sticks up there all the time. So you.
Yeah.
So what was the figure?
It's about 20% of the time.
And it runs for a full block, did you say?
The Times Square one is long and thin, yes. Yeah. And so we've pulled this all together in a week. We started with a still one, but there is moving image, which is the beauty of digital. So you have to share the space, but you get to show moving image. So that's going up now.
So when you say it's a moving image, so it's a photograph of Australia?
It's a video.
Video, yeah.
Does South Australia feature on it?
In this particular one, I will find that out for you.
Look,
we feature South Australia all the time.
It doesn't matter. The more important question is, does Tasmania?
I have a list of all of the things, all of the destinations we feature.
There wouldn't be anything sufficiently interesting in Tasmania to include in a video like. Oh, no, I don't mean it.
Tasmania is pretty hot, actually.
Here, yeah.
Yeah. And what's the time frame for the Piccadilly Circus activation?
It's also 1 week.
Right, okay. All right, thank you. Earlier last week, the Australian Financial Review reported that our largest international market by a long way, China, was unlikely to resume when our borders reopened next week. Does this, is that true? And if so, why?
It's our assumption that we won't see a lot of visitation from China, and it's the same in other countries like Korea and Japan at the moment, and the reason is that there is friction on the way back. So people need to quarantine on the way.
Run that by me again.
So there is barriers to coming back. So in China, you have to go and quarantine when you return.
Yep. Okay.
So that does generally knock out leisure travel.
Right. Do you happen to know how long you have to quarantine for on the way back in China?
My understanding is that it's 21 days.
21 days?
Yes. So 14 in a facility and 7 at home was the most recent information that I have.
At your own expense or government expense?
I think, I don't know. I won't answer that because I'm not sure, but I'll take that one on notice.
And similarly with Japan and South Korea, you said?
Yeah, and Japan is changing very quickly at the moment. It's under review as we speak. And our rule of thumb in terms of rolling out campaigns is that we won't roll them out until there's no quarantining requirement on the way home, because otherwise there's no point, because leisure travellers just won't come.
No, I understand that. That article I referred to commented on the work of Tourism Australia has been doing in the China market. How much have you spent on marketing, including trade and social media, in China last year?
I'm going to hand over to my colleague, our CFO, Christine, to answer that one.
Yes, Christine.
Thanks, Senator. In the last financial year, we spent a total $10 million in the China marketing.
Is that principally Beijing or?
It's across a range of markets, Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, major tier 1 cities all covered.
Right. And are you able to break down that $10 million cost?
Yes, it depends on what kind of breakdown you're looking for, by what categories or...
Yeah, by where it was spent and how it was spent, that sort of thing.
Of the $10 million, we basically split off fixed operating cost of the establishment in Shanghai for the staff, and also...
We have some staff in Shanghai?
Yes, we have some local staff in Shanghai.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And also the main activities in China last few years been conversion-driven partnership and distribution focused. We're doing a program called Aussie Special Program. That's been main activities during the lockdown period in China, is not to lose that visibility for Tourism Australia in that big market.
So like with all our markets, we have, during this lockdown period, focused on a broad range of activities. So content-led marketing, so lots of PR, articles about Australia, that sort of thing, social posts, and then keeping in close contact with our partners over there. So the Aussie Specialist Program, running lots of training programs so that when we do open up, their knowledge of Australia is good. And we've also kept our relationships with our carriers, our Chinese carriers, going as well. So
none of them are currently coming to Australia, though, are they?
I think, yeah, they're coming infrequently, yes, but not with leisure travellers. So we've adopted that approach across all of our markets, and the idea is to keep the audience primed and focused on Australia. And then at the moment when we are reopening, we will move that to conversion campaigns, which is what we've rolled out in most markets in the last week.
All right. The article went on to say that the number of travel agents in China who used to specialise in Australian markets have closed. Is this our experience?
We have 36 key distribution partners in China. We are still working with all of those 36 key distribution partners. Some of them have paused their businesses and are doing other things while there's no opportunity to work, or they're selling other destinations as well. So some have...
Presumably they have the same problem with other destinations.
Yeah.
If you've got that
well,
requirement...
a lot of them are doing domestic, for example, because there's a lot of domestic travel in China.
No, I get you. Yep. So obviously it's our largest market by a long shot.
It is.
Obviously there are still problems there getting back in. How do we address that? Do we just wait? Is it just a question of waiting and seeing for the government to change the rules over there? Is there anything else we can do in the meantime?
Our relationship with China from a tourism point of view is long-standing. We were one of the first destinations back in 1999 to receive approved destination status, and I'm getting there. And we think that this is a long-term proposition. It's important that we keep our relationships going, because when the market does reopen, and I don't know when that will be, we need to be there and be partnered with them. I think, we can't just come in and come out. I think it's important that we maintain some presence there. That being said, we're sensible with our spend there. We're not spending anywhere near previous levels because the opportunity isn't there to convert that business at the moment.
So, Ms. Liu mentioned the figure of $10 million for last year. What typically would we have spent in that market when things were good?
A couple of years ago, it was almost double that.
Yeah,
so.
At the peak time for Chinese market, we would invest $20 million annually in that market, and obviously FY21 has seen that drop by half to $10 million.
Yeah. What regions in Australia have been most impacted by that drop-off on Chinese tourism?
Cairns was particularly reliant on the Chinese market, Sydney, Melbourne, the Gold Coast. Those were the areas that got the lion's share of Chinese visitation.
And are we doing anything to particularly help those areas that have been affected by the drop in Chinese?
Over the last couple of years, we have been working in the domestic market to try and make up for the downturn in the international market across the board. Now that we're reopening, we're obviously looking at, there's no replacing the China market. It is the size and scale. There's not another market sitting there, but we will be looking to rebuild our other markets to try and make up some of that shortfall.
Yeah, well, you've said that there are still problems with Japan and Korea, South Korea. Is there any other obvious area to pick up that shortfall? Is there any low-hanging fruit, as they describe?
I just don't think there's a market sitting there waiting for us to spend some tourism dollars in that's just going to turn on. For us, it's about making the most of the markets that we are in and making sure that we convert as many people as possible in those markets. I think we're in a really good place with Japan at the moment. Japanese travellers do look for great nature and wildlife. They look for wide open spaces, but they also look for safety and security. And, our partners over there are saying that, there is a lot of appetite for Australia.
Well, Tasmania sounds ideal in that regard.
It does.
You're sounding like a broken record, if you don't mind me saying.
I make no apology for that.
And I notice your other colleague from Tasmania is not coming in to defend you either. Well, now you say it now that I've singled you out, but you weren't saying that when... Anyway. I reckon... Is this my last or my second to last? Okay, I reckon this is my last set of questions, and we can all go home. On the 31st of January, Tourism Australia announced the top 20 beaches in Australia. Did the government initiate this list, or was it Tourism Australia's idea?
This is a long-term partnership that we have with our beach ambassador called Brad Farmer, and every year he goes out and sources the top beaches in Australia, and he publishes that in conjunction with us. So I know, it's not a bad one, is it? He's been doing it for 10 years now, so...
Were there any, any Tasmanian beaches on the list? As a matter of interest?
Lots.
There's always some very unusual choices in there. So he does search far and wide. So I would say that our relationship in that regard it's a partnership of ours.
Okay.
And is there anything in South Australia apart from sand?
Good wine. Good wine.
Yeah. Very good wine, particularly from the...
Yes, from a particular winery, yeah. What's that called again?
You're always welcome.
What's that winery called again?
Oh, look, modesty prevents me from commenting.
It is good wine. It is good wine, and
I know you've tried
taken off it.
No, I know you've tried it, and you're a big advocate. And, we'll have you on a commission pretty soon. How much funding was provided to the development, announcement and delivery of the project?
We gave him $15,000, and that was to help promote and travel around as well. So, and then we help him with some of our media channels as well.
Is that like an ongoing contract, or do you negotiate that every year?
My understanding is we negotiate it year on year. We don't have a long-term contract with him.
Yeah. Right. Does he get that 15,000?
We pay it to his company.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you want the job?
No. But it sounds like Senator Betts.
I might be in need of one. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm intending. Look, you've touched a very delicate topic here, Ms. Harrison, because there was a contest for the number one spot on the Tasmanian Liberal Senate ticket just recently, which Senator Duniam won, and so Senator Betts is at number 3. And,
well, it's a good thing we're going to win 3 seats in Tasmania.
Hey?
It's a good thing we're going to win 3 seats in Tasmania.
Well, that would be a good thing for Senator Abetz. I agree with that. But anyway, that completes my questions.
Good. Thank you very much, Senator Farrell. That concludes the committee's examination of Tourism Australia. So, Ms Harrison and officials, thank you very much for your presentation this evening. And the good news is this also completes the committee's examination of the Foreign Affairs and Trade portfolio. And I thank the Assistant Minister, officers, Broadcasting, Hansard and the Secretariat for their assistance in making everything run smoothly. The committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.